Today's video is brought to you by Prize Picks, America's #1 sports app. And when you use my code right now, HMA, they'll put $50 in your account when you put a $5 lineup down. Hard to beat that. They've got baseball, basketball, heck, they've even got the seasonal picks up here for the NFL season. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do remember to gamble responsibly. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for watching. Tune in a beautiful Sunday afternoon, hopefully out there for you in the Pacific Northwest. It's always a wonderful summer afternoon as we march a little bit closer into the season, as we are right there on the precipice. We got the rookies reporting, I believe, in on next week, and then we're going to get this thing kicked off and going full. We had last night's news or yesterday's news coming through. We got new ownership coming down. I'd expect here that we're going to get probably a couple of extensions put forth. I think the Devin Witherspoon one will probably end up happening. It does seem like there's a lot of momentum between Leonard Williams' camp and Hawks camp to get something done, though I haven't heard anything that's necessarily like on the edge of occurring. These are just merely kind of predictions about what's going to be occurring here over the next week or so. But this is a good opportunity, and this has been a long requested show amongst people on watching the channel. And that we do often get really myopic in looking at, the Seattle Seahawks and what's going on with them and just all the parts and pieces to them. But that there's always a kind of a request on outlook towards the NFL season as a whole. Where do I see things kind of going and how this year's headed? Everything from prediction and then to teams to players to just looking at the way that the season will maybe kind of play out in general terms. So we're going to do some deep dive and have some fun in this today. This may not be a show for everybody because it's not going to be as centric around Seattle. They will certainly fit into this, and you're going to hear some obviously mention of them here as we go through today. But we're going to just kind of go bit by bit through this. And I want to kind of just start in some random areas and sort of talk about what we're walking into the season. I think all of these things are really important because it's going to affect how the year is going to play out, certainly. But it's also because of the fact that you're going to work within these confines or within what these conditions are that may be unique to this year. And there is no more unique situation as far as ongoing than the amount of new head coaches that are coming in here in 2025. Before we get to schemes and trends as far as one side of the ball or the other, we can't overlook the fact that you've got what we got here, 10 new head coaches coming in: Joe Brady, Mike LaFleur, Kevin Stefanski, Jesse Minter with the Ravens, Todd Monken with the Browns, Clint Kubiak out there with the Raiders, John Harbaugh moving from the Ravens to the Giants, Jeff Hafley down there with Miami Dolphins, Mike McCarthy getting another shot out there with Pittsburgh, and then Robert Saleh out there with the Tennessee Titans. And so this is important, and this is important for a couple of different reasons. We know, number one, that coaches, when they tend to come in, don't have everything established in year one. It's going to take you a little bit of time. You're trying to instill a different culture. You got to get, this is the important part, your players that fit to your system. When you have a coaching staff that moves on one to the other, on both sides of the ball, you have the general threat of the need to change to a different scheme that will require different strengths from those players than the ones you got right now. I think, for instance, one of the things that's been very incredible about Mike Macdonald is that, by and large, he has inherited Coach Carroll's personnel that was fitted to Carroll's scheme, which is more about, front four, get the work done, drop into depth. We're not going to be tremendously creative. We just want you to read and react and play really fast. And Macdonald's all about creation, being creative. And yet he kind of took these players and was able to mold them. But that's more of an outlier than it is a rule, in that you have to, more often than not, if you're going to come in as a new coach, you might get a couple of the guys that you can go, these are my guys, but you're probably going to have to look to offload and switch out and move on. You see, like, for instance, the Titans are already kind of getting ahead of this situation a little bit with their Jermaine Johnson, Tavondre Sweat trade. Tavondre Sweat's been a pretty solid player. It seems like a very strange trade to be making for a guy in Jeremiah Johnson who doesn't necessarily have as much club control remaining and who's maybe already kind of shown you what he's got to give. But in the Saleh scheme, the front four generating pressure is the most important thing. And with that, those edges have to generate that pressure. And so a guy even in Tavondre Sweat, who's been a pretty solid player, has to then be moved on because it just doesn't work for what he wants to do. He doesn't just need the guy that's going to take up space and be impossible in the run game. He wants a factor as far as a pass rusher goes as well. And so that's a little bit of a small, snapshot of this, but this is something that you do see across the sport. And so when you see the 10 guys in these spots, and we're thinking about our Seattle Seahawks, 12 draft picks, lots of cap space, still sitting there maybe potentially to make a move.
when we're getting to like the conditions that can be created in order set up to allow you to be able to make a move to where you can really add some talent mid-season or early on in the year before the deadline, this is how you can get it done by having coaches that are going, look, this guy's a good player. This guy can play. He can start on teams. He just doesn't have the strengths to the stuff I want to have done. And those very same strengths may be perfect for what Seattle does. And that's where this can be a market opportunity for Seattle down the road. It also does mean that you are going to, see, I think these teams kind of finding their way through. It's not that there can't be some success with any of them. And I think you're probably pointing out to one or the other, Jesse Minter, McCarthy probably have, Brady as well, the best opportunities for, any kind of success here. But also probably you can look at these teams, I think, and have a general outlook on them of that this is a bit of a transitionary period for them, and that I'm not going to expect any of them to make a ton of noise aside from potentially the Bills and the Ravens. I think the Steelers can kind of eke their way in there through with what they got going on, but I don't think that they're going to have a top side that sees them on a Super Bowl trajectory or Super Bowl contention. Let's call it that. When we're looking at general trends that have kind of occurred here, I thought one of the interesting things to take note of is just where the points have been at. And I think when you look over the last 10-year period, this gives you a little bit of an indicator about where the game's going wise, as far as you really were there in 19, 20, 21 with this explosion that occurred. And you can see that on this chart where these points just went up to almost 25 points a game. It was wild. You're thinking this is just going to keep going. Defense is about to be irrelevant, and then something weird happened on the way to Albuquerque. And suddenly you see the points start to drop with the cover 2 shell taking over there in 2020, 21, 22. You can see it drops all the way down to 21.8 in 2023 as these offenses try to figure out how to deal with this. And then you see a little bit of an uptick in scoring then in 24, and then the tiniest of itty bitty, basically the same exact season of 2024 last year. So that it did climb a little bit, but we can see it's not significant. And we can see that if we go back to 2006 and look at a 20-year period here, scoring has maintained within about a point. And I think that when we're looking at trying to track what's going to go on this upcoming season and pinpoint along like where, trends are going to go, the trend this year is not going to be for a hyper amount of scoring. You're not going to see those points suddenly go up. You're not going to see a return to 3 or 4 years ago of offenses taking over. Why you're starting to see a little bit of the uptick over the last 2 years on that chart of points is the adjustment of the offenses to the cover 2 shell and the ever-changing ways of defenses here in this modern era. So it's stack boxes, simulated pressures, running a lot of extra games that they never used to run. And offenses have now countered this of saying, okay, we got to stop going to 3 wide receiver, 4 wide receiver looks. We got to start getting back down now into 12 personnel, 13 personnel. We got to go find the unicorn tight end out there that can be that H-back guy that can play a little bit of receiver, a little bit of X, a little bit of off-ball tight end. You can do it all that stuff, intermix, a little bit of slot, put in there as well, but find your mismatch essentially with those type of guys. And with that transition now, the cover 2 shell, 2 safeties deep prior to the snap, lighter box, we go heavier, we run the ball. Now we're getting a little bit of headway, but you can see it's not like with the passing attack when it was making headway there in 2020, where you see this big, huge leap and jump up there to the 25-point mark. It's more of like a little tiny, well, it helps, but it's still not serving to be a solution, meaning defenses are still going to, for lack of a better term, kind of rule the day here in 2026, that you can expect them, especially the really good defenses, to still be very dominant as we've seen the last couple of years as offenses are, looking through all of their paperwork as far as how to deal with this. What are the answers that we can call upon? Okay, we tried to go heavy. Okay, we're trying to go tight end all over the place. And you do see this right now as the one size fits all sort of strategy being applied everywhere. When you just look at this last draft, and my goodness, the number of tight ends that were taken. We had 1 in the first round, 4 in the second round, 4 in the third round, 3rd in the 4th round, 2 in the 5th round, 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. Tight ends for days. Tight ends for days in this draft. I feel like this one didn't even get them all in there. And what are teams doing with this? They're going after the exact thing that I'm talking about, which is we need you to go out there and find that mismatch out there, because we got to go heavy. That's the way to counter the cover 2 shell. Now we got to go find the mismatch. And we'll see what the offenses do. This is going to be the interesting point for me now in 26 is what do the offenses do as now the next the next calibration. Okay, we're going heavy, but now what do we work off of heavy? Because this isn't enough in itself of like, this is solving these defenses. We're still seeing the young quarterbacks coming in really overwhelmed now because they're having to play kind of old school quarterback stuff. They're having to get back under center. They're not able to do as much of the spread concepts. So how do we work within the heavier under center stuff and find twists and turns and little adjustments within this in order to counter what these defenses are doing? It's going to be one of the really interesting, cool points of this upcoming season from my perspective in what I'm going to be watching and looking out for. But interesting how many tight ends were selected in this last draft. I think it darn near set a record, if I'm not mistaken. So we got the points going up. Let's take a look a little bit at what these offenses I think are going to try to do here. And I think it does start with something that we talked about on this show just a couple of weeks ago that the Seattle Seahawks did a really great job with, which is, utilizing the condensed splits. And condensed splits can dominate. Better blocking angles, easier motion, better run fits, more explosive plays. And we can get in the nitty gritty on this. And I'm certainly happy to you guys in the chat want to get in the down and dirty on this, but I think we did a good job of that in the condensed split show that we did a couple weeks ago. The brass tacks of this is, if you want to get it down into a real simplified state of things, you as a defense want to be back in that cover 2 shell. Like us back in the Legion of Boom days, we didn't run cover 2 shell. We had single high Earl, and you had Cam the Killer down there in the box helping out the linebackers. So that dissuaded teams from running the ball against your Seahawks, and if they did, they were going to have a tough go of it. So now, one less guy out in the box, one more guy deep, 12 yards off the ball, lighter box, heavier bodies offensively with my formations like 12 personnel, 13 personnel, 21 personnel. And now I'm going to come downhill on you. And now I'm going to be able to find some angles. And if I can bring those receivers in on condensed splits, I get the receivers benefit in there as potentially having them in kind of pin blocks on edges or getting down in on a linebacker and trying to pin up on him. Not necessarily getting up there and hammering the block, just getting your body in front of it so you can free up one of your linemen to pull out in space or go find somebody else out there to try to create the explosive run. Not merely the 4 yards in a cloud of dust. You're trying to bust off the 20, the 30, the 40-yard run where you're really getting things isolated properly. But this will be one of the things that I think you're going to see continually growing here this upcoming year. And interestingly enough, the Seahawks aren't going to have to do a lot of stuff to, go differently off this. If you look at this, you got last year the top 5 teams of use of condensed formations: Lions at 34.7%, Dolphins 31%, Niners at 28.6%, Eagles 27.3%, and the Hawks in there at number 5 at 26.8%. The Hawks were quite varied last year when it came to this. So, their utilization of it was, this off the screen here. Their utilization of it was, it was very effective when they called upon it. They didn't lean on it wholesale. They were a very diversified offense in that manner of things. So, first, we got condensed splits. One of the first ways the offenses are going to attack. The second way I think the offenses are going to look to go after these defenses here this upcoming season is you're going to see a lot more of the increasing of motion. This is already upticked over the last 10 years, but I think it's only going to go more so. And it's going to be the extra things beyond motion. We all know what motion is. Receiver starts here. He goes across the formation post snap. But there's other types of motion too. Like I'm identifying here, where you got jet motion, you got the orbit motion, where you got sometimes the guy will just be kind of going in, running almost in a bit of a circle. Like if you ever guys seen the running back for us, Grubb used to do a lot of this with the Charbonnet out there, and when they were in shotgun, have them kind of orbit around to see if they can get a reaction from the defense to get a key on what they're looking to do and who's covering what. You got the return motion. I go back in motion. I get the defense to set one way, and then I come back the other way. The defense doesn't have set time to reset back the way that they had come off of their original adjustment, and then I can hit it. So you get that as well. And then the post-snap motion, which is the part that I think is really going to come forward this upcoming year, where everyone's been using motion under the sun in recent years, but it's really been more of guys like Mike McDaniel that have really been trying to bring post-snap motion more to the forefront. And that's when I think you see it on the tape last year with Seattle and how they're using it. It's all across the board in offenses. This is the thing that you can't do a lot when you get down into heavy. You can't do a lot when there's all these bodies in the line of scrimmage and your quarterback's not in shotgun. Everybody's, it gets a little bit simplistic. So this is a way to find a little bit more complexity within that simplistic formational set that you're in sometimes in 12 and 13 personnel, as you're sometimes leaning on running the ball, but trying to find ways too that you can pass out of that and do so by creating that confusion. So marry up like condensed splits and pre and post snap motion. Think about what you're trying to do the defense, which is get them consistent. Okay, he's going here. He's over here. Okay, that guy's over here. Okay, my pre-snap key's here. Oh, okay, post-snap. Oh, wait, he's still moving over here. Okay, that I'm trying to get them into a place of processing and thinking and not certain in what they know they're going to do and what they're seeing prior to the snap. Like all times on both sides of the ball, you're trying to give no indicators about what it is that you're intending to do post-snap. That is essentially the key. So number 3 on this list, as far as just, I think, themes of what we're going to see or ways of approach, I think we're going to see this upcoming season from teams. And this is just fitting to kind of more the offense here as we kind of lead out the gate, as more gap running scheme. The NFL has taken over in large part in recent years by the zone scheme, the outside zone scheme, the Shanahan outside zone scheme. And that's really come forward. But trap-based counters, power, duo. This is now more about, we're going to try to pull some guys into space. We're going to try to get some numbers to one side of the field. This will be less about your blocking to a spot and more of you're going to try to go take a man out. We're going to try to target everybody up, get everybody blocked up. And if there is a free guy who's out in space, that's the one guy our running back's going to have to break the tackle of to create the big play. But this is a really nice counter to zone where you have so many teams that will get locked in on zone, and we got to get lateral. I got to get lateral post snap. I got to be ready to stay and with my eyes in the backfield, stay lateral, not give up any ground. I got to load up for that. Now suddenly that guy's pulling in spaces. You're starting to get lateral and you're not even blocked. And you could be kind of walking yourself out of the play if there's some kind of misdirection, like a counter, for instance, where it looks like the run play is going one direction, but then it winds back a different direction post snap. And so this is a good way to be able to give the counter punch to teams if you're an outside zone team, to not let them cheat, not let them get steppy to a side and get ahead of the play on where the flow is going to go, keeping them having to be legitimate in where their standing is. But I think you're going to see more of it because it's such a good counter. And you can really not only now draw it as a counter to keep them off your zone, but it's proven to be, I think, a counter for a lot of teams to create a lot of big plays. And that's where, you marry this, all 3 things together, the condensed pre-post snap motion, getting a little bit more gap as a counter into zone. And these are things that I think are going to definitely make it a little bit more difficult on defenses this upcoming year. I think, again, like last year, where it was a 0.01% uptick of increase, it'll be a very marginal increase, but it'll be a little bit. And this is the way that they're going to probably go about it. I think you're going to see the bigger personnel groups, as I said on this. This is going to be really down to three separate things. You're going to have 12 personnel, which is 2 tight ends, 13 personnel, which is 3 tight ends, and 21 personnel, which is 1 tight end, 1 tailback, 1 fullback. So your 1 fullback, 1 tight end is essentially the difference. Of course, the Seahawks run all 3 of those looks at a really decent level. I think we would have even run more 21 personnel last year if Oots had been healthier, but I'm expecting a lot of it this year. I'm expecting Seattle to really slice the pie up and run a lot of different items of this. And this is what a good team should do. I think that you don't want to just try to master a 13 personnel and we're just going to be I think the Rams kind of do this a little bit where we're just going to be the best this 1 personnel. I think that the one way on both sides of the ball that you can find inroads to creating disguises and to giving your offense and defense a chance to have pre-snap advantages is by diversifying what you do on both sides of the ball. We're not going to be a complete no blitz team. We're not going to be a hyper blitz team. We're going to find a nice balance on blitzing. We're not going to be just a pure cover 3 team that's going to live in that. We're going to run through all the different coverages. You're going to see some cover 6. You're going to see some cover 2. You're going to see some cover 1. We're going to just run occasionally man across the board. We're going to run sometimes half field one side this way, half field one side that way. Sometimes we're going to invert it, and we're going to really chop it up like a pie with some real evenness around how we use that. Offensively, the same way. If the defense can't even, that's where they're getting us with 13 personnel. Let's just get this simple right across the board. They're kicking our ass with 13 personnel. What do we got to do with this particular package to try to handle this? And if they get that answer, do you have your counters? Well, no, we really like to leave with our big 13 per. I mean, this is how we're getting our job. This is how we're putting our work in. Not that the Rams don't have plenty of other counters beyond that, but this is just a representation of the fact that I think it's cool with Seattle that they've chopped that up. And it's part of what helps to make your offense better because these defenses just don't know what is coming prior to the snap. And that is in part because you're not leaning on just one formation to live. Far cry from a couple years ago when everybody was in 3 wide receiver looks almost 24/7. 5, Quarterbacks under center more often. Better play action, stronger run timing, more bootlegs, deep crossing routes. And Sam Darnold, one of the best in the sport at throwing the crossing route. In fact, the best in the sport last year on the crossing routes. And you get defensive hesitation. And this is the stuff that shows up all over the tape last year on Seahawks when they're running the play action, especially out of the condensed looks. When you got defenses that they get those condensed looks, they're like, in general terms on this, holy hell, look at all those bodies down around the ball there. If they just come downhill and we don't have enough bodies to fit the gaps, they're going to bust off a big play. I got to operate with a real maximum amount of aggression to get to my gap because of those extra bodies. So the play action now can sometimes cause that one extra false step forward, that one extra bit of buy-in that you can now hammer up over the top with cleared space. And so this is where all of these things offensively to me really have worked together as far as offenses have started to try to kind of put this together as their, as the NFL is always the tug of war, offense does this, defense does that, offense does this, defense does that. And up until this point, of course, we've seen the cover two shell for the last 3 or 4 years is rolling, but this stuff doesn't last for 2 decades. It's fast in football. The offense will come back with an answer, and then the defense will come back with an answer, which will probably be pulling a safety into the box eventually. But that's for another, year, another time. That's probably another couple of years still away from that transition occurring. But quarterbacks under center, you better have footwork. This also means it's going to be harder if you're pinpointing a young quarterback to play early, harder to get them on the football field. You have most of these quarterbacks coming out of college, and they haven't even run any under center in their entire career. It's all shotgun. And you might think, well, how hard is it to just go under center and run some stuff? It's tough. If you haven't done it, you haven't worked on it, and now as a pro, you're trying to pick that up as it's becoming more of a standardized deal throughout the NFL. It's a lot of work. It can take even up to a couple of years to fully master. If you look at some of those older quarterbacks in the sport, like your Brady types, Brady wasn't fast, but look at his footwork at the end. Look at how everything is in the right place, no wasted motion, all his cleats in the ground when he's delivering a ball. Able to go back seamlessly on the play action, able to work the ball action and actually make it increase that in there to make it even more of a dominating aspect of what you do, because the defense has to, it's a run. No, it's pass. So under center more often. Explosive plays offensively down the field. Got deep overs, play actions, double moves, seam routes, yak concepts. I think the double moves right now, this is to me a really great time to go out there and attack that. And I think this is a place that if I was advising Fleury right now as to something that, could be utilized, that's not been utilized, that doesn't make any sense as far as to me why it's kind of gone out of the sport. And that would be the double moves, because you have cover two shell right now. You have defenses that are now aware of the fact that offenses are going to attack by trying to peck away. Peck, 4-yard route, 5-yard route, 6-yard route, 5-yard route, 6-yard route, 5-yard route. Okay, well, we're going to come up and now start to squeeze some of that down with our zone coverage. We're going to really come down now and really, try leaning on that. We're going to try to jump on routes when we sense a first move to try to take away those quick throws even that much more. And the second you get them to start to jump on the route, now you run the double move on that and you go up. So it's kind of the reaction to the cover two shell, which his reaction was to the offense to throw short, to the defense that then reacts by now pressing up to where now how do you get over the top and get deep? The cover two shell is still there. Well, if I can pull the coverage up post snap from its cover two shell positioning to rob down on those shorter routes, now off of the double move, that cover two is no longer there. Now I've got instead a potentially free open hole there for my guy to run up, and especially if he can beat his guy one-on-one on that route, which it's a really hard route to cover, especially if you're not laterally quick or side to side kind of quick. Play action shots, same way. Get the team, get the defense buying in, rolling up and trying to take advantage in that way. So all of these things that I've mentioned on these offensive items, all 6 of them, condensed formations, motion increasing, gap scheme, bigger personnel groups, quarterbacks under center, explosive plays. All of these are interconnected and working. You're going to run a lot of explosive plays off of the condensed splits, a lot of the pre and post snap motion out of those condensed splits. So it's going to really be, I think, a lead foot of offenses this upcoming year in the NFL. And I lead with this over the defense and talking as much about the defenses. We'll get into a little bit of the D in a second. But I lead with this because I know what the defenses are going to kind of do. And the reason that we know what the defenses are kind of do is because they don't need to come up with an answer. They have come up with their answer. Cover 2 shell, simulated pressures, stack boxes, intermix blitzing. Not necessarily blitzing at a high level, but we're going to be willing to blitz if we've got the right opponent to do so, and we'll hammer it to you when we got you susceptible. We're going to go after it. And so the defense is going to stay in that pocket. They're going to stay in that cover 2 shell. You're not going to get your Cam Chancellor down the box this year. They're going to keep rolling their coverages different like they have the past 3 or 4 years. You're going to see the games up front being run where it's going to be teams by and large, for the most part, absent a couple of coaches, are going to try to stay with their front 4, drop their guys into zone coverage, squeeze down the passing windows, run the stunts and the loops and the twists up front. But I don't think that the defense is going to feel like they have to do a whole lot, because they're going to feel like they've taken back that rope a little bit that I talked about. I showed you on the points here from where it was there in 2020, where it was up to almost 25 points, to now where you've got it down at 22.9. From a defensive standpoint, they've come forward. They've been able to kind of turn off the valve, if you were, that was starting to turn off into an open, spigot at that time, by and large there. Defenses are going to stay with those things. Like I said, 2-eye shells, simulate pressures, late rotations. Just you show something on coverage and then you're extra late in rotating it. Vic Fangio would rub the cover 2 shell, but then he would rotate post snap into the coverage, and he still does this. They're going to rotate post snap right after the snap into the coverage that he wants them to be in. What Mike McDonald does that's uniquely different to him, and what other acolytes of his do, is that they're going to wait a beat. So post, we're in cover 2 shell, snap the ball, 1,000. They're still in the cover 2 shell look. And now I'm going to go to the spot. They're trying to hide as late as they possibly can what their coverage is going to be. Hybrid safeties, of course, I guess is another part you could look at that certainly we saw with this last draft, and the Nick Emanwari impact, the Kyle Hamilton impact, these guys that are, slot cornerbacks that can also do a lot of other stuff like will linebacker, both safety positions. Hell, we might find with Emanwari, he's going to play a little bit of edge here this year. This is something that teams are really chasing. And this is a real important point here, because what you saw last year is that if I, as a defense, can have a safety like an Emanwari and Hamilton, I can live in nickel. And if I can live in nickel, when you go to those big, heavier fronts I talked about, 12, 13 personnel, well, now I don't have to match you note for note. I don't have to go into a 3-4 look with my front 7. I don't have to end up with one of my off-ball linebackers maybe having to be matched up against one of those unicorn tight ends who he can't cover. Instead, I've got the guy in an Emanwari or Hamilton who can cover that guy. So it's a monster advantage to be able to have. Every team out there is going to be chasing it, to the point of, I think, even at times putting guys not in their best positions to succeed just because they're trying to force it to happen, because they don't want to go into base. Because defenses do not want to be in base. They do not want to be in the 3-4 look. They know what that means. I just showed you earlier all those tight ends that were drafted. Week in and week out, you're going to have a unicorn out there on the opposition. Just a guy that's ready to just attack that guy that can't cover in space. So the hybrid and having it at this time, all these items I mentioned, Seattle's a bit at the forefront. They're a little bit of as much the pioneers in what they're doing and running this stuff, which just leads you to believe that this is going to be a lot more sustainable for Seattle here into the future. They're not trying to chase this as a du jour item in the NFL as a trend. They are the trend. I think that's an important part to this. Positionless football as well defensively, I think, is worth saying. This is another part that I've wondered if we're going to see more of the transition of in more years here. The guy that can just kind of be all over the place. Mentioned Emanwari working out with DeMarcus Lawrence this offseason. Maybe they're going to try to get him some of those edge snaps in there and use some of his freakishness for that at times here and there. That sounds kind of interesting. But then you got, hey, what about the guy that can play safety and linebacker both? I can be an off-ball linebacker, I can transition out to safety. How much of this we're seeing on the defensive line this occur? Guys like Leonard Williams that can man all 5. You can put him in all 5 front techniques there on that on the defensive line. You can put him up against left tackle, right guard, center, left guard, right tackle. He can handle them all. And maybe we're getting more and more here defensively. It does feel like this, where it's going to become less. There'll always be positions, don't get me wrong, but we're going to see players able to do more different things. And that should expand, I think, more on this year beyond anything the defenses are going to do as far as individual items of development. Like they're going to go hyper pressure this year or do a bunch of press coverages or a bunch of man coverages. No, it's going to be probably more of what we've seen in recent years, which is more of a drifting towards zone coverage and less man. And that comes with trying to trust your front four and let the front four run games. And you're just trying to drop as many guys you can back to squeeze down those passing windows as much as humanly possible. Okay. Let's get over here to a couple of items of prediction here, because I think this will be fun for the upcoming year. Let's pop on into this here and take a look at, if I may be so bold, my award predictions for this season. And we will start to go off of this and then take a look at the record prediction for the year. And I'll break that down here for you guys. But we've got Jadarian Price as my offensive rookie of the year. I believe that Jeremiah Love will be productive. I think Jadarian Price will be more productive. I think that no first-round running back has been put into more of a position to succeed, that if you put a bundle of items together, you say, here's 10 things that help a running back be productive. He has all of those things in his bonnet. And I think he's going to get a lot of touches out the gate. I think Seattle's going to tend to be pretty conservative with injuries like Zach Charbonnet is dealing with, which means they're not going to rush him back. I think he's going to get up to over 1,000 yards this year. I think he's going to be having an impact on his team. I don't think he has to run 300 attempts to do that. I think he'll be a good yard per carry average kind of guy. He'll give you those big plays in there as well. I just think he's going to be productive and really set up well to succeed. You guys know I've been as high as anybody out there on Ruben Bain. I don't think he should have dropped as far as he did in the draft. I think he's a tremendous fit for a Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense that need an injection of talent and is going to get that injection of talent. So very cool to see him over there. I think he's going to instantly start for them and instantly be very productive for them all around as a player, both a run defender and as a pass rusher. I do unfortunately have Myles Garrett as your defensive player of the year. Sorry, guys. But look, he's being set up a little bit like Jadarian is on his side of the ball to be able to succeed here. Myles is being set up in the same way. And I do believe, I've said to you guys for this for weeks, many of you didn't like to hear it. I'm sorry about that, but I'm not always given a lot of information that's somewhat inside. This is one of those points of inside info I've got. Aaron Donald is coming back. Aaron Donald is coming back. I know it's like saying the boogeyman, but it's not me saying it 3 times over that's going to make him come back. He's just coming back. But Myles Garrett wins the defensive player of the year. He's put into too good of a position to succeed, especially once you put Darnold in there. He's never been on a team like this in his past. He's going to hunt for days. He's going to be a problem. There's just no way, no doubt about it. My MVP is going to be a surprise here, Baker Mayfield. I know this doesn't make any sense on the surface of it, and I get that. But I think with Baker Mayfield last year, there was some injuries to the offensive line that held back that team. I think that he had himself in injuries last year that sort of took away a little bit of what he was doing as well. They didn't have much of a running game that they're working off of there. I think that some of those things have been improved just by the simple fact they're going to be healthier this upcoming year. Godwin was still coming back from his leg injury last year and was not up to full speed. He's now at a full offseason to not just rehab, but to actually work and get himself back into playing shape. Emeka Buka is going to be a problem out there. You get McMillan back out there from the University of Washington, one of those injured guys from last year, to kind of round out that receiving core a bit. I think the defense is going to be much improved too, with some of the additions they've had, as well as the health front hopefully holding up over there. I like their draft and how they added there. I think Baker's going to go off and be very productive as much because he's also in a division where there's going to be a lot of room, I think, to go after some of those defenses and be able to cook some things up in addition to it. So we'll see on that. I was very much torn on that as to which guy I was kind of leaning towards. Josh Allen was kind of my essentially runner-up back up there, as I was kind of leaning to Josh, another guy that I think is going to be asked to do a tremendous amount of the work this upcoming year. But I just had to go with him. My comeback play of the year is going to be shared between CJ Stroud and Patrick Mahomes. I think the Texans, boy, there have been so many people that have been ready to pass on Stroud and call him done and not good enough. I think what you're seeing with Stroud instead is the culmination of multiple years of an offensive line hammering this guy and them not spending the time and effort to make sure that they take care of their line in the proper way to really be able to protect him, a young quarterback, as he is still learning his way. And instead, they put him in perilous shape. The line kept getting worse and worse there for about a 2-year period. Really does feel like they have stabilized it now finally. He's got a good running back out there in Montgomery. They've widened out the receiving core to get around some of the injuries that seem to pop up every year there for them. And so it's very cool to see there that I think he's going to be able to take advantage of this. And I have, as a spoiler alert, the Texans as the representative out of the AFC this upcoming year from my standpoint of things. So those are my awards for the upcoming year. Let's get into a little bit of what I see as far as, excuse me here. Let's go over here. Let me get my thing right here. Bum, bum, bum. Let's go over. I want to just talk. I'm just going to have a little bit of I want to talk a little bit about these teams this year in the NFL and what I kind of see with them. And then we'll get into the predictions. I'll talk a little bit about this on the predictions when we get to the actual just here's their records. But I want to kind of explain myself a little bit here to you guys too, if I may be so bold. We'll get this increased up. No, I was pausing that. Oh, you bastard. I don't like that. Sorry, guys. Oh, the hell with it. It's on. Whatever. Bear with me here 1 second. All right, so we'll go kind of just, I guess, division by division be the best way to do this a little bit. So in the AFC, let's go AFC East first on this. I think it's pretty easy to pinpoint on this that I'm going to lock in on the Bills pulling off the win here with 12-5 record this upcoming year. I'll show you guys my thing here yet. I don't want to show you how I got the final playoffs playing out here. So we'll go with just the general record there. I'm going to show you guys the deal here, but I can't get my damn ad blocker going. Sorry, guys. 1 second here. Okay. Whatever. Okay, so we've got the Bills in one of the easier divisions in football, in my opinion, this year. I think that the New England Patriots winning at 14, certainly they're going to be a test, and they've added a couple of wide receivers that are going to be factors. Romeo Dobbs has probably been underrated out there in Green Bay the last couple of years. And then A.J. Brown's going to come there with a lot to probably try to prove with his addition. That significantly does increase and upgrade that Patriots offense as far as what the receiving core was last year. There's no doubt about that. You get another year of Drake May, a little bit older. But the thing with this is that they've got such an incredibly hard schedule to the Patriots. And you look through what they've got to go and deal with and the teams they've got to kind of run through. It is a little bit of a gauntlet. And it is one where you come away going, boy, even with the 4 easy games you got in that division from a Patriots angle of things, it just looks tough. Seahawks, Steelers, Jaguars, Bills just to open up the season. A little bit of a reprieve there with the Raiders and the Jets, but then you're right back with the Bears, Dolphins, Packers, Lions, Chargers, Bills, Vikings, Chiefs, Jets. I think they're going to still win more games than they lose, but I do think with the Buffalo Bills, their record's a little bit better set it up. I think the Bills go 5-1 in their own division, and I think that allows them to get the 12 wins on the year with the fact I know they haven't done a lot by adding guys just like DJ Moore's who they've added. They're going to lose Bosa this offseason. But I think that they're going to still be in a division that's just eminently winnable right now. AFC East just always seems to operate like this, where there's always a couple teams that can't get right. And that's significant when you're talking about there being other divisions out there where there's just a lot of competitiveness up and down, inside and out, be it NFC West or the NFC North or the AFC West or the AFC North. It's just a little bit of a different territory on that and how it tends to kind of play out. So I've got them at 12-5. Leading the way through there on the division. As far as in the wild card, I do not have the Patriots making the wild card. So I know maybe surprisingly enough, I do not have them actually making the wild card this year. Super Bowl losers don't have a great past as far as coming back and even making the playoffs the year after losing the Super Bowl. It's a long climb back. You're quite disheartened. Then we got over in the AFC North. I am going to look at the Bengals winning that division. at 11-6. I think it's going to be a fight, a dog fight at that. I looked at the Bengals though, and I think that they've got a very winnable record this year. Just bring this up so you guys can see what I'm looking at here. You guys might see the ad here because my ad blocker ain't working right, but you guys just gotta have to deal with it. You know what I mean? That's the way it goes. It's just the way it goes sometimes. All right. This will be better. You guys can see what I'm at least talking about. So, Buccaneers, Texans, Steelers definitely opens up tough for them. Jaguars opens up. I do feel like kind of gets a little easier in there where you get Dolphins, Ravens, get Titans, Falcons, winnable. I don't think Steelers are going to necessarily be as good as others are thinking. Commanders, Saints, Browns, Chiefs, Panthers, Colts. I think it kind of finishes up a little easier for them than the others. I do think the Ravens are going to make the playoffs within this division as well, that there's a bit of a bounce back from them, though they did win 8 games last year, so it wasn't like they completely fell off. But Colts, Saints, Cowboys, Titans, wouldn't be surprising in the least if they started out 6-0 off the rip with that. I think with them, it just gets a little bit tougher down the line. And I think what I would say about this is I'm a little bit reticent still to believe that Lamar is going to make that transition into the postdoctorate work that needs to happen for the mobile quarterback, the hyper-mobile quarterback in the early part of his career, who now starts to become just a little bit less mobile. Do you do the postdoctorate work? Do you refine your mechanics? Do you burn the midnight oil with the lonely work, just grinding on tape? Do you master your craft? And you can call me a bit of a skeptic, but I just haven't seen it. I think sometimes he doesn't give enough credit for what he does as a passer, being Lamar. But I think the limitations that still exist in his game from a couple of years ago as a passer still exist now. And that we haven't yet necessarily seen the postdoctorate thing clicked in. As well, I know Derrick Henry has been a picture of health and productivity and consistency. But he's at a point right now when you look at the number of touches on his back and what he's gone through, to believe that that's going to continue to sustain for me is a tough one at this point. They've done a good job of adding to their offensive line. I think the kid they took in the first round is going to be a plug-and-play player for them. It's got a guy like Staley's getting a little bit older over there. Not a bad player, but maybe getting a little bit of an age over on that side of it. Got some questions with their wide receivers as far as full impact there. They lost Isaiah Likely this offseason, so tight ends get a little bit. Mark Andrews getting up there in age. There's just some age here. There's some questions here. The defense should be better, but they're needing guys to develop, guys that they've drafted there. So there's just some question marks for me with the Ravens. I do think they start out hot. I do think they get into the playoffs. So they're one of my playoff teams. I've got them at 10-7 this upcoming season. And then obviously the Steelers and the Browns would not be making the playoffs. In the AFC South, I am going to go ahead and give the nod to the Texans. As I said, I think that their offensive line this year is one that has really stood out, that has improved. And I'm buying into what they're finally doing there on the offensive line. I wish they'd still done more. I still think that you've not necessarily made this simple or easy on him, but you like what you've done for Stroud. And so you've got, hopefully that's not playing anything there, guys. Let me know if there's any sound playing on the ad. Hopefully just the ad showing itself, but let me know. Ariante Arce looks like he's going to be a fixture out there at left tackle. Wyatt Teller, I don't know if left guard's his best spot, but a guy that's been a pretty consistent guy and a significant upgrade of what they've had there. Keelan Rutledge is going to be a really good player in this league, and then they've got some depth behind him there with Jake Andrews. Evan Brown shouldn't be starting in this league, but hey, has some depth. That's nice. You have some starters, and you got some depth behind them. You went out there and you got Braden Smith in there, Trent Brown backing him up, and then Blake Fisher, who they drafted. So a lot of not only starters there, but reinforcement of depth. And then when you look at the wide receiver core, another problem that they would fall into would be that they'd have their offensive line get decimated, and then their wide receiver core would get weakened down. They'd lose their starting 2 wide receivers at the same time, and then they didn't have anything behind them, and then you're just kind of stuck. Well, now you had the 2 wide receivers you drafted last year in Jalen Newell and Jaden Higgins, who got a lot of run last year. Tank Dell was out all of last year with that catastrophic knee injury, and he's back now. You got Nico Collins in on this. Xavier Hutchinson's been pretty productive for them as a wide receiver. Dalton Schultz is steady for them as a tight end. Brevin Jordan is kind of a developmental guy still there who might still yet come along, and we know what their defense is. So this is the team that I think is going to win this division. I think it is going to be tough. I'm just not buying Daniel Jones coming back off of his ACL. I think that the Colts lose a Michael Pittman. You get a Jonathan Taylor another year older. There's already rumors out there that they might be looking to try to softly float him via a trade. I don't think that their defense is going to be up to snuff of what it was last year. And it wasn't a good defense last year, giving up 412 points as it is. I think they more lost collective talent and have guys that are getting Corey Redding, DeForest Buckner. It's getting a little bit older. And you're relying on Sauce Gardner coming off the major injury. Titans, I like what Salah's there, and I think they're in a good state. I expect them to win their share of games, but they're still a little ways away. I do have the Jaguars winning, or not winning, but I have the Jaguars getting into the playoffs. So I do give the nod to the Texans at 12-5, but then I do have the Jaguars in at 10-7 this year, as I gave them just the slight nod up over what would have been at this point, I guess, New England Patriots. I was going back and forth between basically the Patriots and the Jaguars as the two that I was really kind of fighting out as far as trying to decide who I thought was going to get in there. When we get down to the AFC West, I do have the Denver Broncos repeating. I do have the Denver Broncos as the number 1 seed at 13-4. And I know many might find this a little bit surprising, as I know many of you out there are kind of like, well, they're sort of flash in the pan city, a lot of one-run games. So I get that. Where I'm at with this, though, is I think they win the Chiefs game, Jaguars game. They come out the win between the Rams and the 49ers game. I think they're we got at the Chargers, might be lost there, Seahawks. But then the schedule does have some spots here where there's another one where it just kind of opens up down the home stretch. Cardinals, Chiefs. I think they beat the Chiefs twice, take down the Cardinals, Panthers, Raiders. You take those down, Steelers, Dolphins, Jets. I think that's a point where they go on like a 6-game run there. And remembering even with the Seahawks, like that's a tough game, but that's on Thursday Night Football at home. So you've got a shortened week with the Hawks going on the road out there after the Hawks had just played the 49ers, which is no easy thing. Then after that, you got extra time to prepare for the Cardinals, and you can go on that long run where you're not going to have to really play a legitimately, in my opinion, tough team until you get to the Bills, Patriots, Chargers at the end of the year. And so I do think they're able to feast a little bit early on in the schedule. This was another one where I went back and forth between them and the Chargers. I do have the Broncos winning it. I do have the Chargers at 11-6. So within this division, this is a little bit of one where I still think the Raiders are a ways away. They're not, I don't think they're necessarily close. And I'm not buying in on necessarily the Chiefs having a bounce back year as everybody's thinking they're going to. I think the Chiefs offensive line is still a work in progress. I think they're going to probably end up overusing Kenneth Walker and getting him injured. I think their wide receiver core is very questionable. Like they still have not been able to navigate finding a solution there since Tyreek Hill left. They dumped a bunch of defensive players this past offseason that nobody seems to be taking note of at all. I don't know. It's kind of wild. I mean, a team loses like 4 defensive starters. You'd be like, it's kind of notable. Like for a team that missed the playoffs, that won 6 games, I would think that people would be doing a little bit more math on this one. But unfortunately, it's just not the case. And so I think they match up to a lot of what they did last year. It's 6-win records, probably very similar to it. I do have the Chargers at 11-6, matching what they did last year as well. So they're in the playoffs. So my 3 division winners in the AFC: Bills, Bengals, Texans, Broncos, 4, I should say. And then my 3 playoff teams are the Chargers, Ravens, and the Jaguars, as far as that goes. As we get over here into the National Football Conference. Dun, 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 dun. I got the Eagles adding 1 more win from what they had last year. So they will have a 12-5 record, and I have them winning their division. I didn't want to do it this way, but you just kind of unpack their record. Commanders, Titans, Bears, Rams, Jaguars probably start out 4-1, Panthers 5-1, Cowboys 6-1, Commanders 7-1, Giants 8-1, Steelers probably, let's just give them 1 loss there. 8-2, back to Cowboys 9-2, Cardinals 10-2, Colts 11-2. You could lose the next 2 then, and then just win one of the final games, and then you're still at 12 wins. So I kept going through this with the Eagles, and over again, I kept coming back to that there was just too easy of a pathway there to be able to get to those 12 wins. And with the Cowboys, I do have them in the playoffs. Another one where I was going back and forth between them and the Packers. So it was kind of the same fight that I had between looking at the Patriots and the Ravens, essentially, or the Ravens and Jaguars, sorry. I had the same kind of fight in the NFC as far as the consideration of who I thought would get in there for the wild card, I will say. And the Packers are going to be in the mix too for their division as well. But I gave the nod here to the Cowboys within the division. I think that they do have fairly easy record, remembering with the Cowboys and the Eagles, they're both going to go 4-0 within their division, in my opinion. And that's when you give your teams, when you get those easy 4 dubs on top of whatever you do with the rest of your record, that is going to make it easier. They've got some tough matchups here, especially a run of the Ravens, Texans, Buccaneers, Packers, Eagles game in there. But then you get the Cardinals, Colts, Niners later in the year when they're probably not as healthy, Titans, back to the Eagles, Seahawks, Rams, Jaguars, Giants, Commanders. I do think they get to 10 wins just to get enough in there. Again, though, if you were to say, Brandon, you're wrong, it's going to be the Packers instead. I get it. I'd understand if you're, leaning into more of that direction. In the NFC North, I do have the Chicago Bears winning the division. I didn't love their offseason, but another one where you look at their roster and how things are kind of built, and you go, okay, but I can see where this is well suited up for them to go out there and get, as I believe they're going to go get, I got 11 wins for the year for the Bears. So Panthers, Vikings, Eagles, Jets, Packers, Falcons. I think you start out there with maybe only 1 or 2 losses at most. Seahawks, Buccaneers, but then you're back to the Saints, Lions. I think are going to have a little bit of a down year this year. Jaguars, Dolphins, Bills, Packers, Lions, Vikings are their games. And so I think that there's 11 wins on there for the Bears. I do. I think like a Bills game, you get into a shootout. There's probably going to be a Lions game, you get into kind of a shootout. I could see that type of thing going on. But I do think that they have enough there when you look at their roster to prevail on that. If the Packers were to overtake them, it wouldn't blow me away. Here's where I'm at with the Packers, though. You are already acknowledging you're not going to seemingly get back Micah until somewhere into probably the pretty deep depths of October. You've lost over the past couple of years quietly some defensive talent, from Eric Stokes to Ryan Clark to Rashawn Gary to Nakobe Dean. You haven't necessarily been, knocking out of the park with these drafts on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively speaking, you've lost a couple wide receivers this offseason in Dontavian Wicks and Romeo Doubs. You're hoping Christian Watson can hold up in his health. That's a big what if. He hasn't exactly been a picture thereof within. And Golden, it seems like a real cool prospect out there who could be exciting for them. And they've got another guy in Savion Williams who's worth watching as well. They do a good job with the receivers. Let's face it, Packers no receivers. But Tucker Kraft's coming off of that torn ACL. Their offensive line to me is kind of underperformed in recent years. Jordan Love hasn't exactly taken that final step. You have Josh Jacobs getting to that elder age in his career where running backs tend to kind of fall off the cliff a little bit. And he already maybe shown a little bit of slight signs of kind of slowing down last year, not even including the legal troubles that have now entered in the picture on that one. So I like the Packers. There's just so many questions they have and so many things that I'm worried about with that team a bit. It was hard to get fully sold on them as a team that was going to get to the playoffs or win more than 9 games, which is what they won last year, 9-7. And I don't think they're going to necessarily be a better team this upcoming season. In the NFC South, the Carolina Panthers, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Atlanta Falcons, Saints. This was another tough one to pinpoint, but I'm big on the Buccaneers. I think they bounced back. I like what they did in the draft. I like where their rosters kind of matured out into certain spots. Their offensive line's still a top-notch one at that, which I think can't be undersold there. Bengals, Browns, Vikings, Packers, Cowboys to start out. I think you can get easily have a 4-win start there to go out. Then you got the Steelers, Panthers, Falcons, Bears, Lions. I think, again, very eminently winnable games, not an incredibly tough schedule. I think they could go 5-1 in their own division, for instance, and then go find another, as I've got them at 12 wins, essentially go find another 7 wins out there throughout the rest of the league, be it Lions or the Bears, the the Browns out there, Bengals game. That'll be a fun opening week game, the Bengals in Tampa Bay. That's going to be a much watch on that one. But I do have them bouncing back. Love their depth. They're missing, as I've said earlier on the show with this, a lot of injuries last year that really affected them defensively. As you look at them now, Vita Vea, Ruben Bain, Kalijah Cansey down there on the defensive line. That's a lot more interesting than it's been in recent years for them. Linebacker, they brought in Josiah Trotter in there. They'll have Enzoli start, but Trotter's going to, I think, find his way in that lineup sooner than later. They've got some cornerbacks like Jacob Parrish, and Benjamin Morrison that they've drafted in recent years. Say nothing of Keontae Scott. So they've actually added some real talent in that secondary. They needed to develop. I'm making a guess here, and that is going to develop. But I just like what they've done there, and I'm not buying in quite on the New Orleans Saints hype. I like Tyler Show. He was unbelievable last year coming in there. Still think the roster is not quite up to snuff talent-wise. And I also think that Tyler's going to run into what was an issue with him throughout his time in college, which is that injuries I think are going to pop up. I'm not saying he's injury prone, but I think if you play this guy for a full season, you're going to see him probably get broken at one point or another, especially when he's going to be asked to carry so much of the load from the passing attack standpoint of things, like I think he's going to be in that New Orleans Saints offense. Atlanta, new coach, finding their way. What are they going to do at quarterback? Tua Tagovailoa, really? Carolina Panthers, another team I just can't quite buy in on. Last year to me felt like a little bit of fool's gold, felt like a little bit of a mirage. I think it was a cool season, but I think as well there's still some questions there on that team that have not been resolved throughout the course of this offseason. I think that they'll still probably win more games than they lose, but I just don't have them in the playoffs. Then we get to the final division here, and that's going to be the best division in football. Seattle Seahawks, Rams, 49ers, Cardinals. Who do I got? Well, I'm going to go with your Seattle Seahawks, the record of 13-4. And I think you all know my reasons behind this. Third youngest roster in the NFL to win a Super Bowl last year characterizes some of the strength of this roster. DVOA had this team as a top 10 all-time team in NFL history. DVOA has no dog in the fight. They're not Seahawks fans. They had Legion of Boom very well rated as well. Legion of Boom, those teams are not top 10 all-time teams. I think that there's a lot of metrics here that goes to show you that this team is going to be improved. And I've got them improving despite the fact that they are one less record better as far as what they spit out as far as 13 wins versus 14 wins. But I think they get the job done this year. I think that they're going to work off of a lot of motivation of people underselling them from last year, sort of throwing their Super Bowl away to luck or a fluke, to the crowning of the Rams. I think that gives you a bit of an extra motivational force to get around the maybe a little bit of complacency that might develop when you come out of winning a Super Bowl. I still think that the Rams are going to be very good. I've got them at 12-5. I think the 49ers are going to still be very good. I've got them at 11-6. Once again, the NFC West this upcoming season will produce. They will produce 3 playoff teams. And I will say that they are also going to produce 2 playoff wins minimum. But I think it's going to be more around like 4 or 5. So how's it go? How's this all going to play out, Brando? I'm glad you asked. Here's your playoff picture. Your AFC teams, your wild card teams, your NFC teams, here they go at it. Seattle Seahawks are the prospect of potentially having to play the Rams 3 times in like 5 or 6 weeks at that point, with the 2 at the end of the season. But I do have the Texans and Seattle emerging out of their separate conferences. Texans going at the Seattle Seahawks, 2 defenses, 2 great, probably the 2 best defenses in the sport next year, going after each other, showing you defense is not dead. And the Seattle Seahawks prevail, winning their 2nd Super Bowl title, bringing the trophy back home once again, beating down the Texans and proving the naysayers wrong one more time. That is the way I see this season playing out. I think the Seattle Seahawks have been completely undersold throughout this offseason. I think that more importantly, teams around the league are aware of how good they are, but they have not found a solution for how to deal with what we do. And part of that comes from, as I spoke about earlier in this show, you don't just have a very simplistic strategy that you're employing. You're not trotting out the same strategy every week. And here, one size fits all. You mold week in and week out how you're going to attack an opponent. And you have every way and every tool in your bag to attack them in that manner because you've built yourself so thusly. You need to go 3 wide receivers for a game because you have a team that's bad with cornerbacks. You got the horses to do it. You want to go heavy? You got the horses to do it. We want to trust our front 4 and not have to blitz because you're going up against a team like Stafford who will slaughter blitzes, and those teams that want to be hyper blitz in their approach. Fine, we'll run our front 4. We can trust them to get the job done. And hey, if we go up against a team that struggles against blitzes, then we can do that as well. And that there's no easy answer for that. There's no simple we'll just do this and that'll fix it all. No, it's complex. It's got a lot of layers. And Seattle's done a really good job of tactically building it in such a way. But I think the teams aren't, and people aren't really paying attention and understanding. And I think that just is going to lead the way more for that success to be perpetuated, elongated, continued. Love to hear what you guys think on this. Let me know here down in the chat. Give you guys a little bit of a couple of other extra items here that I wanted to pop up and show you, which is won't spend a lot of time on this, but this is always something I promise. So prepare to take maybe a couple of screenshots if you find yourself a fantasy football person. I don't really do quarterbacks, so I was just going to do a couple of the receivers and tight ends and whatnot on this. And the bottom guy's cut off there. My bad. But these would be the stud, duds, value-based running backs that I would say that you should probably try to target or not target in free agency or in your fantasy drafts. Let me say it right. Sorry, it's a little bit cut off there, so I'll read you guys the running back one. So it's going to be the bottom ones that are kind of cut off. There's Tony Pollard below Jordan Mason there at 13. So Jahmyr Gibbs, Robinson, Kyle Monangai, Javonte Williams, Kyron Williams, Jadarian Price, Breece Hall, David Montgomery, Travion Henderson, Rico Dowdle is not with Carolina anymore. I think it's with the Steelers, by the way. Mario Hampton, Jordan Mason, all guys that I would look to target, and Tony Pollard with the Titans, who's been a picture of productivity the last 4 years. The duds, these are not guys who necessarily I think are going to not produce, but for where you have to pick them, this is the key with these guys. For where you have to pick them and for maybe some of the injury risk, I would probably avoid Christian McCaffrey, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, Ashton Genty, Cameron Scatterbo, Woody Marks, Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet, Quinshon Judkins, Travis Etienne. He just got paid big by the Saints. Those guys don't have a great track record. RJ Harvey feels like somebody else at the running back room in there is going to overtake him, and maybe two guys overtake him there on the depth chart. Value finds. Isaiah Pacheco is now with the Detroit Lions. If anything happens with Jahmyr Gibbs, he becomes the number one running back. Emmanuel Wilson going to the Seattle Seahawks. I think that there's going to be some carries to be had for him there. Just a guy you can maybe find in later rounds that can help you out a little bit. Chris Rodriguez of Washington, who's been a quietly productive back here recently and is going to get some opportunities going to the Jacksonville Jaguars with him and Bashal Tutin, who I also have as a value find. Between those two guys, you could take one or the other a little bit later, and you're going to get a guy who's going to get a share of carries week in and week out. And sometimes the running back position, you're just trying to kind of cobble it together a bit. DJ Gideons is a guy I like since coming out of college. Jonathan Taylor gets moved tomorrow or something happens with Jonathan Taylor, who's had a lot of carries on his back. Gideons becomes the number 2 back there and fits right on in there, and you can really take advantage in that offense that run blocks really well. Wide receivers, we've got studs, Emeka Ibuka, Luther Burden, Tataroa McMillan, Michael Wilson, Jamar Chase, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Zay Flowers, Jalen Waddle are guys that I would point to as feel good about picking these guys. There's guys that I don't have on here like Puka Nacua. If you don't see a guy listed on here, it's just kind of I'm neutral on it. I think there's some to say where you got to pick them. I've got a first round guy we have to take. Is there a risk for this? Is there a risk for that? I'd be a little worried there. It wouldn't put them on to full on dud state, but the duds are just ones I'd be really just concerned with. Like willing to take them, but make sure you take them in the right place. Rome Odunze, DJ Moore, Cornell Tate. I know a lot of people are high on Tate, but it wouldn't shock me if Alec Ionamore kind of initially overtakes him a bit. Brian Thomas is getting stacked up a bit on the depth chart down there with Jacksonville. DK Metcalf is not a fit with Aaron Rodgers. We saw that last year. All of the Kansas City receivers would I avoid. Jerry Jeudy still can't catch a cold. Chris Olave's got concussion problems that scare me to death. And Tank Dell's coming off major reconstruction on the knee. Always want to be a little bit worried about those kind of players. Value finds, Jacoby Myers, Rashid Shaheed, Michael Pittman going to the Steelers, where I think he unlike DK, is a really good fit with Rodgers on Rodgers' back shoulder throw stuff. Pittman will work really well with that. He'll quickly become kind of a favorite of Rodgers, and this is partly why I say that you want to avoid a little bit of DK. Parker Washington, one of those quiet, hyper-productive receivers out there in Jacksonville. It's going to be part of the crew that helps to kind of keep, I think, at times, Brian Thomas from doing more on the field. Adonai Mitchell's now with the New York Jets. I think he'll be an interesting guy out there for them where, Garrett Wilson will get the share of the attention there and probably a lot of double teams, and Adonai is going to get a lot of one-on-one opportunities with Geno Smith slinging the rock. Tight ends, I think you are good with studs. Colston Loveland, Tyler Warren, Trey McBride, Harold Fannin. Jake Tonjes is going to be probably your de facto starter for a majority of the season for the San Francisco 49ers, and they use their tight ends. Juwan Johnson worked really well with Tyler Shaw when he was in there. I think they'll continue that. Chig Akanaku of tight end Tennessee will continue to be, I think, a really good young up-and-coming tight end. Rondé Gadsden burst on the scene. One thing we know about Miami and Mike McDaniel is that he will utilize a really good pass-catching tight end. He knows what to do with those unicorns. Dalton Schultz, I think, is going to be productive for the Texans, just steady. Mason Taylor is going to be good for the New York Jets, and Jake Ferguson with the Cowboys is always easy money. My duds, Travis Kelce, I know he's been doing it forever, and it seems like he can just do it every year, no matter what. He's going to put 750 yards up on the board, no matter what. But we don't know. I'm a little bit less certain if it's going to be the case here. He is getting up there, and it isn't over until it's suddenly over with that type of stuff. DJ Hawkinson doesn't look like the same player he was a couple of years ago. Kenyon Sadiq is a development guy to me. I think you got to wait on him to get him to a productive place. Tucker Kraft coming off an injury. Evan Ingram didn't quite mesh up last year with Denver. We'll see if it works this year. Kind of getting a little older. I'm not as sure on that. Andrews, similar, getting a little bit up there. Hunter, getting a little bit up there. These guys have been very productive, but this is the thing with fantasy is you just try to rely on guys. You can build in your mouth a little bit of some of the age. And I would be a little bit of a worry about with Elijah Arroyo until we've actually been able to see it on the field and him maintain that health. Value finds Brenton Strange with Jacksonville, Pat Fryermuth, Colby Parkinson with LA, Terrace Ferguson, also with LA. I don't know I put Eagles in there, but I think both those two tight ends are worthy of being targeted. I think the Rams are going to find some real specific ways to try to get Ferguson instilled into the offense. And then Gunnar Hill, also tight end that I liked from a couple of years ago. He's with the Titans, I think, as well, by the way. So I don't know why they've got him with the Cowboys here. I was putting these graphics together kind of fast. So those would be my picks in fantasy. You guys let me know what you guys think. If maybe I was off on that, or what you guys think about some of my picks here for the upcoming season as far as predictions go. I'd love to hear from you guys. I know I'm a little bit overdue here. I've been talking for a freaking hour. Let me get over to you guys here in the chat here and see what we got on the dono front and how you guys are feeling. We got Jose Garcia. Welcome on in. Thank you for becoming a new member of the channel, Jose. Appreciate you for doing that. War Chief, back into being a member as well. I know you've been there before on that, so thank you for dropping back in as a member on the channel. Please do join up today, folks. Got some great membership benefits for you folks on that side of it. War Chief, thank you for the $5 donation. I'm ready for this season. It's turning out to be another perfect setup for us. NFL doubts us again. Except us. We get to be the underdogs again. Let's go. You're picking up what I'm putting down. And it's not to me empty talk. It's a kind of a sense thing. And I go back to a discussion I had on the roundtable last year where everybody's arguing about pressure. And I felt like that Seattle Seahawks team last year at no point in time felt pressure. You're the first bet. You're number one seed. First bye. Pressure's on you. You mess this up. Mess this up as the third youngest roster in the NFL. And we just started our run. That's not pressure. That's like, nobody thought we should be here, and we're here. And it's like the same energy of Willy Wonka when he's coming in there with all the people that like fix the game to get a golden ticket. And he just happened to be handed one. He's like, I wasn't expected to be in here. I'm just doing what I'm doing. And then suddenly he finds himself as the guy that wins the game at the end of it. You know, it's like that kind of spirit and energy. And Seattle's kind of was last year. The Willie was the, whatever that kid's name was in the story, to the Wonka of hand of the game. So I get the same kind of feeling, and the way the Rams have been crowned over and over throughout this offseason. I mean, crowned even before the Myles Garrett trade, crowned after the McDuffie thing, how it's been had our faces and the players in a lot of ways had their faces rubbed in the fact that, oh, last year was such a fluke. Really, it's just a 2-point play is the only reason that you guys did what you did. I mean, really, you've been kind of, for being a champion, you've had your nose kind of pushed in that like a puppy with, you know. I think that's got to have a bit of an effect. And if there's any, as I say, that complacency that might have set in gets a little bit maybe sometimes superseded by that. Like, oh, they thought what you guys did wasn't legit. Oh, they thought what you guys did was a flash in the pan. Oh, really? Okay. So we'll see on that. But I like the position we're in, where I don't feel pressure on this team. I don't feel like you've got the crosshairs on you. I feel like the crosshairs are on the 49ers. Or a variety of other teams that are getting kind of talked about. We're kind of forgotten about in the mix a little bit. And it's a good place to be. I like this. I like the underdog spot, man. Worked out great for us last year. Oh, long this coming in. You've dropped big time donos in the past, and you come in with another lays down a monster. $50 donation from our guy. Thank you for that, my man. appreciate you. Very, 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 very kind of you along this. It's good to see you in the house too, man. Says, can I send you a signed Aaron Donald number 99? Your wall looks a little bit monochromatic. Well, Seahawks did help out a lot of his Hall of Fame career by never double teaming him. I get that's sacrilege along this. That would be blasphemous on my part. But I will say, like, the amount we allowed that guy to eat under our watch, probably should. Damn near put him in the Hall of Fame ourselves with our blocking techniques. I am not putting an Aaron Donald jersey up behind me. No. I do appreciate the $50 donation. And congrats on it, man. He's coming out of retirement. So the Rams are going to get their Aaron Donald impact here. There's just no doubt about it at this point from my perspective. But or little doubt. Very tiny, insignificant amount of doubts. But no, it's going to have to remain monochromatic. Maybe what I'll do along this is I'll do one of the throwbacks. I'll do one of the, not throwbacks. We'll do one of the rivalry jerseys. That'll spice it up a little bit along this. We'll get a rivalry up on the backdrop. Can I send you a Donald jersey? You knew the answer on that one. Come on now. I appreciate you though, man. $50 drop. That's really kind of you. And like I said, you dropped a bunch before in the past in this channel. I really do appreciate it. Your guys' support is really welcome and really helpful in allowing this channel to be able to do what it gets to do. Mar Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. If the Seahawks were to win the Super Bowl this season, or while Sam was quarterback, would he be a Hall of Fame candidate, or would his early years count against him? I think there's a couple things to think about with this. I think first off, there's been plenty of quarterbacks that have gotten into the Hall of Fame essentially kind of because they just won 2 Super Bowls. Brian Griese did not have, to me, an illustrious career. I mentioned this, Martin, like if you look at the stats, Sam Darnold is going to pass by Brian Griese this year. Like he's going to hit the guy that's in the Hall of Fame. Sam's passing by him right now. And Griese played in a different era. There was less games played at that time. There's some reasons there. There was a different type of game in the way that was played. But yeah, there are guys, I think Eli Manning might get in there eventually here soon enough too. That there is a little bit of this sort of semi-standard in place of guys that are kind of good but not great quarterbacks that won 2 Super Bowls that will put him because they won these 2 Super Bowls. I do think that he would have to do more with Sam. I don't know if it's as much of that it'd be the early career would be held against him at that point, as much as it would be that you need the longevity aspect of things. And that we are getting to a spot where there's kind of like what happened to the running back position a couple of years ago, where running back, you used to be 10,000 yards, hit 10,000, you're in the Hall of Fame. But then it started to be that a lot of guys hit 10,000 yards and it wasn't as much a special mark anymore. And those guys didn't necessarily get in the Hall of Fame. And so I think the same thing starts to happen a bit here with the quarterback position, where the old rules of what would get you in don't necessarily get you in today. You need this in addition to that. And so Sam probably has to put together another 3 or 4 years of real high level play to be with the 2 Super Bowl championships to get himself into that kind of consideration. Ooh, Long This coming in with another $20 dono. Let's go, Long This. 2 big dono drops from a Rams fan in the chat today. What? You're awesome, man. Thank you for that $20 drop, Long This. Let's go. He says, I bet there's a guy in Phoenix, let's call him Mike, that believes the Cards are being disrespected and thinks it's his job to defend his team. Winning a Super Bowl doesn't make a streamer smarter. I bet there's a guy in Phoenix, let's call him Mike, that believes the Cards are being disrespected, thinks it's his job to defend his team. Okay, so I'll try to translate this Long This. I mean, you can definitely you don't have to put a donation. You can just put it in the chat if this is a reference that I'm doing this. I don't know if that is, because Mike's not. You know what I mean? I talk to Mike every week, so I know exactly what Mike thinks about his cards and what he thinks about the upcoming season and what he thinks about people and their outlook of the cards. I don't think he thinks they're being disrespected. I don't think that even we're necessarily being disrespected. If I said that, I don't think I said that, as much as I think that people are just underselling us and they're calling things, and it's not even, me looking at disrespect that isn't there. It's been readily apparent at every turn this offseason that people and over again ad nauseum have said fluke, luck, 2-point conversion. I mean, every week there's another national. Schefter was out just 2 weeks ago pushing this whole narrative forward. And yeah, I think that when you hear that for a whole off season as Super Bowl champions, it's not necessarily a feeling of disrespect, but it's a feeling of, I've never seen this happen with a Super Bowl champion ever, that people go, well, that was luck. That was fluke. You guys really shouldn't have won it. I mean, you weren't really, like, we did more than earn it. As far as I don't know if, like, you're taking a shot at me with winning a Super Bowl doesn't make a streamer smarter. I was the guy riding with this team, telling people how good this team was when everybody was saying that this team was going to be shit last year along this. So I was pretty smart in my prognostication of outlook for this team and how good they were going to be. I was pretty smart in my prognostication of Sam Darnold before he proved it a single throw on the football field just in training camp. That's kind of always the thing that bugs me with this long this is it's like, there's a little bit of this thing of like, well, streamer smarter. Like, yeah, my track record's really good. And shouldn't that factor into it? I don't know if this is necessarily you trying to take a shot at me or somehow for this in this way with it, but like, it does seem that with you making the reference of winning a Super Bowl doesn't make a streamer smarter. But I don't even get where the whole tenor of this comes from, to be honest with you. I don't know if you're trying to disagree with me that Seattle has somehow been handed kind of the low hat this offseason, as I think that this has been pretty commonly understood. Rams have been crowned this upcoming year over and over again in every stop. You just had a pundit this last week saying Seattle's going to go on to a 7-win season this year. You had Vegas last year at 7.5 wins. Like, it is a little weird as a Super Bowl winning team that there's so many people that are looking at your team and going, yeah, kind of just waving a hand at it. But okay. I appreciate the donations, man. I do. I'll send it anyway. Well, I appreciate the donations. I would love to hear from you in the chat, man, to maybe have you elaborate a little bit of this, because people like to sometimes throw little wayward shots, and then it's a little bit of, I want to have the back and forth as much as to understand where people are coming from on this. So I thank you for all of the donations. I'm a little perplexed in regards to your deal. Mike doesn't feel at all that the Cards are being disrespected. His team is trying to tank this season. He understands his team's trying to tank this season. He's accepted that, and he understands why they're doing it. I think he thinks that they maybe potentially can do something, but I don't think that he looks at them as being like, we're going to be great this year and nobody's seen us coming and everybody. So it's even in the first part of your phrase, there isn't a truth. And I know it's not a truth because I literally talk to the guy every week and know his thoughts are on that. Peter Type Christian, thank you for 6 months as a Hawks Nest member. JSN DPOY. Jackson's, that's right, the Defensive Player of the Year trophy. There's another deal. We win awards, they can't even get the engraving of the trophies right. Murph not being ranked for DT. People still underselling our defense. Underselling Sam in his second year. More familiar players can't wait. Yeah, that's just what it's felt like. I mean, more than it being a disrespect thing, it's just being overlooked thing. And as was mentioned up above by War Chief on this, I don't look at it as necessarily a bad thing. I think that there's a tendency to come off of winning a Super Bowl and pressure starts to mount on your team because you're like, well, everybody's going to treat us like the champion every week. We got to bring that energy with it. And everybody's going to be, all eyes of the nation are on us to see if we can kind of do this again. And now the pressure, that's where you usually have that pressure there. But when everybody is telling you that all these other teams are going to be better than you guys, and that last year what you guys did was kind of just that flash in the pan, I don't know if it pushes that much pressure back on the players in the same way. We'll see with it. We'll see with it. But yeah, there's been some things this offseason where it's been a little bit, you're touching on it. I forgot about the JSN DPOY trophy, but it hasn't been a little bit strange. I'll give you that. Ski Nation, thank you for the $10 donation, Ski Nation. I find it wildly immature to think that a 71-year-old billionaire sports fan would spike by a team to intentionally ruin them. Who thinks like that? Certainly not someone who makes it to his level. Yeah, I don't think it makes any sense whatsoever the more you think about it. I get the knee-jerk reaction to it when you hear Niner owner buying Seahawks. That's going to cause a knee-jerk. But then when you think about it and understand, okay, just bought it, only 3%, and you kind of think about this a little more and how much you got to spend. Like, this ain't just $200 million off a guy that's got $100 billion. This is a guy that's spending a significant portion of his income to buy this team. And that's that in itself means that you got skin in the game, to your point, Ski Nation, to where you're not just going to do stuff like that. It makes no sense whatsoever. And again, people come up with things that they worry and get concerned about. And you got to ask yourself, if I'm worried or concerned about this thing and it's never occurred in human history before, is it really a valid concern? Has there ever been an owner, and in not just football, baseball, basketball, NHL, has there ever been an owner who has spite bought, to use Ski's term, a team just merely to sabotage them? This isn't Major League, the movie, right? Where the woman inherits her husband's team. She wants to move the team out of the deal and da-da-da-da-da. We're not talking about that. And that hasn't, that's kind of occurred with guys like Clay Bennett and what they've done. But that's not what this guy's doing here. It's not even close to what he would be doing here. Not even by the people that are saying that it would be a spite buy and he's going to sabotage. He's not sabotaging to move him. He's be sabotaging to help the Niners win. It doesn't add up. And I think people are gotta let that one, go a little bit. But yeah, it's being pushed out there a bit, Ski Nation. You're not wrong about that, man. Thank you for the donations, though. Appreciate you. And you touch on a good point. Someone that's driven and motivated through 71 years of their life in a certain way to find their success on the back of a certain mindset is not going to reverse that mindset at 71 years old suddenly and fall flat on their face with a dumb mindset that doesn't serve to help anybody out. Even if he was sabotaging, I was saying last night on the show, even if he was sabotaging the Seahawks, it still wouldn't mean that it was a guarantee at that point that it certainly wouldn't be a guarantee at that point that you're getting the Niners through, right? There is still the Ram, there still is the rest of the NFC, there still is the AFC. Thank you for the donations, though. Let's pop over to you guys in the chat. Trying to see if I can understand along this. Maybe I misunderstood you a little bit on that. If I can find a... Starbucks jersey's coming. You got to find my address first. You Ski. Martin with another $5. Thank you for that, Martin. How I see it, the Rams have better starters overall, but Seahawks have the better roster depth. Everything's on the table until we're not in contention. Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think that these are two very even teams. I think these are going to, once again, be the two best teams in the NFL. And when you're trying to parse between two teams that are so close and the two teams that are then also so good above everybody else, it does get hard. I think that there's some clear places of advantages from one to the other, and we'll see which advantage ends up winning out. I think, like you say, the Rams have built more of the advantage to the front side, to the starter side of things, where collectively speaking, our starters are going to be just collectively maybe better than your starters by just a little bit. But then the Seattle Seahawks do have, I think, significantly better depth across the board. And we got to factor in as well the special teams angle of this, because I think there's also two divergent differences between the two and how they roll those things. And these will be I think there's not going to be a myriad of like 10 things, Martin, that sort of decide between Rams and Seahawks on how this stuff plays out. I think there'll be hard-lined ways of, Puka's going to make his plays. Seahawks defense is going to do its stuff. Sam will make a couple plays within this on this here. It's going to be more of these other things that kind of specific items to me that come out and see how they play themselves out. How does the depth advantage, how does the special teams advantage potentially overcome the starter advantage? And that's the part, that'll be as much the fun part of the season to watch that, go back and forth, especially as we play the games later on in the year, where that what I would call a little bit of thin depth with the Rams is most likely to be most exposed when you're going to actually have sustained the injuries by that point. But it makes it a very interesting part of the season as far as in consideration, Martin. And you're right. Everything's on the table as far as you got money to spend, 12 draft picks right now for next year's draft. You've got cap space for days. You can do whatever move you want to do, but you can afford to sit and wait if you want to wait. You can jump right now if you want to jump. I think John's in a very good position where he doesn't have to feel pressured into a corner, but sort of like I'm standing at the forefront of a fork with a lot of different roads in front of me. And I don't even have to necessarily take the road right now. I could take a particular road right now and then take an off ramp and get on another highway over here in this direction later on. And if I was John, that'd be a big push for me, would be a little bit of trying to maintain a little bit of patience on this rather than feeling like I've got to just keep up with everybody and hammer hard right now. Instead, kind of give it some time to breathe a little bit. Thank you, Martin. Appreciate the donation. All right, let's check in with you guys in the chat. Appreciate you guys watching today. If you can for me, hit that like button. Also want to, if I can really quickly here, just want to put a thank you out to the sponsor of the show, which is going to be Prize Picks. Prize Picks, America's #1 sports app. #1 out there. They got so many options, so many selections. Mariners got a win today. You could have taken advantage by getting the over on there. You could have had the homer there for a Rosarina. Get that over on that side of it. Go out there and win your money. Put some of that sports knowledge to the test. We know the Mariners about to heat up. It's inevitable. Mid-July is right when they start to crank it up. Takes a little bit longer for things to heat up here, Pacific Northwest. But take advantage today with that. Get in the weekly, daily fantasy if you want. You can get the seasonal picks out there. I've been posting this where I've got JSN over 1,300 yards and Jacoby Myers over 750 yards on the season as far as those seasonal picks that you can get in there. You can also get in on the game action as far as just the over and unders, or as far as games, who wins, who loses. If you want to pick that, that's what I'm saying. They got a lot of different options. Which way you want to pick, how you want to select, they let you select it. So take advantage today. And when you use my code HMA, you do a $5 lineup with that HMA code. They'll put $50 in your account. You can click the link down in the description section below. It'll take you right there to the app, and they'll get that clicked in there for that promo code of HMA. Take advantage of that today. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do see their site for details. And yes, I know in the state of Washington, there are some limitations, but if you use it in a casino, outside the casino, there's still some holdbacks, but if you're in a casino, you can use the app in full at that point, go whole hog wild at that point all the way, and take advantage of this code at the same time. Big shout out to them. Please remember to gamble responsibly, and thank you for you guys for using the code. If you do have something you want me to respond to, if just as a note, Hawks Nest, B, Brando, I know we have a lot of interdiscussion at times in the chat, so I just try to look for where I've got mentions of that you guys want me to respond, or you have a question for me in that way. I do appreciate y'all watching today. Hope everyone's having a great day. Beck's arm is for real. I wouldn't say I would say Beck's arm's for real, Seahawks Daddy. I mean, it might be more than Nussmeier's, but Beck does not have a strong arm. Trying to see if I can find. I remember who we had in this last draft for quarterbacks. Yeah, like Drew Aller or Talon Green would have had stronger arms than Beck. But does he beat out Nussmeier? Does he beat out Klubnik? Does he beat out Simpson? Maybe. Mendoza? I don't know about, I would love to know how you got there on Beck, man, Seahawks Daddy. My evaluation was nowhere. I watched this guy for a couple of years, and I don't know how I can get there with it. I mean, Miami's whole offense with them was check down city. So I don't even know where you get the arm strength thing because everything was bubble screens, and I'm just going to throw these little throws into the flat, and then we're going to run the ball over and over. Three guns deep. You touch on, man. That's that depth thing. You lose the depth, and you just don't have the guys to call upon behind them. And now that you've made your Garrett move here a little bit, it's not like you're sitting on future draft capital you can toss around and feel comfortable with. Yeah, Seahawks Daddy, I think that's where, to me, this is one of the real key points in talking, about this with this the channel, and that we've had an opportunity to see this play out on our back doorstep. And we had it play out a couple of different times. We had it play out with Russell Wilson at the end, and then we had it play out with Geno Smith when he came in here. And then you can have a quarterback come in with a very tough mentals and really willing to take hits and be strong in the pocket and deliver balls even as he's getting waylaid. But you take that quarterback over a 2-year period and you take him through the torture chamber of craptastic offensive lines that get him beat up on a weekly basis, and you get him 2 years down the line, and you start to have a different version of the quarterback that you had originally seen 2 years prior, where he showed such flash and dash. And what I've been taught with the Russell Wilson and Geno, and watching a couple other situations throughout my lifetime, the Carr experience out there, remember the old Cars with Houston and what happened to him, where they got him destroyed in his career. What I've been taught about from that is that there's two things that happen. The first thing that happens is that a quarterback becomes dissolved, that they become reduced over that time period. The second thing that happens is that the fans invariably fully blame that player for that occurring. That there is never any math that then is put back onto the offensive line for the reduction of play, or for the fact that the guy looks mentally having some issues as far as like, wow, it's like he's a World War vet that's given some PTSD stuff going on here. What's going on with this guy? And I've said for years on this, not just as a Johnny come lately, but for literally for almost since starting this channel, that we've got to be aware of this when evaluating the quarterback position. And that if we're just putting the blame game solely at the feet of the quarterback when the organization has failed them, we're not assessing properly that quarterback. I don't think CJ Stroud's an improved year because the last 2 years, Houston has not properly set the stage for him to play his position. Outside of him being a superhero, and even a superhero for the position behind that offensive line, with the reduction he had with the skill position players on the outside, because he's had injuries to his receivers too over and over again. Like, these things are going to impact the quarterback play no matter what the defense is doing. And you throw in the average to below average at the running back position on top of it all, and it's not being set up for a lot of success there, especially when you toss on the final layer being that they don't exactly have a tried and true offensive system in there. He's on to his second offensive coordinator. So it's one where it is something that's being said out there. Seahawks Daddy, you're not alone in saying it. It's just that this is one where, to me, we got to be careful when we make these kind of assessments on these kind of guys, when we don't take that stuff into account, because that guy goes on to another spot, he goes and takes off, and then everybody's like, oh, he learned his game. He finally learned how to, he finally grew and evolved. It's like, did he grow and evolve, or did you just take him out of the crap environment that he'd been structured in? And in my years watching, it's one of those lessons I've kind of learned with time of like, oh yeah, it's more about that first stop just being bad or them doing things improperly. And what they do with Stroud, but they had Stroud land in the lap in the draft. They didn't consider, do we have the right offensive system? Do we have an offensive line? Do we got skill? They just take him. We'll figure it all out later. And this is what happens when you figure it all out later. You end up 2 years down the line with a quarterback that looks kind of broken. You questioning yourself whether or not you really have the guy. Instead, really, it all began with put the guy in a position to succeed as much as you can. And definitely don't put him in a position of failure if you can't put him in the position to succeed. And that's what I think Houston has done the past couple of years, in my opinion. It's just my opinion on that one, though, Daddy. Appreciate it. Will there be any predictions on Moneyline? Just curious. Oh yeah, we'll be doing the prize pick picks throughout the year this year, Andrew, for sure. Or the Broncos do anything for agency? They didn't do a lot in free agency, but they didn't lose a lot, if anything. And then they were able to bring in Jalen Waddle. And the thing to remember, I was thinking about this with Waddle and the Broncos the other night, is there could be a little bit of wonder with Waddle of receiver you got to manufacture some production for at times with him, of whether or not they're going to be able to get something that out of him, right? Because it's not just go run the route and win. You know, at times with him, it's a little bit of like work things around. When was the last time Sean Payton in his coaching life has ever had a really talented wide receiver that he hasn't maximized to the ultimate? I just don't see it not happening here. I got the Bengals winning the division too there. Thank you, Charlie. Saying the edge, if the Hawks control the division race early and LA doesn't have a shot at the NFC West, Darnold has already expressed not having the fire for football. Guy doesn't want to be at training camp. Yeah, we'll see on it, man. I mean, it's all indications seem to be he is going to be there. And I don't think it necessarily is that we're getting the old Donald at that point. He's been out of the game for a couple of years, but it helps him, It definitely doesn't hurt. Thank you, S, for reminding me on that, William. Yeah, please do hit that like button if you get a chance, folks. It does help out the channel. How are we seeing the Seahawks in the NFC West? I think you get 2 against the Cardinals, and then I think you get both wins against the Niners and you split with the Rams. Charlie, who wins championship first, Mariners or Bengals? Tough question. Probably the Mariners, because baseball will get their salary cap instilled here in the next couple of years, and that'll be more of a leveling of the playing field at that point. Jack says you have to be a fool to doubt this team at this point. Anyone who does just doesn't understand how this team runs. You think these guys who took the trophy home aren't seeing the disrespect? I think they are, man. I think it's going to be a motivational force. And I think I love seeing it because it's hard to have a team that wins a championship. Bucky Brooks talked about this week in one of his big points of assessment for why he was projecting the Seahawks to 7 wins and saying that complacency takes place. That you just have this natural, we did it, we got it done. Do I really want to drop the energy again to do this again? Well, if people are questioning your prior championship or people questioning your legitimacy of getting it done, yeah, it can be a bit of an extra sport, especially when they're doing that they're doing it at the cost of the putting the limelight over on your rival, on the team in your division, not a team out there in the AFC like the Chiefs that they're crowning, but your rival they're doing it to. You just can't help but think that there is a bit of a motivational force to it, even if it's just a little bit. Thank you, Seahawks Daddy. Always got to give some bold picks here. Yobi, you put Price as a Falcon. I was kind of putting these things together, and they might not have done a good job on. Sometimes I'm using some of the AI stuff. I'm putting this together, and it's not always probably great. I didn't think it had him as a. Where's it at? No, I got him on here as a Seahawk. I got him on there as a Hawk. My running back one. Yeah. No, I had him as a Seahawk in here. I had it right. Got a couple other things wrong on this slide, but not that. Yeah, I was grabbing the slide. I was trying to get it automatically put together. I'm trying to use the AI stuff as much as I can to just try to speed the workload up and be able to get more content out with you guys. And it's not always, it's still coming along and it's use on it, but it's for the better to be able to use it. It helps for me to be able to put better content together. So they're little tiny things, but the brass tacks on those players is still, the guys that are studs, I'd say go after. The guys that are duds, don't go after. And the ones that are value, tack them in the right spot. Odunze could have a 2026. I do worry a little bit of Odunze running in the same problem that Marvin Harrison ran into with Kyler Murray. I'm a great on-script wide receiver. I've got great ball skills. Throw me trust balls in the right spot with some pinpoint accuracy, and I can go up there and I can high point it, and I can win contested catch and contact catch situations over and over and over again. And you pair that guy then with the guy that wants to live off script and it needs more of kind of the quick guys that can just kind of flip their hips in space, get into their secondary route and get down the field. And that's not as much of Odunze's game. And so I look at it as more of the mismatch there, Chris, as much as I do think Rome is a really good player. And I think that he can still be a really good receiver in this league. It's just it's the fit with Caleb that throws me off a little bit there. That's the one I'm having a hard time with, as far as, especially when you're talking about where you're going to probably have to draft Rome, because everyone's going to anticipate him being the number one guy there, if not Luther Burden. And so you go, well, he'll go very high then in these drafts. And there's a little bit of risk there from my standpoint on it. Charlie Agorn, Parkinson might not make the Rams team. If they're going to try to cut his salary, that's a possibility. But I think the Rams are going to have all of these guys in the roster. Parkinson will be on the roster, Ferguson, Claire, and Higbee. They'll keep 4 because they're going to be committed to wanting to run the 13 personnel, Charlie. I mean, they ran at the highest rate in the National Football last year. So would you want to run that and only then rock 3 tight ends onto the roster at any one given time? And Davis Allen was essentially that 4th guy last year. So Davis is the guy that probably gets cut. But I will acknowledge Parkinson makes more than Allen. That might be a thing that can push through. The thing I'm leaning on to why that doesn't go that way is that Parkinson gives you a little bit more catching ability than when you get out of Davis Allen, and he's every bit the blocker that Davis Allen is. So you are going backwards talent-wise, and then you're being only left with then Higbee as the only guy on the roster that is really an inline guy outside of maybe Allen, who, again, you don't trust as a pass catcher at all. So it does get a little sticky if they go that route, but it's possible. Gonna stop the ag graphics. Yeah, I don't think that they're to me on these. I would just offer you Worst Street. I get a lot of pushback from people that say on I'll use AI in my thumbnails, which I don't use it fully for AI. I include real assets in how I build my thumbnails. And I do see a lot of this thinking out there with don't use AI graphics, don't use none of these graphics have any wrong information on this. Let's go over these again with this Worst Tree. None of these have anything on them that are not the play. I'm saying you can target these players and you can get caught on a logo over here. And I don't want to then not create this graphic because they have Kenneth Walker on the Seahawks still on the deal. If you can't do the math on that, I don't know what to say on that one. It's pretty straightforward. But I do get a lot of this weird thing where people are kind of don't use AI for it. Guys, you don't have to care by any means. You don't need to care in the least. But folks in my position work really hard, a lot of hours. And if I have a methodology of approach that allows me to be more efficient in my workflow and be able to allow me to then produce more content for you guys, I'm going to do that. And if you're kind of in a bundle about the AI stuff on this and you're no thumbnails, because what you guys really are telling me at that point is, no, you should work every bit of those hours, even more so. That's what you do to not do that. I'm not doing that. I'm going to utilize technology as humanity has for the last 100 years, where it's making advances to make your workflow more efficient, make your process more efficient. There's going to be bumps in the road on that, Worst Tree. And I'd ask you to walk and roll with me on those. But that's where we're at. This is where it's going. And I do see the pushback there, but it's people that are at the time of the combustion engines going, you stay on the horses, man. That's all mechanical. That's not natural. It's unnatural. It's an abomination. I get the thinking a little bit, but this stuff helps and it makes it better. And allows you to build more and do more. And that's what, the point of it would be. We're going to done 10,000 yards for running back should get you in. That's a special career. How many running backs have 10,000 yards? Good question. So you have the line right now. Right now in NFL history, there are 32 players who have over 10,000 yards in NFL history rushing. And Ricky Williams, Otto Anderson, Marshawn Lynch. I don't think Tiki Barber's in there, is he? Yeah, Tiki Barber's not in there. Thomas Jones, Jamal Lewis, Ricky Running Waters, Warwick Dunn, LaShawn McCoy. Started getting some names like OJ Simpson and Riggins, Steven Jackson. You know, there's a good number of guys at 10,000 that aren't in. And there's a lot of guys that are even at the 9,000 mark or right near that spot of Joe Perry, Matt Forte, Clinton Portis, Sean Alexander, Ahmad Green. You know, there's some guys in there in that spot too. So it's there's just so many guys that start to stack up and it starts to devalue the impact of the 10,000 yards. It's more of now it's 12,000 yards is kind of the line now, where if you're at 12,000 and above, you're in there and you're a Hall of Famer for sure. But that'll be the new line probably. Receiver will probably be kind of somewhat similar. Dan Schneider had skin in the game. Yeah, it was the wrong skin. Seahawks fan one, the Hawks Nest. Regarding ownership, I'm more worried about Neil than Niru because he's controlling owner in like 10 years because his parents are old. Yeah, you never know. I mean, that's the part of this that I say that, a lot of us people that are looking at this are trying to analyze it and tell you guys what's going to happen and what we know is going to be the case of how this will play off. But the real reality of it is everything is going to be a bit of a guessing game, until you see a guy own it, until you see people from the outside coming in own it and how they go about their business and what their motivation is. It is a bit of a guessing game on this. And I think it's valid to have some concerns on what the long-term outlook of this is going to be, especially when you factor in things like the stadium issue that could come into play in that same 10-year period where he wants to push for it. The city doesn't want to do jack squat. Okay, well, now what happens? Now, which way did this go? As we're watching teams throughout the America here being moved, not simply out of their city, but out of state in order to get a new stadium built. So I think that's worthy of being concerned about on that side. I mean, there's a part of this that I think is, I think the part that I just say is just the saboteur angle of this, where people have been living on a little bit of like, the guy's coming in here to set detonation devices in the Renton facility or something, like, come on, on that. But that one's definitely valid, I'd say. Fimi OG Hawks member, thank you for the $2 donation. When was the last time the Seahawks had a 99 overall? I got to think that it was probably Richard Sherman, as he was on the cover during his run, of course, the Legion of Boom era. So I would expect that the two that we know, I think, in Madden history that have been there have been Sherman in the year that he was on the cover, and then Sean Alexander the year that he was on the cover. But to your point, aside from that, who have we had that have been a 99? Maybe Walter back in the day. I'll tell you that would probably be just about it. Yeah, maybe Bobby. Bobby might have given it. I don't know if I ever saw him at 99. Martin, did you see my membership chat? Did I miss it, Martin? Oh, I did miss that one. I'm sorry, man, Martin. My bad. Appreciate you for being an 18 months as a Hawks Nest member. Is our offense taking a step back a big concern? So for me, it's not. I will say though that I find myself, Martin, being in a place that's a little bit of maybe I'm a little bit on an island on this one because it's been brought up to me by a variety of folks, and there's a lot that have concern with this. And when you have a guy in Fleury that's never technically called plays before, it is one where you don't know what you're exactly going to get. I've said here a little bit that I think the Jadarian Price is being set up for as much success as any first round running back over the last 30 years in NFL history. He's being put into the best possible environment of any of those backs. You can take Adrian Peterson going to the Vikings, Marshawn Lynch going to the Buffalo Bills, Bijan Robinson going to the Falcons, Saquon Barkley going to the Giants. We go we go structure by he's got the best spot. Likewise, Martin, I don't think that there's been an offensive coordinator over the last year that's been put into a better situation for success, especially a first-time coordinator, than Fleury. He's getting to go to an offense that's returning every one of their starters on offense, save for that running back, who you've reinforced the depth behind, who you've got a guy in Charbonnet that had 200 carries last year and was very effective in that secondary role behind him. And you had drafted your first-round running back to replace him, so you definitely dealt with it. You put resources to getting it figured out. You got all of your starters you're returning. You're returning all of basically the depth behind them. From wide receiver to tight end to offensive line, all of the depth is coming back. So you have all the continuity, all of the talent that was there from last year and what it is being a very effective offense. You've got the defense that's going to get their share of stops to give them those opportunities to where they don't have to play perfect. They don't have to score 1 million points to win football games necessarily. I just think that it really is not a big concern for me or even a real major concern for me. I think if you had lost some offensive pieces, if Fleury was bringing in a whole staff anew, like he's all new offensive staff, new offensive line coach, no Benton here, all new. If it was that reality, then I would say it is a big concern. But when you have all of that continuity and all of that structure in place, and he can just come in here and remembering the final point on this being that, Martin, he's not changing from this offense to that offense. We're not going from an outside zone to a gap spaced offense that's going to be spread conceptually. You're going from outside zone to outside zone. You're going from a Shanahan acolyte to another Shanahan acolyte. And with that, that should allow for the continuity to continue all the way down the line and to the play calling itself. There'll be some differences. Could there be some minor bumps in the road? Sure. But I just can't see this guy failing when he's set up this much for success. Likewise with Jadarian Price. It isn't even a representation of how good I'm expecting Jadarian Price to be as a running back. It's more of my faith that if I put a supporting structure together that's so uniformly helpful and without any real major holes, that support structure can help things out, can help supplemental parts out, like a rookie running back learning his way, for instance, or a new offensive coordinator in his first time learning his way. I think that stuff helps you in a unique way that other teams don't tend to have in their back pocket. When we're looking at like other offensive coordinators taking on jobs throughout the league, Martin, I'm going to a bad spot. I'm going to a spot without much talent. I'm going to a spot where somebody probably failed prior to my landing there. I may not have the talent in the room now when I come in here. This is good talent, but this talent doesn't fit what I run. Maybe we got a bad team in general. Defense is going to cause them to be scored upon constantly. Me and my offense has got to score upon constantly, meaning I just can't just run my offense naturally. I have to score. Or he's not going to be inhibited by any of these things that most OCs going into spots would be inhibited by. A new OC building a new staff. I got to build my whole new first staff. How do I do that? Who do I call? Who do I bring over? I can't just bring over the offensive players from San Francisco. He doesn't have to worry about that. You already got him here. It's taken care of, Mr. Fleury. We've handled that, Mr. Fleury. That's been taken care of for you, Mr. Fleury. So it's just it's such a unique situation in that way that he's coming to, that the general rule of thumb of what other OCs tend to deal with, Martin, down the line on that, it's just not a tit for tat in any way. It's a wholly different ball game in what he's getting to deal with here than what most OCs have to walk into. Walter Jones, the only 99 in Seahawks history. Wow, they put Sean and Richard on the covers and they didn't give him 99s. That seems kind of like, Okay, you guys are with me on the Beck stuff. I was thinking, man, am I just misseeing the Beck tape? Because I saw a lot of his tape and I did not see a strong arm. Chris says accurate, yes. Strength, no. Okay, you guys are with me on that. Megan, hey y'all, Hawks Nest. Like for heading out to play some Lorcana. Hey, how's a good having a good time with that, Megan? Hope you get some wins. Devo Jerry Jones has been sabotaging his own team. Well, that's true. He has been. Not on purpose, though. It's been by accident. Martin Beer Brando. The team had to be sold and Jody had to accept the highest bid. It looks like the potential new owners could be a good fit. Is the pushback down to just the 49ers Association? I think it's two things, Martin. It is the 49ers Association, and it's the lack of a local group buying the team or somebody local buying the team. We're a fan base in Seattle beyond the Seahawks, a fan base in Seattle that is traumatized by a history of people coming in and trying to constantly steal our sports franchises. So you can't bemoan or you can't, not understand that folks in Seattle are going to be a bit sensitive to this, rightfully so. So you have a guy from the outside buying the team and he's also a Niner owner. That's kind of a double dip of like, ouch and ouch, as far as just on the surface of it. Doesn't mean that it's going to resonate any deeper than that. But on the surface of it, it's a little bit of a, I don't like that. That doesn't taste very good. So I think it is those two things. And you can't undersell the movement angle of it. The dirty deeds these owners have done coming in. Ken Behring, Jeff Smullian, Clay Bennett. It's been, not only do these guys come in trying to move the team, they come in and move the team in the dirtiest of fashion, the most underhanded, we're not going to give you a chance to retain your team even though you love them kind of way. And that's definitely going to make some people a little bit, a bit punchy about this stuff. Catalyst is Stroud has no run game, bad pass protection, and consistent injuries at wide receiver. That's it. Quarterbacks, and what's happened is we've gone through this era of the superhero quarterbacks, and so I think it has sometimes slanted the mindset of people when they look at quarterback position. And when quarterbacks fail, I think what's become human nature, and it's not an individual failure here, it's more about how we're talking about the position, how pundits talk about the position, how it gets discussed, where it gets really put on this whole thing of like, it's all on him and these other 10 guys in the field, the system itself, the scheme itself, all irrelevant. It's this one guy. And I've often said it's like the basketball effect coming into football, where people see basketball and you throw it over the guy in the wing and you let him dribble it up for 15 seconds until he can finally get a clearing to go up and shoot up a shot that he's either going to make or miss. And they're like, well, that's what the quarterback's got to do. It's like, no. It all interconnects to drive the performance. Are there those rare superhero quarterbacks? Sure they are. They're very rare. But even the guys that we mark with the superhero emblem, like a Patrick Mahomes, he starts to lose those things. How did Patrick look last year? How did he deal when he wasn't having those same kind of things working in his favor? Defense wasn't quite up to snuff as much as it had been in recent past. Wide receivers thing is still an issue out there. Doesn't have the best of running backs. Offensive line's not in its strongest state that it's been since he's been there. All of that at once. And then what does that kick out as far as what we get from Mahomes as far as a performance? Is it look like the prime Mahomes, or is it heavily diminished? And that's where we want to drive for the easy in football. We want to strive for the thing that's going to be just simplistic, and I can just point it to this, and then we don't have to think about anything else on this. But with the quarterback position and running back position, these are two spots where I think you've got to expand out the purview and to include a lot of other extra items in making that assessment. And the reason I say you got to do this, because this is where the market opportunity develops to go and find a Sam Darnold, or to get a Geno Smith to play at a really high level for you on a real mid-market deal at that point, is that other teams are kind of thinking in the same way. It ain't just fans that think this way. It's also teams that are thinking this way. And so it's a market opportunity to think opposite, because they're not thinking of it and seeing it really for what it really truly is and for what's driving some of these bad performances. You could see this Stroud nightmare coming from 2 years ago. I'm on record talking about it 2 years ago prior to coming into the season, saying, what is Houston doing? Why would you find it? You did the hard thing. You found the great quarterback. He's young. He's hungry. He's going to be a great leader. He's got his eye on the ball. Go take care of him now. No, we're going to trade Laramie Tunsil. What's your answer for that? What's your reply? We'll figure it out. Later. I've been saying that for years. You know, we're all usually in agreement, Megan. Cope, they really gave this guy Nick Chubb as running back one before last year, before Woody Marks took his job. Yeah. And Woody took his job at like a 3.7 yard per carry average because Woody's not that great. Nick's not the same back that he once was. And then they don't have a good offensive line. Like it, yeah. And you get lesser running back performance subsequently. Brian says the opinion on Stroud's pretty much spot on. In my mind, he's got nothing to prove that he hasn't already proved. It's getting the right guys in front of him and a healthy team and a healthy scheme. Yeah, it's bingo. It's the thing. Those things you've eroded since he's come to Houston. They've continually gotten into a worsened state, and that's going to then drive some of his performance. But I agree the same thing. I got to see it. Stroud can deal with the game of pressure. I can have Stroud back there, and he's under an inundation of pressure. The thing I can't do, though, is have him play that repetition of that game 24 times in a row over a 2-year stretch. That's where the bad habits get developed. That's where the guy starts falling off his back foot. That's where he stops stepping into the throw. That's where he stops looking confident. That's where he looks uncertain about his pocket. It starts to add up in its human nature. Those quarterbacks, after a while, you're hit, snap after snap, you're hit. And I mean, you're hit hard and it hurts. Then on the 78th hit that's occurred, after the 23rd game in a row that's occurred, I'm not going to start to see some bad habits, bad tendencies then develop from that said player. You better believe you will. And that's what's gone on with Stroud. And we've seen it here. We saw it with Russ. Partly what happened with Russ is that the hits started to add up. Started to go, this is hurt. I've had some injuries. I'm done getting smacked around like this, the same level. And he's getting smacked around because you didn't have a good offensive line that could hold up in front of him because you probably didn't put the resources into it. And Geno had a lot of the same stuff happening with him. And it started, Geno was initially really good with the pressure and could stand in there and take it and didn't shy away in the least. And then over into that last final year, it's like, oh, you're starting to see some signs of it bleeding in now. It's like, yep, that's what occurs. That's what happens when you don't take care of things on the front side, which is why you guys, of course, have heard me for years here hammer over and over again, addressing the offensive line and getting it right. It's always a benefit. Martin says, Brando, I think the quarterbacks and their ability will always be limited by 3 primary things: the O-line, the play caller running the offense, 3, the quality of running backs and receivers he has to work with. Yeah, I think that's very fair. I might add one fourth item being the defense. Do you have a legitimate defense on the other side? I maybe have even a decent offense, but if the defense is crap on the other side and they're forcing the offense to step outside of its, maybe it's an offense that's run-centric or balanced. And now because the defense is allowing scores every time, it feels the need to extend outside of itself on that, become a little bit too pass happy. And now it reduces the efficiency and effectiveness of the offense with it because it's not actually playing to the style of play they want to play because they can't. Because if we run the ball throughout this game, the clock's going to drain and we're not going to score enough points and our defense isn't going to get enough stops. So I might add defense as one more extra, but you're right on it. You take these inner parts interrelated when you're looking at a quarterback. So do a little bit with like folks, if you're looking like what Martin says with this, take these 4 things. When you look at said quarterback in the sport, you take a Jalen Hurts and you pull him aside and you go, okay, what does he got offensive scheme wise? What does he got playmaker wise? What does he got defensive wise? What does he got, as far as offensive line? And he's got some of the stuff and some of the stuff maybe you could have a little question on, but he's got a lot of the stuff there, doesn't he, with Jalen? So Jalen doesn't have as many readily made excuses to fall back upon and be like, well, if I have this and that, he could maybe go, well, we don't have the greatest offensive scheme going right now. It's a little bit of a work in progress with that, but they've taken care of the receivers. They got him tight ends. He's got a running back in Saquon Barkley. It's been one of the best in football. He got a legitimate defense led, by Vic Fangio. So he's got those other things. So like that guy to me, unlike a Stroud, hold him to account. When that guy looks like he's at times middling when he's playing as a QB, when he's got so much in his back pocket, or then when he loses some of that stuff because of injury and he becomes heavily reduced, we go, okay, when you don't have everything humming around you, you're not the same, then I can kind of better structurally put you into where your alignment is in the NFL as far as your ranking purely as a QB and what you do. It's not easy though, and it is all arbitrary when you get down to it. What do you value more for the position to this? What do you value more for that? Brian says some of the criticism of Stroud is what we were hearing from Viking fans, and it just just about everybody else. Look how that turned out. Yeah, it's one of those things that goes to show you that these narratives take form. They take hard form. They're said over and over again, but just because it's said a million times, don't make it true. And if it's based upon poor data where you've just decided I'm going to eliminate all of the rest of the parts of this game and concentrate on this one player with this tunnel vision, then it's going to set you in the wrong direction to really assessing properly what's going on. And it all comes down, it's so important because the quarterback position is the most important position in football, and understanding what drives and does not drive success can allow, as I say, you to be having an inroads towards finding a market opportunity to find a real undervalued quarterback with a lot of ability, with a lot left in his game, who's been depreciated because of these other aspects. Guys, if we another ring this year in the first year of new owner, that'd be totally bonkers. Mariners need some of this juju. Yeah, Mariners have been a little bit out of it. Not a lot of faith in the Mariners here in the chat. I'm reading. Niaz is the Coastless had enough of York ruining the Winers, so they decided to link up Seattle and want to experience winning. They seen what great ownership is like with the DeBartolos. I see. This is I think it's a great comment on your part, and I think that this is way more in. You're trying to pick one end of the line of the other, and you're saying, okay, we got two ends of the camp of what this could be with the Closa family. We got saboteurs, and we could be. I'm tired of watching this crap ownership waywardly manage this team to nowhere. I want to have an opportunity to go to an organization that's actually capable of doing something. I think this side over here is way more of the likelihood on these. Did you project Price yet? I've got Price at 1,000 yards rushing this year, probably somewhere between like 970 to 1050. And I do have him as the offensive rookie of the year. I think he gets probably 8 or 9 touchdown rushes on top of that, probably a couple out of the backfield. I think he's going to be a factor this year, C-Town. Phoebe, thank you for 29 months as a Hawks Nest member. Is it hot take to think Josh Allen is better than Mahomes? Chiefs had the number 1 defense in 22 and 23 and top 5 special teams. Josh Allen, nowhere close. Now we come back to those factors, right? First factor being defensively. How have things held up for this team defensively? What has he had to work around him? Well, there's a reason that your defensive-minded coach is getting fired, right? And it isn't because the defensive-minded coach was doing a great job and earning his way. If you got a defensive-minded coach that doesn't have a good defense, you're not lasting long on that team. So it doesn't have the defense. Brady's had a really good offensive system, and it's worked really well with Josh and what he does, in his abilities. I think, having Josh as kind of a distributor as much as everything else and occasionally bringing out the big arm and then using his mobility through that's been pretty smart. He's got a good running back. Skill position players are down, but then he has the offensive line. So, you go, okay, running game's good, offensive line's good, system's good that he's got in place, but he's missing the other two things. Mahomes, you're right, had the defense at that time, had the offensive line in place. I don't know if in 22 or 23 we would be talking about, I think at that time Tyreek Hill was gone. I don't know if we'd be talking about the receiving core as being like all that. I don't think they had a top 10 receiving core at that time, if I'm not mistaken. You guys might have some pushback on that. Receivers, not the greatest. Running backs, not the greatest. He had the offensive line, the scheme, the defense. So it's like 3 of the 5 Mahomes had, but then Allen also has kind of 3 of the 5 too there, feed me. So it's, there is a little bit of, I think overall the Chiefs were a better team. To your point of this, there was more there for Mahomes to kind of work off of a little bit there, but I don't know if it's significant for those two teams. I don't know if there was this like big measure of difference in them. But there wasn't the defense. The Bills defense, comparatively speaking, that Chiefs defense is there's definitely a difference there. And the special teams you mentioned is worth noting as well, because McDermott always seemed to have a little bit of a blind spot for special teams too. Can't undersell that part. You might be onto something with that a bit. Yeah, Donald's definitely going to have to add some weight, man. Thomas B., I swear fans who believe in chaos theory think the new ownership will move another team to California, especially a team who has historical in the 12s. This isn't the NBA or Major League Baseball. No, I think that, NBA has definitely been the worst proponents of this and moving around teams probably far too often. And part of the reason that the NBA was willing and able to move Seattle or was even open to it was the fact that you did have the Trailblazers up here in the Pacific Northwest. Because if you move a basketball team out of that, you're eliminating from an NBA standpoint a whole corner section of the country that's essentially has no rooting interest in any basketball teams. Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Montana, down. It's like you're kind of reliant then on everybody else kind of pulling the load there. But I don't think that'd be ideal for them. It's different with football. There's no team out there in Portland. And you bring up a good point. Where are you moving the team to if you're trying to move the team? You've already got the second team down in Texas. That's what Houston established, and Jerry fought like hell for that to not occur, and it did. He's certainly not going to allow a third team in San Antonio. LA is trying to make the two teams work simply in itself there with the Chargers moving there and the Rams. So there's not room there. You're not moving them to Oakland. San Diego is not going to build you a stadium. You're going to try to take them down there. So I don't really know where even we're talking about them trying to move this team to. Not to mention that the NFL, as you point out, they're not going to. So you guys keep saying Jadarian Price of Falcons. I don't know where you guys are seeing that. I got the running back fantasy thing here. Oh, that's where they had him. My bad. Okay. So yeah. My bad. Good catching your guys' part. Again, the point on this is not to get caught up on which team the player may be on. The point of the exercise for the fantasy, you guys requested for years to kind of give you guys the names. Sorry for the mistakes on that, but we are going to get some of that stuff from time to time in doing these graphics. I try to look it up and make sure it's correct, but it will pop up. Appreciate your worst tree. Appreciate you understanding. And I don't mention it or I pick on you with it as much as just to let you guys know, because I am seeing comments at times for like the thumbnails of like, I'll get a comment of somebody else say, use your old thumbnail style. And it's like, well, here's the thing with that. My engagement has gone up with the new thumbnail style, right? So it's like, that's where we go to where I understand people go, well, I totally get the trepidation on AI and it's going to upend a lot of different stuff, but it's also stuff that I got to utilize. And for me, I'm not utilizing it to take shortcuts. It's more of like, I don't have to spend the 3 hours putting the thumbnail together. I can put it together in like 20 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever. And now I can take that extra time and I can put that to player evaluation for next year's draft. I can put that for extra time to put video cut-ups together for more uploads. We can expand up further onto Facebooks and onto TikToks. I can work a little bit more with my Clips channel guy to expand on that. So it is really just about then what it does is free me up to then put more time in other places that have then more, pure resonance on actually helping the channel and what I'm doing then in the background. So that's why I'm trying to lean into it on it. And I'm just wanting to make sure it wasn't as much to pinpoint with you on it. I appreciate you and much love to you too. Worst tree. This as much as just to try to explain to those out there that are bristling a little bit at the AI stuff and the utilization of that as to why. And it is getting better. There certainly is some minor holes into it, but what it can do and the tools that it provides you to allow you to kind of expand out are really phenomenal and stuff that I've been wanting for years to have in the back pocket, because it will make the content better, in my opinion. It'll allow me to give you guys more information and to just do more, essentially. I appreciate you understanding. We'll work through these bumps. Pumpkin is AI. Eventually. Definitely got to check on it as much as you can with it on that. Yeah. I was trying to build a lot up for this show, so it just probably overloaded a little bit too much on that. And yeah, we'll try to get them fixed. And War Street, totally appreciate where you're coming on. Wasn't trying to come at you with that by any means, man. So it's just an explanation as much as anything. I hope you understand that. Totally appreciate it. Love you, man. Phoebe, thank you for the $2 donation. Just JSN got the 99 treatment this year. Puka's 98. Yeah, Rams fans are not happy about that one. Puka probably should be 99 with the way he blocks, I will say. But then you get penalized 1 point for biting. There's a bite deficiency stat tracker within Madden. It's at the bottom. You haven't seen it before. You got to scroll to the bottom to see it. It's bite damage. So if you're looking for it in Madden, you got to select receiver, select the skill tree, go to the bottom of the skill tree, and then it's going to be bite damage. And for him, he's going to have some negative bite damage, which just pulls down the whole rank as a whole from 99 to 98. It's not a big effect, but it's like just enough. Ray Barrios, Aaron Donald was spotted on TMZ working out the Rams facility the other day. I've been telling you guys, you don't like it, but he's coming back. He is coming back. Chris says Kubiak had some what the F was that call moments, and we still won it all. Fleury isn't reinventing the wheel and has inherited a fairly stable situation. We'll be fine. Agreed. Well said. Fear of the unknown is the biggest fear amongst casual fans. That's probably true. It's a good point. I think that they posted the ratings, Cope. So I think your research is onto it with that. Hey Ben, I talked with my neighbor Ram fan yesterday, and they called it. If you can't beat them, just buy them to spike them. They meant spite. Yeah, Thomas, it's hard to see this team, them coming in here to do something that's going to, not get into it's the benefits to me of being an owner coming in. It's already, as a billionaire, you don't do things dumbly and how you haven't accumulated your wealth. Nobody gets to 9, 10, 12, 14 billion dollars by being dumb. And you certainly aren't going to suddenly become dumb now that you've made the biggest purchase of your life with an NFL, team in this manner. And then you certainly are not going to then just go completely AWOL stupid with a team that just won the championship. Oh, we need to change this and this and this and this. Why? We just won a championship. Oh, good point. Let's just keep it as is. That's about as fast as that conversation should go. Jack says, Brando, you should have bought the team. Jimmy could have been doing the funding for you with all those donos. Yeah, that would have been awesome. He could just have to hear him just tell me cope constantly, but just a couple more ducats. I would have. If we would have gotten around, a little bit under that Billy point, I might have been in on it. But you get that 8 or 9, it starts getting a little bit pricey. Grandizer Hawks Nest Brando. How are you doing tonight? Is Seahawks trading for Max Crosby an elephant in the Hawks room or just rumors not going to happen? Say it. Say it. Go Hawks. I think it's an open-ended thing with Max right now. I don't think there's any certain team that's necessarily right there on top of him. I think that there's a couple of teams that are sort of just kind of as planets, as moons around the planet, just orbiting, just kind of waiting for the moment to kind of strike. And so I think that we're in it like we're in on every deal, but I think that you're still going to be probably at a place of a bit of a bidding war with Max when he does become available, if he does become available, because of the fact that there's not a lot of those kind of players that are going to be on the market this year. Once Crosby goes, the only other potential guy that could be in kind of the same area and that's if he becomes available, would be a TJ Watt. Other than that, there's really not going to be a guy in that same stratosphere that'll be available. The Parsons have been moved. The Garretts have been moved. The Crosbys will have been moved at that point. You're kind of getting through the full upper crust of top end guys. Will Anderson's not going anywhere. So that's what makes him so unique at this point, is that he is a true talent that's a separator from anything else that you can get either now or up until the deadline, as long as, of course, he is healthy. But I think that that's going to turn this into a bidding war. And I think once it turns into a bidding war, I'm not so sure that John's going to be feeling as desperate as some other teams out there to lay down draft capital that we're not willing to lay down. We don't know right now. I'm sure we're going to have reporters ask them at the press conference when they eventually do them where they're at as far as their outlook on the stadium and what they want to do with that. So we'll get an answer to that one pretty soon. That's probably a very important item on the docket right now. Chris, I'm actually not worried with a new stadium. It'd be much easier to invest in Lumen. There really isn't another area to develop a new stadium, despite people suggesting there is. No, I don't think there is either, though. Let's face it, Chris, some of these owners have opened up and expanded very far what can be in contention for a spot to drop a stadium onto. And so, you never know in this day and age with that, where it's like, well, we'll take it out to Issaquah. We'll just put it out here. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so what? But there is also the part where they could do the same thing they did with the Kingdome, was they have the team play out there at Husky Stadium for a couple of years, and that can certainly accommodate until you can get the new stadium going. So that's another possibility too. It's going to be the next domino to drop, is to figure out where they stand with that and what the timeline's looking at with that. They may come in and just say, hey, stadium's fine. We're happy with it. We don't see the need to do anything with it right now. Edith, Houston got David Montgomery this offseason, and that'll take pressure off him. That's another part. Yeah, bingo. So last year, Chubb, Woody Marks, now I'm bringing in a David Montgomery. That to me is a significant upgrade there, where David gives you a guy that can eat carries and grind you out yards. And like that's just to me a running back that on top of now you've got your line better. Your receivers are going to be better. I mean, he's got the best receiving core he's had since he's walked in the door there now. The running back position is as good as it's been since he's been there. The offensive line is as good as it's been since he's been there. And that's why I think you're going to see a bounce back here from Stroud, is that he's going to have a lot more confidence in what he can work with now, because he's not going to get beat up every time he's dropping back on the snaps, and he's not going to have it all on his arm. They've got a competent running game that they can lean on now. Yeah, I don't think the moving aspect, Nia, comes from anything as far as there being something that people have tangibly to work off of. It's just the history of owners coming in here as much as anything else. It doesn't add up to a lot when you try to break it down onto the viability of moving it. And if NFL would be willing to do it, if Seattle would let the team go. But I think that it's the past history that has people a little bit. Bankers, I'm shocked Carr survived multiple seasons with Houston. Feel Stroud is approaching that. The reason I hate this type of thing, Banker, and you've heard me lament this, it's not just about go take the quarterback when the quarterback is available. What conditions am I putting him into? Because when I can go take that quarterback, and even if I find the right guy who can be successful fast, if the environment ain't right, and I'm going to erode him over a 2-year period because the environment's so poor around him, and I'm going to get him broken, I can get him irreparably broken. I can get him permanently damaged, which is what happened to Carr. And that's why I don't like this so much. Some guys you can't fix. Some guys I can't bring back from the land of the dead. And that's where the Houston is, to your point on that, they're playing this game right now, and they have been, and I think they're trying to take steps to resolve this, but you shouldn't have had to get to the point of ever resolving steps. It should have been resolved, or a point of emphasis from the jump. Like, it's great you've built this great defense, But it's also a little bit kind of feels like it's come a bit at the expense of properly building up this offense around CJ Stroud. So we'll see how it goes with this. But there is a history of quarterbacks getting broken in these environments. And it is one that if you're not careful and you treat your quarterback like they can just take hits forever and they'll just stand tall in the pocket forever. And that may seem, no, they won't. It'll eventually wear down. It'll eventually get to the spot where they're heavily diminished. As long as the owners doesn't use Madden ratings to decide stuff like the Jets owners get, I'll be fine with it. That's for sure. I've seen John Schneider use Madden ratings. And two, just got a question for me. Hawksnest B. Brando. Megan says I'm heading out, going to Lacana. Have a good one, Megan. See down. I'm buying the Riley Mills stock early. Yeah, I would be too. It's kind of cool. The other day they did the grip test with those guys. They got those grip strength guns where you can square and it tells you how many pounds of pressure you can pull out. And they went through a variety of different guys having them do it. And Riley by far had the strongest grip. And if I was to take, between the guys of Arroyo, Jalen Milrose, Robbie Oots, Riley, a couple of these guys that are Torrey Horton, and I'm looking at all these guys and like, who's the guy this year is going to step forward in a real major way and have impact? I think Riley is the guy that would be above the rest. And that's even with Horton, who I think is going to be really good too. But Riley's going to be a problem in a good way. Yeah, the Seahawks keep on climbing the ranks of historic franchises like the Winers, Packers, Steelers, Broncos, Chiefs, etc. Indeed. We kind of got the Pack in our sideline now. We got the Well, I guess the Broncos are the next up for us. We got to overtake the Broncos. Mick says, Brandon, have you seen some of the Patriot fans trying to cope and say that if we didn't have Tom's advice, they wouldn't have won the game? I'm sure Portnoy was the ringleader of an idea like that. It's definitely a Portnoy idea. And not surprising to see Portnoy be the leader, the ringleader of bitching and moaning when it came to that story coming out. And, too bad, so sad. You know what I mean? I'm sure from Tom's perspective on there's a little bit, he's a competitor and these guys carry a little bit of the bitterness thing to him at times when they think they've been done dirty. And I think from Tom's angle of it and going out there and winning a Super Bowl with Tampa Bay confirmed, you guys should have had faith in me. You didn't have faith in me. You had faith instead in Bill. And whether that's right or wrong, or they should or shouldn't have, I don't know if that's what was at play here, but it's always good to make Patriot fans unhappy. It's always fun. Boy, they got their panties in a bunch on that one. Banker says to me, Josh Allen is Stafford if he played in the AFC. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a fair outlook of it. They play a little different in how they operate the position, but the impact is similar. There's a little more variance, I think, that you can run into with Allen, like you ran into that final playoff game where there's at times things can get a little loose to the ball because so much is on his shoulders to perform. Whereas Stafford, I think, has done a really good job. And some of this is just the age, I think, at play and really finding and striking that perfect balance to being able to be really productive at the quarterback position, have a lot of high volume attempts, but be able to play a very clean game, cut down the fumbles, cut down the interceptions. 10 sacks for Mills. I don't think he gets the opportunities to quite get to 10 sacks. But I think he's both really good as a run defender and really good as a pass rusher. Probably more 7, 8 would be where I'd be at with it. But 7, 8 sacks for the defensive tackle position is phenomenal. Baker Brando, in another world, Seahawks get moved to San Diego. Better have your streams live at the stadium on Sundays. They steal my team, I'm out. I'm not ready. You steal my Seahawks, I am out. And maybe out on all sports at that point. That might be just my backbreaker where I'm like, no, I've seen too much of it. I've been too beaten down by these experiences. You can't ask me to be somebody to be invested and love the team with all my will and then you as a sport just happen to wake up on the wrong side of the bed and you're going to rip the team away from me and take them to a different city, willy nilly, with us supporting it, with us being a voracious fan base, with like, I'd be done at that point. I'd be out. I would love to see Boise get a pro team. That would be like one of those, like, you think about like a Buffalo team that you don't think about would be the main place you'd go to give an NFL team to, or a city that wouldn't be at the forefront of your mind to go and give an NFL team to. I think Boise could support it. I think Idaho would support the hell out of a football team. You get the Utah folks coming up. That'd be cool. Baker, jokes aside, if they moved to Oklahoma, Brando's leading a Knox invasion to Tennessee. First our basketball team and now football. Oh, it's on. It's going to be a civil war between two states at that point. Those dirty Southerners. Jack says, nah, Brando, it's the Aiden Ross stream. The people in the shadows demanded Puka not getting 99. We will punish him at every turn. At every turn. Banger says, hot take, Madden ratings are overrated, but considering teams used Madden for draft strategies. Yeah, I mean, I think even the teams that are using it as they talk about it are really just, it's a supplemental tool, but you're not taking the tool and being like, let's make an assessment off what the ratings are. And I think that the Jet owner son got dragged for mentioning it, but I think a lot of NFL teams use it. And it's, again, you're using it comparatively with all of the other data that you have there. It's a comparative tool more than it's like a tool that you're trying to lean on and be like, well, this guy's rated 84, so he'll be a good player for us at the spot at that thing. 2-point tooth mark. Jazzy Weld says, let's hope Aaron Donald's washed if he comes back. Oh, hopefully he's not able to take on the full load, but let's face it, the guy's kept himself in tremendous shape over the past 2 years. All that being said, what's our baseline of guys leaving the sport for a couple of years and then coming back and being what they were when they left? Not great. Even Michael Jordan lost a couple inches off of his vert when he went to baseball for a couple of years. Got older too, but I mean, that's also the point here, is that it's not like Aaron Donald's in his 20s anymore either. He's in the mid 30s here. So even if he does come back, I think that there's going to be some limitation. It's not pure Donald of old you're getting back in here at this point. It helps him. It makes him tougher. But it also is kind of, you got to strike kind of the line on that one where it's like, yeah, but let's not overstate it too much either. Like 3 guns deep. I don't think he'll play many snaps. I think it's like a guy you bring in for 20, 25 snaps a game. And then maybe hopefully as you get to the playoffs, you're able to put a little bit more on his back at that point. Yeah, Crosby's probably an in-season trade. Well said. Baker says, well, Brando, now Jimmy can be saying cope because of the sell. I know. I think we finally had to push him on down the line. Jimmy was fun for a while there, but I can only take so much, especially he starts going after my mods. Jack says, my friend's dad has 800 million. That's not even a dent this guy's spent. I promise you he won't sabotage the team. 9 billion is a crazy amount to waste. Yeah. Just like, again, it's, and the thing that you're doing it to, like, you sabotage Seattle, but then there's still the Rams. There's still the NFC. There's still the AFC. I mean, how sad is it if you go through and you spend how easy to see is a reality, especially coming into like this year, where it's like you spend the 9 billion, you sabotage the one team if this was a real thing, and then the Rams go on and win it, and then what? What do you think at that point? Well, money well spent there. All that nailed it. Plan worked. Quite the opposite. Yeah, it's going to cost a first for Max. It's 1 first-round pick, probably plus. I don't think they're going to get the 2 firsts anymore, but you're definitely going to get something in the neighborhood of probably a first and a late third, maybe. somewhere in that neighborhood. I'm working in Boise currently. Most locals are Bronco fans. Yeah, but that's also just because they've not ever had a team, you know. Or you mean isn't it the Boise State Broncos? And that's the college team, right? They're also Bronco fans. Denver Bronco fans tend to be in Idaho too, at least on the east side of the state. We should have Tom Brady raise the flag. Oh, you talk about triggering some Patriot fans. Can you guys picture it? Opening week, opening game of the year. Everyone in the nation watching that game, and Tom Brady wearing a Seahawk jacket comes out and raises the 12th man flag. Whew. Oh, New England would be lit afire that night. Hey. Got down here near to the end on this one. Seahawks move, become an Eagles fan. I don't know. I'd be triggered as hell. Yeah, that grip test was impressive, man. He was up in, I think, the 180s or something. Everybody was like struggling down to about 125 to 160 ish, I think. You're not giving up the second for Max? Shoot, I give up a second over, and I'll do the first and third at this point. Yeah, Baker, you're on it, man. 70% AD. And again, that's better than second, third stringers. And there's nothing wrong. He comes out there on that. You've got such depth on that. You don't need him to play at his snap count he played before. You just need him to come out there and give him the 20 snaps. That's very impactful. Fisk and Kobe and Puna, you'll get plenty of reps off the rest of it to make it go. So I don't think it can't not be really effective for the Rams too. The Indiana Bears is a thing now. Exactly. I think you should refer to your mods the mod squad. I do occasionally. I'll try to remember that. No, we're not going to London. They're not moving Seattle to London. You don't think Idaho could? I know it's not a burgeoning metropolis. Boise's gotten pretty big, though. And you get some of the Salt Lake City love coming up. It's like a 2-3 hour drive. The Chiefs moved to Kansas. That what I heard? Yep. Bears are going to play in Indiana under their new stadium, and now the Chiefs are going to Kansas. Weird times we live in right now with these guys getting these stadiums built. Three guns deep. I remember another team putting together a roster they called the Dream Team. That'd be the Philadelphia. How'd they do that year? Not that great, man. Kind of fell on his face, to your point. So it's, the teams on paper, the paper Tigers, the paper champions, the pre-off-season champions. It's very rare that these guys end up turning out to be the real champs. It's often there are guys that are crowned or a singular team crowned in an off-season, but the NFL's a weird one, man. It's a strange sport in that way and hard to predict. Yeah, the Sonics still do hurt, man. Especially with how long it's been to get an NBA team back here now. I mean, it feels like it's going to be 20 years. D Nugget Paul brought the Hawks for $194 million, sells them for $9.8 billion. That's a 5,000% increase. Wow. Yeah. Well, it goes to show it's why I would say to the new owner on this, don't worry about your yearly profit. If you're an NFL owner, you can turn a yearly profit if you want to do it. But I think the smart owners would understand that there's going to be a huge monstrous profit margin for me down the road when I sell this team 2-3 decades after I bought them. Don't worry about the profit. I'll get my profit. I'll get my returns. What I need to worry about is maximizing my rosters and to make the best rosters I can. And I do that by utilizing all the money I have in my pocket to do that. And I think there's some owners that do that. And then there's some owners like the Cincinnati owners, the Raiders, the Cowboys. I think some of those that are just kind of like, yeah, we kind of like our profits every year. We like our little $100 million of profit every year. That's nice. We're liking that. Yeah, the Seahawks were definitely cheap when Allen bought them. But that, remember, with that Seatown fan is that Ken Behring was trying to do what Clay Bennett was trying to do, which is that I want the team to be bad because I don't want the fans to be engaged. The lack of engaged fans makes it easier for me to then move the team. So it's also a bit of a purposeful approach. How much more would Paul Allen been worth if he'd kept his Microsoft stock instead of sold off by the Hawks? It'd be an interesting thing to go in to look at. I don't know. Probably make more on the market. If them picks is right. We got 12 of them. We could throw some of these picks, Brian. We can throw some of these picks to the thing, Brian Myers. I'm gonna do 1 second round pick. Come on, you got 12. You can throw a couple in there. HawksNest, Brando, if the Hawks moved, whoever's responsible for making that decision would get 3 angry voicemails. You, Al Pacino, and Christopher Walken. Say it. I forgot. I don't know where you get the balls to move this team out of the state of Washington now. Look at you. What are you doing? Fan base, loved them for 40 years. You come in, you steal them. A thief in the night. No, that's not how we do in Seattle. What do you say, Chris? I tell you, Al Pacino, I don't like it. Dirty dealings. The worst people in the world move a team from the home, from the people, from the loved ones. Who does that? It's like stealing a baby out of a crib. Evil incarnate. That's what I say. Me too. Evil as you get. The devil. Many ways. Wrong. Got me deep down the stream. It's good to see you, Grandizer. But Yaga, Brando, all jokes aside, I would love to see John finally move up for a stud blue chip pass rusher or defensive back. We're going to be having Rob Staten on here as we get into early August. Me and him are going to be doing a look at some of the draft prospects coming up, because when you have 12 picks in the draft and you're trying to decide about whether or not you're going to move these picks for trade deadline, you need to be well aware in advance of what you're going to be passing on in the draft as far as potential options. I've been getting more and more into this alignment of thinking that rather than trying to match every move the Rams are trying to do this year or anybody else, that you kind of let this thing play out in so many ways. That maybe you make one kind of trade deadline deal move to kind of help out where you need, but that you hold most of these picks, and that you hold most of these picks with the intention of doing what you say, which is trying to maybe target a guy that's just a real pure fit, that's a real blue chip type of talent, by assembling those picks together to make that happen. And I would love to see John open to that this year, because this is such a unique year where I think there's going to be more blue chip prospects than we've had in recent years, meaning that instead of having to come up to number 3, I might be able to come up to number 7 or number 8 in order to get that blue chip player. And if that's the case, I don't have to give up as much to move up. So I'm very much in favor of doing this type of thing at this point. 100%. Idaho rocks the Hawks. Let's go, man. Salt Lake City would be more like the state NFL team than Boise, I think. Maybe so. That's where I think you get a lot of the overflow from Salt Lake into Boise. Something, a little bit of that going on. You get a little bit of the Wyoming, get a little bit of the Eastern Oregon, Chicago adjacent Bears. Ham and honey Bears. Oh. Yeah, they're not gonna give up the Chicago moniker. Indiana Bears just doesn't have a very good ring to it. Jack Maloney, Brando, I think of the Rams as Tyson and the Hawks as Mayweather. Tyson has the power, but has 7 losses. Mayweather can't be hit and is undefeated. Kind of like our Hawks. No one sees it coming. I like it, man. It's a great comparison. I mean, you can add on top of it. You know, it's like sustainability and having frontline players and maybe not as much depth. And do you get a little bit gassed out as the year goes along? All Tyson could sometimes get gassed out if you're able to kind of drag him deeper into the fight. Unlike Mayweather, like you say, who can very willing to go the distance, right? Not scared of going the distance in the slightest. So I like the comparison, man. Grant Ezer Brando, is it Cleveland or Chicago that once had 3 to 4 pro football teams of one sport in their city at once? Cleveland Browns, Rams, another one. Can't recall pre-50s. That's too far back for me, my man. I can't remember on that one. Three to four. It's not ringing any bells. Sounds right, though. Well, he says not only did Paul Allen pay $195 million for the Hawks, but he also got the city to be on the hook for the stadium. Not all the stadium. I believe he had to come in with $100 million of his own money. The late billionaire Paul Allen directly invested $130 million of his private contribution to build the Seahawks stadium. So it's kind of one of the cool parts about Paul is that, like, in this time and age when none of these owners are stepping up to include any of their ducats to get these stadiums built, they're moving them out of their cities to other states to get them done, or like San Francisco goes out to Santa Clara. Here, Paul comes in and he's already spent the money for the team, and then he throws another $130 million on getting the stadium built. And that's where, to me, that's the thing to me where I can sell that a lot more to the city when I say, look, yeah, I'm one of those rich, greedy owners that wants to have a stadium built, but I'm willing to come out of pocket for this to meet you guys. And this is going to be mutual beneficial for both of us. And that's what you'd more like to see in these kind of situations, which it doesn't tend to go that way. He says, bro, at some point, being so rich, more money doesn't bring more happiness. Doing the right things for others is what matters. Oh, and supporting HawksNest. Oh, thank you, man. From Brandon Kane's lips to New Orleans ears, touched by the hand of God. Jack Brando, you didn't have $9 billion of spare change to buy the team? Shaking my head, laughing out loud. If I did, I would have thrown it all on black. Said all on Seahawks. Yeah, Staten's caught up on he's all in soccer right now. But we got him. I got him prepped up. We've already started looking at a lot of the prospects of this draft. I think I'm almost 55, 60 deep and hoping to get to 100 to 150 deep by the start of the season. Really want to look at the prospects this year and be able to have seen them coming into this final year and then be able to kind of chart them going throughout the year to see the progress. We'll get all these guys together at some point, D-Nugget. J-House says 5 days till the rookies report. Lambs and Whiners days are numbered. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know if they can. I don't know if they're going to be able to move teams internationally, Banker. I think if you eventually want to expand international, what they're going to have to do is probably expand out the NFL by like 3 or 4 teams, and then have 4 set teams out there, around each other, internationally speaking. I think you'd have to do it that way. They want to do it though, you know that. Yeah, we'll see what the Lumen thing there, Dank Bud. I mean, it's not necessarily, I think, totally teetering outdated. I think it's as much of, does it have the luxury boxes that modern owners want to have to maximize the revenue? Probably not. But can it be built upon? Can it be renovated? Does it have to be built wholly anew at that point? The thing that I think is the most important part about this press conference we're going to get from the Kosla family is what's your guys' intentions with the stadium in this purchase? Like, what's your timeline with the stadium in this purchase? Brian, that's right. There's why San Diego will not get an NFL team now. Owners want taxpayers to foot the bill, and taxpayers are like, absolutely not. Yeah, that's the one thing, is that San Diego taxpayers have uniformly over and over again, and that's partly why I think they should have been taken out of the city. But it is why the owner took advantage of moving the team to LA, is that they're very resolutely here. No, 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 when it came to the new stadium. So probably gonna be hard for them to get a new team in the future. I think eventually LA ends up coming back here. I think the Chargers end up flaming out in the LA market, and they just end up going, let's just have LA in LA, and then we'll have the Chargers back in San Diego. But it's going to take a while. Imagine the Hawks move to Snoqualmie. It'd actually be pretty cool for, like, you could build a pretty cool stadium in the mountains, like right up into the mountain with a backdrop of I mean, it'd look pretty badass. It'd be a hell of a drive out there. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in Mexico City on a team. That's New stadium would probably run close to $2 billion these days. Yeah, that's right. It's gotten expensive. Addicted Brandon, I hope to hell you have a decent right guard on your 2027 prospect list. Bad joke, but still true from my perspective. I haven't gotten into the guards quite yet as much. I've been locking in a little bit more quarterback, running back, receiver, and a lot of defensive guys. A couple of tackles I've looked at so far, but there's a couple of guards in there that are on my list. Jack says, by the way, thanks for the stream, Brando. Love listening to the vids while I work out. My pleasure, Jack. Thank you for listening, man. It was a good time checking in with you guys here. Three Guns Deep, how do you go like to play for a team in Germany? Their tax rate's is only 45%. Well, I mean, it's once you get up into the multi-million-dollar area in the country here, you're right around that same tax rate, aren't you? When you get up to making 10 million per year or whatever, you're probably about 45% on your tax rate. I think if there is some tax thing where you're going to be charged more there in Europe, in a Britain or whatever, where you got to pay more, the NFL would make an accommodation to allow the team to have probably a higher salary cap. I just expect that in general to just be a little bit of a carrot that you dangle out there to get players to be willing to play and live internationally at that point as well. Do you think Spokane, Tacoma, or Vancouver will be viable options? I don't. No. I Spokane would certainly love a team, and they would certainly be there. I don't know if they've got a little bit of the same thing that Boise has, where there's a lot of people there. There would seem to be enough people that would be able to support it, but I think there'd be a lot of pushback in the chat saying not enough there monetarily to make it happen. And let's face it, Banker, and supporting a team is more expensive than ever before. There's no such thing as $10 ticket anymore in the 300 level. You've got to spend significant cash, and you need the affluence of people that can afford that to go there. You need the corporate businesses there and that structure to be in it, which I just don't know if you're going to have there with Spokane enough to make that go. But I certainly think they would love to have one there. And there's plenty of places you could build it. It'd be pretty cool. Put it right on the river. Vancouver's possibility. They could make it work. for sure. And they're pretty close on the border. So the travel isn't as extreme at that point. But Vancouver's also had issues with like maintaining even NBA teams. So couldn't keep an NBA team there. How viable is it to keep a NFL team there? I'm old. Lumen still feels new to me. Me too. It's kind of weird as you think about it. It's like it's 26 years old now. And I'm like, wow. "20 minutes to Snoqualmie? Is that what it is?" How epic would it look with a stadium carved right in the mountains out there in Snoqualmie? You talk about the weather being a factor suddenly. You definitely have to put probably some kind of roof on that thing. Chris's taxpayers aren't going to fund it. Already too expensive in Washington, unless it's on the I-5 or 405 corridor. It wouldn't make sense for travel. True. Definitely, you're going to have an uphill battle getting one through, especially with how recent we did do the Lumen one. And we just got that thing fully paid off. Like paying off your car and getting right back into another, into another note. Like, let me just enjoy not having a car payment this month, huh? Watch Con move the Jags to London. I still kind of wonder about that as a possibility. Yeah, you're my favorite Seahawks channel. Oh, dang, bud. You're awesome, man. Thank you for that. Got some great channels in there. That's high praise, man. Love the work our people are doing out here online. But very kind of you to say that. I agree. I think our fan base is awesome. Portland, not a market for a franchise? Could be. I think if the NFL, certainly I think the NFL could stand. The bottom line is the NFL is really Easternly driven right now. And that what really the NFL probably needs more than expanding in international markets like Vancouver, or Toronto, or London is let's get some more teams over on the West side and get this divvied up a little bit more evenly. That would be the thing that I think is more open. And I think, Portland in on that. I was mentioning Boise just because it feels more geographically like you're keeping the Portland market to Seattle and you're keeping this here and you're kind of encompassing the right areas to capture the fan bases that you want to capture. But Portland would be in play, I would think. They've done a good job of supporting the Trailblazers. They got the market to do it there, certainly. I don't know if there's one that stands out in the West that's like, this one is definitely the one that should be given a team right now. That, they've got the big market. They're just chomping at the bit to do it. Like, there's a lot of really good options, I think. Jack says, well, the Grizzlies leaving was like the Sonics Brando was an owner sabotage. I hadn't really been accustomed to what had caused them to get moved, but it did seem a little bit fast for how fast they had just been expanded out there. You didn't give the fans much of a chance for things to kind of set. Huge wind corridor in the North Bend, Snoqualmie area. The weather would be wild. Catalyst coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you for that, Catalyst. Thanks so much. Any worries about micromanagement by the new owners? We've been blessed by the Allen estate for 3 decades, so this new ownership brings some uncertainty. Love your show, Brandon, and go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, man. And thank you for the big old $20 donation. You guys have been unbelievably as kind as ever. You with that Catalyst, you guys drop these big donations on me, and I really, really do appreciate it so very much. I think that with any new owner like this, because we have seen so many owners act in so many varied fashions. We've had the owners come in that have just been, hey, I'm here for the pocketbook. I'm going to let my experts expert. I'm just in here to sign the checks. And then you get your owners that are micromanagey, that'll do things like Al Davis did. This is the famous story I like to say that blew my mind as far as when you just talk about what is the thing that I say that drives a bad owner? Ego. And that the ego just gets out of control. And think about the level of ego. And look, with Al Davis, this is a guy that had been a coach in the NFL. This wasn't just some like Jerry Jones, like, I'm just going to be general manager now suddenly. Do I have a track record, Jim? No, I do not. Am I going to do it anyway? Yes, I am. Okay. But with Al, he had a little bit of a track record still. Al would have scouts and guys he'd put on the scene and do all their exhaustive reports, and they'd put their big board up. And on the day of the draft, Al Davis walks into the draft room, big boards in front of him, right? You can pick those names up. They're all like, they've got like magnetic strips, the names of magnetic strips. He'd come in there and just start, this guy over here, this guy here, that guy there. He's going to go up here. He's over here now. He's down here. He's going to be over here. Upending all of these guys' works instantaneously on the day of the draft. That is a representation of as bad an ownership as you could get. And you just don't know when you're going to get those guys versus the other. I think you could say on this catalyst that when you do start to get this to a funny money place of now this is going to be $10 billion you have to spend to buy a team, that maybe kind of cuts away the colorful types that would have acted in that manner. That when you get to that rarefied air of wealth, that you have to operate with a certain level of competency, intelligence, not just fire from the hip fashion of things like some of these owners have, that you're going to be more in alignment. I've made the two references on this catalyst of the last two sales that we've seen here have been the Washington Commanders and the Denver Broncos. And we've seen very much a corporate structure being put into play. You have the Washington situation where Dan Snyder is running that organization like a frat boy. There was a lot there that needed to be sort of changed and flipped over from what he was doing there. And they came in there and they instilled that very sanitized, almost corporate-like structure and play of that. And with that also removing out of, in my opinion, some of what like you would call the micromanagement aspect of that. Like, yeah, we're going to have our fingerprints on this, but our fingerprints in the right places. We're not going to stick our nose where it doesn't belong or where we don't have expertise. It's kind of like these guys know what they know and they know what they don't know. I'm operating a little bit from this assumption, as I say with this catalyst, you never do know. And there always are, even in recent years, some of those owners that have come through that have been like, wow, what is he doing? But I don't get that vibe here. I don't get that that's been Vinod and what the way that he's gone about his business throughout his professional career. Maybe his son's going to have a little bit of this to his game. We'll find out with it. But this is also where I think it also helps you as a final point to this of you're a championship team. They're not coming in and inheriting like the Washington ownership did, where you're coming in for Washington, a team that hasn't won a championship in 30 years and is down on its luck and an organization in bad shape and a roster a long way from getting right. Or, Denver at that time when they came in and hadn't had a new owner in a very long period of time and, need some things turned around a little bit. Like, you're coming off a championship. I can't think that there's less of a pull of a need than from that owner that you're already naturally not a micromanager in your track record. And then you're walking into a very successful environment. I think it would just lend itself to you being even more so. Just keep doing what you're doing, boys. Just let us know what you need from us. Just let us know how we can help you more. We're not going to jump in here. You tell us. We want to stay out of your guys' way and let you just roll. I think it's going to be like that. Maybe I'm being a little naive on that one, Catalyst, but that's how I think it's going to go. Thank you though, man. Appreciate the donation. Very kind of you on that support. SL Hazard, when they return to Lumen, the new owner needs to burn a Niner jersey to prove his loyalty. The Father, the Mother, and the Son. Charlie says Washington can't even get a new regional airport built. The stadium is a no-go right now. Makes sense. Oh, thank you, C-Town. Appreciate you, man. I always love chatting with y'all. Ryan's the only city in the U.S. that city and stadium ready for a team is San Antonio. That is one that's moderately a worrisome because Texas is big and probably could accommodate a third team. Certainly have accommodated a third team in other sports. Boy, Jerry would fight that thing tooth and nail. No, I let you have Houston. Roger, I gave you Houston. I gave up Houston like I gave up my first child to you.
I let you go out there and take that child and sacrifice him to the great NFL gods. You are not going to take my San Antonio. You're not going to do it. I won't allow it. Dang says, honestly, him coming from the Niners shows it's business. What made Paul Allen special is he was a real fan. Yeah, indeed he was. I mean, it might be business. We don't really know yet, really, the motivation with Vinod, I'd say. I think it's one where we're still kind of in a wait and see point on that with what will be his driving. And it can go any way. We'll learn once he's got the reins and all right, where are we at with this, but it very well might be. I mean, it might be a motivating force here that I'm watching bad ownership. I'm watching a team not run right. I want to have a team that's being run right and has a track record of doing that. And I want to be a part of that. And that would speak to really being a fan and wanting to be a fan of a team, running things right, doing things smartly, and then achieving the ultimate success because of that. And that's just, to me, an extension of what he's done in business. Oh, thank you, D Nugget. Appreciate you. That's how it is, man. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Nothing's broke right now. Jails is a good video came out 4 days ago about the city of Seattle's impossible rise. Channel is called Paul McAllister. I'll check it out, man. Sounds interesting. Appreciate you. You're awesome, Catalyst. Awesome, brother. Jack, Vancouver's definitely the best option for expansion. They got 50,000 seat stadium and a rabid fan base like the 12s. They've got a reason they won't get one is Canadian dollar. Might be tough for that. Yeah. I think the NFL's, they're trying so hard. You could just feel in their soul that they want to expand. Just does feel like it's a matter of time. Somehow internationally, they're going to make this happen. Space, thank you for the $5 donation, Space. He says, why aren't you going to training camp? It's a great question, my man. Couple of different reasons for this. But the main reason just being is as much just kind of cost. In doing this channel right now, and I'm not complaining in the least. So I don't have any issues with what we get. I get tremendous amounts of support to the channel. It does really well. And we're looking for ways where I can expand, financially for us to make more on this channel to be able to, continue to sustain. But there are times, off seasons, where it gets lean and light. And so when the regular season's going really well, that has to then make up for that. And it just kind of comes down to cost. If I'm going to go to training camp, it's going to cost me probably about $1,500, $2,000 to go do that. And I don't have that right now monetarily wise to just be swinging that. So budget gets tight and doing this. I do this for the love of the game. I'm not doing this because I make a ton of money off of doing this. And in prior years, there's been a little bit of extra coin on the side to be able to do it. But I went to the Senior Bowl this year and things have just been a little bit tight through the off season. So it just kind of came down to the financials. It didn't financial up enough to be able to kind of do it. So I love going out there to training camp. I do with it, but it is also something that's a little bit limited. And I will say too, like we've done some meetups and stuff too in the past, and there hasn't been a lot of people on the meetups when we've done it. And so I just kind of was like, I just sort of looked at the whole return on it and I go, I just don't know if it's well worth doing it because of that, reason at that point. But it costs a lot to stay in Seattle, man. The pricing to get there is no joke. I mean, it's the hotels and renting a car and all that type of stuff. So we'll try to get it back next year. See if we can make a little bit more money this year to be able to afford it. But it's a little bit of a pricely sum for me, Space, and I just couldn't financially validate doing it, unfortunately. We live light as content creators, my man. Grandizer, Brando, how has membership for your channel going? Up or down or staying put? Is it true the YouTube membership price has gone up? Google up the price. They're slightly raising rates in certain ways in countries outside of the area. Okay, so I would just say under this ground, like everything is going great channel wise. Like we're doing well membership wise. As you guys can see on this, we've gotten plenty of big time donations on the stream today, and I do every time I get to go live. We're doing well. I would say that
when it comes to looking back at last year and every offseason, you're looking through and what you do and how you're doing it and what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. And then, well, what can allow for things to be growing. I think the one thing that does stand out, and this has stood out significantly in talking to other content creators out there and what they've seen from their channels throughout this time of the last year, is that I think it has been interesting a little bit that across the board, there's really not been a Super Bowl bump for Hawk channels. And what I mean by that is that, Dan's growth last year or Bryce's growth, or you ain't seeing some big jump. Brendan, any of us out there that are doing this, we're not seeing some big jump in a year where there was your team going and winning a Super Bowl, and so everything's gone well and everything continues to increase and we continue to get more subs. But it does kind of lock into where like Grandizer, every year it's going to be like 2,000 subs is what you're going to get. Like, and I can put in more work and I can put in more videos and do more live streams and it's going to be 2,000. And the Seahawks can do really good and they go to the Super Bowl, they go win the Super Bowl and it's going to be 2,000. And that's totally okay and good. But this is where we come back to like things kind of being where they're at monetarily wise, is everything gets real tight when you do this and you're really right up against it a little bit. You're right up on that line of doing it. So I'm really happy with the membership, really happy with the donations, but stuff has been across the board a little bit surprising, I would say, over the last couple of years, in that there's not been the compound growth that you would have thought. If I'm at 13,000 subscribers and I'm getting 2,500 subs a year, you'd think once you get to like 21,000 that you're going to start to put maybe 3,000 subs a year, but it doesn't really do that, which has been a bit of the strange part of that a little bit. I'm not discouraged by it. I'm not complaining by it. But it has been a little bit of the odd part in it over the last year and kind of watching it, and stuff has kind of, for lack of a better word, when it comes to that stuff, a bit of a flat line there on that. So it's good, but it'd be great if it was a little bit up more. It'd be great if we had more on that side of it. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, the Skins were not deserving of that more, and Dan was horrible. Weather Titan personally would like for the Cardinals to go back to St. Louis. Arizona just missed out on a franchise in 1976. Tampa Bay and Seattle were awarded. If not for 1988, Arizona would have gotten the Panthers, Jaguars in 95. Definitely think Arizona deserves a football team for sure on that front of things. But St. Louis does too. Cardinals are a homeless bird. They move every 30 to 40 years. The most hilarious thing about the Cardinals to me is their logo is still the St. Louis Cardinal, which has like a totally different like gizzard than the one Cardinal that's actually in Arizona. But they were too lazy to like update the logo. It makes me laugh every time. Should be a Phoenix, even though it's a Cardinal. William Tarkowski, thank you for the $2 donation. Are Seahawks going to get a new stadium, new color? I don't know about new colors. I think new uniforms potentially, and I'm not sure on the stadium front, William. I think that's the part where we're going to have to learn about the owners of what their intention is for that, what they see. I mean, they may come into the press conference here in a couple of days and say, we just want to update the facilities and add some luxury boxes in there, and we don't see why this stadium can last another easily 20, 25 years. So they may very well say that. They may also come in and say, look, we've got a general tacit plan in place of how we want to execute this to get a new stadium built. We're going to work with the city. We've got this and that. Or they can just say it's not on the table at all right now. That's a little bit hard to say. The stadium life in the NFL now and the way the teams kind of go through stadiums 3 decades in can start to be the time where you start to look for, when you're going to move off that. The Kingdom, for instance, had a 30-year run and you moved off the Kingdom. So this is kind of the life cycle of a stadium in general terms. But I wish I could give you a certain answer on this, William, but this does remain one of the real main questions coming off the new ownership, is about which direction they're going to lean with that. SL Hazard, besides being Niner fans, the only red flag I see is owners are obsessed with AI. I remember a report about the Niners using AI to make draft decisions. Yeah, that was kind of a weird one there on that. I don't know. It was a weird quote and how they kind of quoted him. I think that, like if you do a PFF mock draft simulator, you're technically using AI, aren't you? So like, it's kind of like, I think that I don't know if they were doing it as much as was kind of being sold in that story on that one, Hazard. As well, was it then the Vinod with his 3% stake in the team, or was it more if that was an owner pushing that? Was that more of the owners with more of the club control pushing that? Jerome, Max Crosby's looking good, ready to roll. B. Hey, I'm in if we want to make a trade. We got the arsenal to do it. We got the assets to do it. We got the means. We got the will. D Nugget Brando, do you have an outside YouTube donation link? I think I do. Yeah. It's down there in the description section. We got it to both I think the Venmo and the PayPal accounts. Yes, sir. But again, I don't want to sell it like I'm doing really well. We're doing just fine with how we're doing the channel on it. But this is where like as much of what we're trying to do too is that, D Nugget, we've got the TikTok we're expanding to. I'm now on Facebook. If you guys aren't, please do follow me out there on Facebook. Follow me out there on the podcast front of it. We're with the Believe Network. So there's some different ways I'm trying to find to be able to monetize this outside of just having to just crowd for donos, where we can kind of get this from other areas. And that stuff's starting to work its way in a little bit here. It's all a process, But yeah, down in the description, we do. Telios, a new stadium tucked into Snoqualmie foothills with actual weather, not just Seattle drizzle, but real snow. Fog rolling off the peaks would be a mental trip for a visiting team. Lambeau's evil twin. Ooh, I like it, man. It would be fun. I mean, there'd be a lot of bitching and moaning, but man, it'd be kind of fun. You couldn't beat that as the most unique environment in all of the NFL. What a pain in the ass too for people having to go out to the stadium visiting. Like you already got to fly out to Seattle. Now you got to get on a bus and drive all the way out to Snoqualmie. You're like, we're playing out here in this. Banker, as long as no one shows the new owner a picture of Art Modell and that travesty, I think you're okay, Brando. It should be all right. San Antonio Outlaws. You can already see it. We stole your team. The name just fits. Appreciate you, Space. Yeah, Hard Knocks can be fun. All right, got my HBO turned on, man. Yeah, it's gotten really expensive, man. I was pricing out plane tickets and the hotel and all that. And I was like, geez, it's hard when you're looking at a couple grand cost. I'm down in San Diego. Yeah, it's nothing but I wish I could say it's a winner on the trip, and it just hasn't been. Unfortunately, with that, it's like it doesn't drive more. I don't get more subscribers. The viewership doesn't go out with me doing reports on the scene from the actual Brenton facilities as far as that goes after watching practice. We've done a couple of meetups. We've had like a handful of guys show up for the meetups. So it's just kind of like you look at it like that. You're like, you're trying to balance it all off and you're going, okay, what's the pullback for doing this? And I love going to Seattle. I love being amongst Seahawks fans and in training camp and all that. But like, it just it wasn't quite worthwhile. I just need to start TikTok dancing. I might eventually. The OnlyFans is coming, baby. Gunnar Helm, one of my underrated guys on my list here, Titan. It's one of my guys you target in fantasy. I think he'll have a good year out of the tight end position. Does the NFC roundtable help? Yeah, it does. It does. It's one of those things that does help. You're just kind of cobbling it all together. Just to give you guys a peek behind the curtain and doing this, it's a lot of little creeks that eventually hopefully lead to give you a river. But there's a lot of little creeks that make it. So it's kind of like you make your little bit off of the membership, which is a couple $100s a month. That's what membership's going to make me. A couple $100s a month. That's what I pull away from it. Ad revenue every month is going to be maybe a couple $100s a month. So if you guys just start putting the math together in your own mind of that, you guys see what I get donation wise. You think about that on that. So it's just kind of like, yeah, we get a paid appearance on Roundtable. We're going to expand this year on Roundtable and do 2 shows a week, and that's going to help for sure. And it'll all kind of it just slowly bit by bit increases a little bit, but you're in this for the love of the game. Let me put it that way. Nobody's into this as a content creation point. If you're thinking about this on the sideline and watching this going, they probably get into this because it's kind of easy money to do it. And maybe you see the big donations come down the line for me, but like, you ain't in this because you're in it to make money. That's not been to anybody that I've been able to come across in doing this, that has been what they've encountered. It is a love of doing it kind of thing. Space, thanks for becoming a member of the channel, man. Welcome aboard. Appreciate you. And I still love doing it, folks. So I don't mind whether we make a lot or we make a little. I'll be doing this regardless. But thank you, Space, for becoming a member, man. Welcome back aboard. Jack says, Brando, it's because a bunch of fans are still on the Super Bowl bender. Maybe the viewers return for the season. No. I mean, you're misunderstanding. So Jack, it'd be more of, if you take this channel and it's a channel that's been around for 6 years and you look at the growth of channel, we've had years of growth on this channel where I've done 5,000 new subscribers for a year. For the last 3 years, it's been hardlined into somewhere about 1,700 to 2,000 new subscribers is what you're going to get every year. And so throughout the Super Bowl season, if you think about this, like if you go back 3 years ago and the amount of live stream shows I was doing and the content I was creating versus the content I create now, it's like I'm way more now than I did 3 years ago. But the growth is the same. There's stuff that has gone up. There's stuff like viewership goes up and some of the other stuff goes up a bit, but that's where it's kind of, I'm more not speaking to the offseason, Jack. That's the expected part. Is the offseason you expect to slow down. That does happen. And offseason's been fine. We've done good, but I'm more speaking to the full year. Kind of what you would expect is that if you're at, if I'm at 5,000 subscribers and I get 5,000 in a season, well, then I would expect once I'm 3 or 4 times as big as that size, then the amount of growth you get with it would compound with it too. And it's not just me. This is not a thing of like, this is just kind of a nature of the beast thing as you look through it. All content creators and that are doing Seahawks stuff, especially, are kind of running up against this. It's also a little bit weird where, you look at like the 49ers, for instance, and they've got it seems like they've got about 15 content creators that have over 30,000 subscribers. Seattle's got 2. So it's a little like a strange thing at the same point in time of like, you kind of wrap your head, but you also like, yeah, but why isn't there more activity from our fan base on this a little bit online in general? Not to me necessarily, but to everybody, so it's a weird place to navigate a little bit in this sphere, Jack. It is. Remember when Jesse went viral with that poem? That was awesome. That's his most watched video, I think, on all of his channels is his poem to Sam Darnold. And I do love that. TBF, I watched for probably close to half a decade before subscribing, so views might be better metric than members. Yeah, and we're doing good on the views have definitely gone up, and I don't want to, again, I think this comes off as seeming, I'm more just trying to give you guys a peek behind the curtain than seem like I'm coming off them. I do great, and you guys' support is unbelievable. It is truly unbelievable for what I get bang for buck wise. So, I got no issues at all with what's going on. I never read the poem. I just say, but the Rams are just a better product in LA. They got new ownership too, right? Well, Kroenke, found as fast a way to get to him in LA when he took him over and bought that team. It's if Kroenke had just remained with the Rams in St. Louis in his pocketbook, bringing what it's brought, could he have created the same type of thing there? Probably so, but they probably belong best in LA. It's their natural place. It's where they began. Hey, Ben says, I'm thinking of creating a new Seahawk logo that heavily inspired from the Supersonic 71 to 75 logo, but add the modern one like word name inside a Seahawk logo. Okay. I could see where you're going with that. I'm with it. Yeah, Alexis did a great job on the Roundtable Banker. She didn't miss a beat. No, Jake's got that's just who he works with. He's got a girlfriend offline, different girl. An upgrade we needed at Lumen, bring back the Kingdom's urinal troughs. Those were legit. Not really, but nostalgia. Now you became a man when you stepped up as a young man to those troughs. A bunch of dudes with their doinks. What are we doing here? those troughs were everything's a lot of splashback coming from a variety of different angles. With the way the roster is currently constructed, where do you think they go for the first 2 picks in the draft? Hard to say. I think probably edge rush is probably a good pick for one of those spots, and probably maybe off-ball linebacker, Ricky. Obviously, they operate off of value, so that could kind of any positions in play at that point. But those would be 2 general positions that probably be a little bit more at the forefront. You don't have to Facebook. If you're watching me here, then it's all good. They'd force us to make it a dome, though, at Snoqualmie. Probably would. Yeah. Probably would. I'm stealing a friend's HBO. Hey, by any means necessary. You know what I mean? Husky, I see you have a bunch of cards in the back wall. Do you collect? I pulled a 24 certified 49ers stitches in time with Debo and Parasol. That'll be worth a full 25 cents in about 20 years. I do have a decent card collection. These have been mainly just ones that folks from the channel have submitted and given to me. So a lot of the stuff on this backdrop is stuff that's just been sent to me via subscribers and folks in the community, including the cards back there. I think I'm going to probably replace them though. That's one of the ones where I think we'll get probably the DK jersey eventually. I think going to go over the top of that some point or another. But I did back in the day. I've got a whole collection from childhood. I saw Obsession movie. Alexis from Jake's channel reminds you of that chick. Oh, jeez. Jeff, I wanted to do a parade meetup, but kind of got tired and wanted to make the drive home. I get it, man. And there's no worries on that. It's all good. We do really well with your guys and turn out here, and we're here in July before the training camp's even chipped off, and we've had back-to-back streams. You guys have been checking in, so we're doing good. It's really fun. Sorry, Brian. Give it a lot of thought. Just came to us like, I just can't. William, City of Seattle has become a woke sewer run by an idiot mayor. Move the stadium to a place where you don't have to stumble over bodies to walk to the game. 3 Guns Deep. So are you living in San Diego? It can't be cheap to live in San Diego. Well, I'm living in San Diego for family reasons. So I've got an elder mom at this point that now needs some help. I want to be around my brother, who my brother lived down here. So the family sort of all decided a couple of years collectively to come be around each other because we don't have a lot of family left. So we're, trying to kind of maximize who we have around us / be able to kind of help mom out a little bit too. So it's really was a decision that was absent, just simply, living in a place that's this or that. Not actually in Seattle or in San Diego per se, 3 Guns Deep. It's kind of out there in an enclave to the east of San Diego. So it's like San Diego adjacent a bit. It's kind of like San Diego's kind of like 20 miles away, 20 minutes away or whatever. So it's not in this place there are some pockets down in Southern California where you can get it where it's not as bad. And in fact, in Seattle, I was doing some tacit pricing this off season to potentially down the line of moving up there. And if I move up there, I'm going to want to be into the mix of it into, on the east side or into Seattle. And my goodness, it's getting more expensive in Seattle than it is even in parts of San Diego. Williams' Roundtable is a very good show. Your host does a terrific job in moderating. I love doing it, man. It's such a great counterbalance to what we do on these live streams. And I'm really happy that the Roundtable folks were willing this year to open it up because we're going to be doing it on Tuesday and Wednesday. So you're going to get 7 shows from the Hawks Nest a week here this upcoming season. We got Sunday where we'll be running end to end. We've got Tuesday where we'll be doing the behind enemy lines early on, and then we'll be doing the Roundtable show in the evening. We'll be coming on Wednesday. We'll be doing the weekly wrap up, and then we'll be doing the Roundtable second show, which will be a preview of the upcoming week's games. Then we've got Thursday, the B&B show. And then on Thursday night, we're going to be doing the Seahawks Syndicate. So 7 total shows to my count there over the course of the week. 2 Tuesday, 2 Wednesday, 2 Thursday, and 1 on Sunday. A lot lined up. But the hope is, I think, with the Roundtable, that we'll just be able to keep expanding this more and more, William. And if it can continue to be the success it has, and right now the Roundtable is kicking ass. I mean, we're lapping everybody else. And if it can continue to do that and carry so much the load like it is, I think there's a real potential of it expanding even the next year into 3 shows and just continuing onwards. And I'm really excited about that possibility. Jack Brando, you should go to training camp because Hard Knocks is there. Maybe you can convince some media that Crosby is coming. Thought about it for sure, man. I did, but I just didn't have the $2,000 in ducats to swing. I've never Brando to update his thumbnail with the Seahawks cheerleader. Sex sells. Brian Hawksnest, perhaps number of subs might be to do with market saturation too. We've got a lot of full-time content creators here, law of diminishing returns. Well, that's why I kind of referenced the 49ers situation though, Brian, right? Because the Niners have more content creators than we have. And the Niners have, I'm just tacitly saying, they've got like 10 guys over 30,000 subscribers. So like they've got guys that get over 30,000 subscribers that don't even have like channels that are 15 years long even. So it's like, it's not even that either. It's just, that's a little strange to me where you go, I'm with you on the saturation thing, but then that would mean that you wouldn't see that over here, and that same saturation would affect the San Francisco market in the same way, and it doesn't, And the frustrations I'm talking to you guys with about this aren't just my own with this. This is also from some of the discussions I've had with these same content creators that are hot content creators and what's been on their mind in talking about this stuff, where they're kind of at times, there is some frustration where it's like, I feel like we're doing great content. Why isn't there more resonance with the fan base? So it is a tacit feeling that's out there a little bit too. I'll say this is beyond just me and my little, and I don't, I got no problem with things. Things can remain the same right now into perpetuity into forever. And I'll be perfectly happy with that. Perfectly fine. Yeah, I totally hear you guys on the flooded thing, but that's where there's other fan bases that have a very flooded market where there's still the viewership around that it doesn't impact it in that way. I mean, it's one where it's like we were doing game day 50,000 subscribers, so there's like, we're getting plenty, the views are there, definitely there. It's a subscriber problem as much as anything else. And there could be a lot of reasons for it. I don't know if though I can go to the saturation thing when, again, you come back to it and your rival down the road has got 5 times the number of guys with over the sub count that I'm talking here, Grandizer, wow, 6 years. I started to watch you in year 1 when you were under 5,000. It feels like I've been on for so much longer. It kind of does, doesn't it? It's like I've been doing this for like 20 years in a good way, not in a bad way. Not like, boy, long, but in we're at it, we're vets in this game. But yeah, I think we might be into year 7 right now. It is getting to that point where I'm starting to get confused on the timeline. Catalyst says Sam Darnold made Jesse go viral, so surely he'll give him some credit at some point. You'd have to think. He did last year. I think he finally acknowledged it took him a while. I had to browbeat him quite a bit, but we finally got him there, I think. Yeah, most watched video on any of his channels. It went over 1 million views. Jesse's poem, his love letter to Sam Darnold. I'm not sure on which of those guys will make the roster there, C-Town. Kind of like right at the end of the roster, and that's where it's going to be a hell of a fight. Sell cards, go to camp. Koken, thank you for 9 months. Hawks Nest member. With everyone talking about the new owners, I just have to say, I love my cat. As do I, man. Cats are awesome. Cats are awesome. The best, really. Perfumery, I swear those urinals had mirrors on each side end too. Boy, they were reflective. And the splash damage. The splash damage you would sustain in a Kingdom urinal, folks, that's the stuff of traumatizing childhood memories. You haven't lived until you got two grown-ass dudes as you're an 8-year-old on each side of you spraying fire hoses on your left and right. You've got a freaking front lawn sprinkler spraying back at you. Who came up with that design? You know, it's the laziest design I've ever seen in my life. Grandizer, you got a P.O. Box address? I don't, but if you hit me up on heyhawksnest at Gmail, I can send you an address to send stuff to. So just Grandizer, hit me up at heyhawksnest at gmail.com and I can send you an address. Megs pulls them from what I've seen. They have a couple of 800 per box. Let me Jimmy back. Collect a bunch of $200, $200 going to give. Hey, Ben, San Diego downtown's very bored. A couple weeks ago, I got to watch Padre game. It was electric, but not having fun in downtown. I only go to Balboa Park and Snapdragon Stadium to visit old Chargers homes. Yeah, I don't go down there too much myself. And to your point, it's lost a lot of its flavor. I think, we had this happen. I think a lot of cities on the West Coast, and over the last 15 years, this has kind of happened too, where there's been a little bit of luster lost to some of these real, once vibrant cities. They got a gas lamp district in San Diego that I think was a lot more lively years ago. I think certainly the COVID impact and what that did to businesses and having to shut down, and not all businesses could restart, and there weren't always new businesses to take over those businesses that couldn't restart. It has affected the downtowns. It just has. And stuff has really been slow to kind of come back around. But there's a nice boardwalk area in downtown San Diego, but there is a weird kind of lack of unique personality of the place that you would expect, given its history and given when it's had some really, I think, good runs as a city. Meg Elpries, love how the NFC West roundtables dominating like our division of football. Oh, it's been amazing to watch. And I think that they're really blown away by it out there at roundtable because they weren't expecting it. We came on there a couple of years ago with I walked in there, we had 2,000 subscribers. We crossed 10,000. Our off-season viewership has been phenomenal. I think we're going to easily be having episodes where it's 20,000 views an episode this year as we get into it. And now we're going to be able to do the 2 episodes, which is just going to help viewership. And we're doing like one episode a week, basically one live stream show a week. And yet the growth has still been there, banker. And it's what's wild is just watching that it's done so much better than the other roundtable shows. Like we're going to overtake the original roundtable show that started up like 7 years ago, that had a whole head start on us, that were the original founders. And we're probably going to pass them this year. We're already passing them on viewership. We're going to pass them on subscribers. So it has been really cool to see that thing take off. And I think we've got such a great chemistry there with the 4, and it's such a great balance, I think, between discussions to debates to just having a little bit of humor and fun. We've really been able, I think, to strike it up. I'm really excited about the future of the roundtable, and I don't think it's limited in what it can become over there. Thank you, guys. Really happy we were able to get this negotiated. It was one we were really pushing for. We wanted to do 2 shows this year and really lock them in. Baker, we need another collab. I love that 49ers versus Rams meetup and the short where Brando looked like he's 7 feet tall. It's all about the camera angle, Banker. It's all about them low angles, man. And we were going to do another one of those this year. What happened is it got really hard is that we just didn't, in looking at the schedule, there wasn't anything that really synced up wise, with having it has to be kind of a Thursday night game for some of the timeline of this to work. And so we ran into some real issues with some of just the way that the NFL kind of scheduled the games this year and the primetime games and how they all got kind of set up a bit. We'll do another one at some point, though. Niners, unfortunately, have bigger market, better national brand recognition. Yeah, kind of. They use bots and AI to get subscriber counts. I wouldn't put it beneath them. 3 Guns, you're number 1 Seahawks content creator in my book. I'll put Dan number 2. Thank you, man. And I really hope it doesn't come off as complaining. I'm not complaining in the least. You guys have done nothing but raise me up, allow me to do this much earlier than anybody will be able to do this in my territory as far as where they're at sub count wise. There's plenty of people on YouTube that are still at 20, 30,000 subscribers that can't do this full time because they're not getting the support. They're not getting the memberships. They're not getting the donations. I get that. I get that backing from you guys and have for years now. So, let's not get it twisted in the respect of, I would never ask anything more from you guys. These are more just a peek behind the curtain stuff because it's stuff that I get asked about a lot as far as how does this work? How does that work? How does the stuff work? You guys are inquisitive that, here's how it kind of is. I'll always kind of show you guys how, stuff kind of is in the background, how it kind of forms up on it. And then again, you guys have good ideas too. Maybe you guys got some things you can present on it. And this is where we're trying to expand shorts. This is where we expand to Facebook and TikToks and expand other off-platform stuff like the roundtable stuff to see if we can find some ways to kind of buff this up beyond just we create the more content from this area. And I think we'll have some success with that. Just keep trying to apply different approaches. But Dan does great work too. If you're not subscribed up to a Dan or a Bryce or a Brendan Nelson, please do on the back of my words with this. It's free. It does help out when you're trying to get things like sponsorship and you can say, hey, I've got 30,000 subscribers. It helps. It helps you get more sponsorship, more money, more ability to sustain yourself on your own, Husky says the owners need to connect with content creators like you more. Has Seattle Sports 710 ever had you on? They never have. No. I would certainly be happy to go on that and do it anytime they would be wanting to. So I would be open to doing it. I think that the Seattle Seahawks organization could do more to being a little bit more open to content creators. I think the door does feel very shut under this prior ownership. I think that they've made it to where that if you do get in and get credentialed or you get some sort of connection there to it, that you sort of have to go through this gauntlet, so to speak, and so it is a little bit tough on that right now. It does feel a little bit more like a shut, closed, locked door right now than it does feel like something where there's an opening on that. But that's not unique to, of course, Seahawks. That's a lot of NFL organizations are like that. There's some organizations like Miami that are super, all content creators come in, they're just wide open on it. There's a little bit of a variance to that, but I'd be down to any time to be any guest appearances on that stuff. I don't stream on Twitch anymore, and as much just because the video game market's kind of died out. But it's also because Twitch doesn't pay. So like you get monetized on Twitch and you do a stream and you get 23 cents for doing a 3-hour stream. And you go, okay. You're like, yeah, that's maybe not the most fun. So that's kind of those things you try out, doesn't work, try other stuff. But Twitch just doesn't really pay unless you're some real big, really, 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 really big creator on that platform. Banker, I think viewership hurts because the NFL doesn't, push market support, small market teams. That could become some of it. Definitely could be a part of it. Simigen, Seattle gets Northwest and maybe Oregon and tiny Montana for people caring. Yeah, I mean we get a lot of Canada, we get Alaska, we get Hawaii. There's definitely a pretty big regional market of people to pull from on this one. The question I have is, did Sam ever hear the poem? We'll have to ask him if he did someday. I hope so. Nugget for small market, we still have a name. Steve Largent was a national name back in the day. Pete Carroll era for sure. But now we shocked the world win. We're doing good. Yeah, we're doing good. Yeah, we're represented in Alaska, John. Alaska rides strong for Seahawks. What game should I try to go to this year, preferably East Coast, as that's where I am located, but I want to go to a game? I mean, I'd say the Eagles game storm fanatic, but you're going to go in there with the Seahawks jersey, and I don't trust those fans. It's kind of down to the Commanders or Panthers. I'd probably go with the Commanders. That'll be a fun fight early on in the season, Storm. So I'd do that one for East Coast. You sure don't have a lot to pick from. We got a lot of Midwestern teams this year. Kind of see why we have only 21,000 in flight mileage. JG, I'm going to send a giant wheel of cheddar cheese. Yeah, hit me up, Grandizer. I'll send it your way there, man. I'm very responsive over there in TheSeahawksNest. Williams is actually watching from Bangkok, Brandon. Big Seahawks fan base here. We gather at the Sportsman to watch the Seahawks games. Let's go, man. I love the Seahawks fandom is worldwide and it's everywhere, and that the sport now has become that way. It is just so cool. It's another unifying element in certain ways. But hell yeah. Brian, Seattle is the 18th most populous city and 13th ranked TV market. Seattle, Tacoma, Bellevue, 4.6 million. Not a small market. There we go. Here we go. Hey, Ben, I literally spent 20 minutes to play football with my Chargers antenna ball in Snapdragon Stadium parking lot to remind me that they used to play here. Snapdragon Stadium, that's what we're calling it. Jack Murphy was strong, man. I got to stay with Jack Murphy, Ben. You talk about a concrete jungle. Space, you learn real quick to keep your mouth closed tightly when using the trough. No man spoke to another man on the trough. And no one needed to be told of the rules. You knew it inherently as a child when you walked in. You could be 4, you could be 13. You knew the rules. You walk in, you stare straight forward. You do your business, you don't say a word, and you leave. Trough rules were known. You were born with them and within the Pacific Northwest. Coke and Brando, from what I heard about Vinod, I really like him, but now I'm hearing his wife is going to be the controlling owner with his son being heavily involved. Can you clue me in on what you can expect from those two? Well, I think that there's a heavy question about what to expect from those two. I don't think we know. I think it's all a guessing game right now. And it's a blind guessing game. I'm not basing on anything. I'm not giving you, I can give you the track record of their history and what he's done in businesses and that this and that. But it all comes down to, it's really, we won't know until we know. I think it makes sense that you're putting the wife and specifically the son as the forefront on this, because think about it from this standpoint. If he's the forefront, 71 years old, he dies in 3 years. Are you trying to sell the team again at that point? No, this is about a purchase that's going to be sustained and that you're going to own for a long period of time. And so I think as much as anything, having the own, especially the son in point, is to have that person that can seamlessly roll through if something does happen to the dad. I'm taking it as that myself, but I don't have much to go off of with them on what they're going to do, what their intention is going to be doing, how active they're going to be, hands on, hands off, micromanage. Just don't know. Chris says the only thing worse than the trough splashback was a bar in Chelan, Dales, where you essentially just whizzed on the floor like you're in a shower stall. I think I know the place you're talking about too. I think I've been there. Seattle's not often treated like a small market team, says Catalyst, by the rest of the NFL. In reality, they're not a small market team. Yeah, I don't think so either. Especially when you take in the regional area beyond just the density of population around the Seattle area. Or their Titans is the 49er hosted the moderator for the AFC South. Haven't had a South episode in like 2 months. Yeah, it's where the unique thing we were able to do this offseason, Oiler, is that because we have such viewership throughout the year, they said, we'll let you guys continue to do it throughout the offseason. They wanted to keep the momentum because the momentum is so good. We're doing such great amount of viewership, especially comparatively to the rest of their roundtable shows. And the thing is that the roundtable's got to pay every time. You know, they're paying out of pocket for those episodes to the individual creators. And so if they're not getting the viewership and they've got to come out substantially out of pocket for every episode, you can't blame the roundtable for coming back on that and being like, we're going to keep these light in the off season because it's just not as worthwhile as it is in season. But that's where they've also been smart in recognizing with us that we're a little bit different on that, and that we're able to sustain it, and that there is a hunger for this to continue throughout the off season. You know, I like Jesse, and Jake is a good guy to hate. Laughing out loud. A Catalyst Jake, Homer Elabogan, never forget his Ram secondary take last offseason. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Spaceman, thank you for the $10 don't know, as well as being a member of the channel. I really appreciate you, brother. Really appreciate you. Love that emoji. I just realized you had the trophy there that he's picking up. I'll help you get next year's camp. Well, I'll definitely try to make more of an avenue to next year in getting out to camp. And seeing if I can save up a little bit. I'm hoping this year we're going to make a little bit more money on the channel. And if that occurs, then I'm definitely going to do it. I want to do the Senior Bowl trip last year because I'd never done that, but I'm not going to do the Senior Bowl. We're not going to do the Combine. And that should leave me next year to have the funds to be able to pull off doing a full-on training camp trip at that point, for sure. So thank you, man. I'll stock that away. And hopefully we'll get back around to the other side of this next year on the right side of that space. Appreciate you, brother. You're very kind, man. Hey, Ben. Hey, Brandon. Will you attend NHL Winter Classic or Stadium Series if they set it in Lumen Field on the future? Not much of an NHL guy, so I've just never been able to quite get into NHL. It just doesn't do a lot for me. I've tried, man. It just doesn't get me captured too much. Bryce is awesome. Bryce does great work, man. Love working with the syndicate. Bryce, Dan, Mookie. Those guys do just phenomenal work. And if you're not subbed, get subbed up to those guys. They more than deserve it. What's up with his beard? I haven't done a beard check-in yet. He's supposed to be growing his flurry beard. That was the mandate. So we're going to have to see where he's at on that. He keeps doing the trim. He keeps doing the selective trim. I'm like, what's with the selective trim here? I'm supposed to be getting some flurry here. Grandizer Hawksnest. Brando, I want to say I found you via Payo Time Rams. You should have over 1 million subs. The energy, time, detail, etc. to deliver complete top shelf product is incredible. Oh, that's very kind of you to say, man. I love what I get to do. Whether we grow an inch, a mile, or don't grow at all, the people of this community and what I get to do when I get to go live and how much excitement it builds in my heart, how much fun I get to have in doing this with you, how much I feel like just I'm a pig in mud when I get to just talk about Hawks and football and just dive into the depth of it with you guys. I'm at my happiest in many ways. And so I love what we get to do, man. And you guys are very kind and you always make every time I get to go live a fun time. It's always a good time in the chat. And people often ask me, Grandize, well, you read every chat. It's like, well, yeah, my people are legitimately really cool and funny and keep me thinking. And why wouldn't you if that's the case? Oiler Titan Bryce reminds me of a young Trent Dilfer, circa 2000 Ravens Dilfer. I could go for that comp. I'm okay with that comp. I definitely think he's not going to reach the standard Oiler Titan that we had with him coming out, where people were trying to sell him as Patrick Mahomes minus 3 inches. My answer to that has been always, yeah, right. In our bra. He's nowhere in the vicinity of Patrick Mahomes. 23 cents. It's real talk, man. Twitch is not paying. Yeah, you don't want to be in Eagles Stadium, man. You'll get shanked in that stadium by multiple people, maybe. You're like, yeah, this was from the first quarter. Some guys just walking past me with the beer, got me right between my ribs. This one on my ass. This was as I was leaving the stadium. Somebody just ran up and started stabbing me in my butt. This one right up here, as you can see near my groin, I think he was trying to cut off my dick. And instead it just went right through my abdomen there on the lower half. That's how bad Eagle Stadium is. You're getting multiple attacks. Yeah, we rep in Hawaii too. Yeah, you don't got a lot to pick from, my man. Not unless you want to go to the Midwest, which if you're on the East Coast, I think you're trying to avoid. Wonder what charity that 9.6 billion is going to? A very happy charity. Commanders could be a good one, man. They're gonna be more full health at that time. They've got some interesting things. It's gonna be a battle. It's a 10 a.m. game. It'll be a fight. Oh, new stadium stands in the old Jack Murphy Stadium instead. Okay. I didn't know that. I thought Jack Murphy was still out there, falling into ruin. Freaking cure cancer with that. You should start to get that amount. Yeah, being proactive at Vinod's age makes sense. Could the owners just hire Jody back to keep her on the team? I wouldn't think so. No. You own it, you want to own it. HGG, if B had a PS5, he could be playing some Black Ops 2 at the moment. Jack Maloney says, so roundtable makes the most money. Well, the 12s have the most money. We sold for nearly 10 billion for a reason. That's right, we do. Yeah. We wouldn't be able to do these shows, and we would not be doing 2 shows a week if it was not making them legitimate money. And you can see with the donations, I mean, we've gone in there before and we've had 120 donations for an hour show. I mean, and it's wild to watch, so it's in a cool way, of course. So they've been blown away by it. They're super impressed. You guys have done a fantastic job. I don't say this enough, but the Seattle fans, the Seahawks fans especially, have done a fantastic job of hyper injecting that thing over there. And, your guys is showing up over there as much as anything else has been a big driving force of this. And it's very cool. You guys show up every week like you do over there. And it's allowed for this thing to grow and expand. And as it grows and expands, it makes things easier and better, in my opinion. And for me, a lot of this channel is about finding the different ways we can expand outside of me just sitting here when I'm yakking to you guys. And in order to kind of change up and give you guys different content and different stuff that we're talking about. Brian is the Burt Reynolds of the Hawks reporting. You missed it again? You missed the show? Catalyst, sometimes it's not about the numbers, although certainly do agree, but it's about the discussion, community, and experience. Love this show. So what I touch upon with it, I think that there's a little bit of things you can do for mass consumption that would probably help me for growth at times that I don't always do, I'm sure, Catalyst, but some of that also falls back in favor of, in lieu of, to your point, the community, the discussion at hand, and that becomes the most important thing. And if I've got to choose one or the other of having huge expansive growth or having the kind of community that we've built up and having just solid growth, I'll take the latter every day and twice on Sundays. It's invaluable. It's priceless what we've been able to create here as a culture of a community. I mean, look at this show. We've gone on this show for 4 hours. I don't think that there's been a bad trolling comment in the mix. I don't think there's been anybody off their rocker, just out of pocket, trying to rile stuff up, which you see in every chat room and everything that goes live everywhere. And it's just such a testament to this community and understanding what we're about and what we're trying to do here. And I've said it before, it's about you guys. It ain't about me. That this community, that this channel will go as far as the community will take it. And it will go that far if everybody's in lockstep and understanding what we're trying to do. Not that we're in full agreement at every turn. In fact, disagreement should be part of the forefront of items that we encounter on this channel, but that we're trying to get into fun discussion. We're not interested in typical sports, dumb trash talk that goes nowhere. Let's get into this thing. Let's get into the heart and the meat and the potatoes, all this. There's a lot of interesting stuff in there. Jay Melfair, I saw some games at the vet. If you don't sing the Eagles fight song properly at the right times, you're going to get into a fight. That definitely sounds very Philly-ish. They have a courthouse under the field, and there's lots of witnesses that you started it. There's always a lot. You get punched, you strike back. Everybody's like, he started it. Again, a very Philly-like thing that I could see. Yeah, I wouldn't go in that stadium myself. Certainly wouldn't go into wearing a Hawk jersey. There's very few stadiums that I wouldn't be willing to do this in this country. That would be one of them. Hey, Benz, is one more thing from Eagle fans. They'll fight each other. I didn't meet any rude Eagle fans, but hockey fans, completely different stories. Yeah, they go at it. Philly fans will go at it. Other Philly fans, usually the San Francisco too. San Francisco fans will go at other San Francisco fans. Broncos is tempting, not going to lie, but I got to deal with the elevation. That elevation's real. When you're going from low to high, man, that thing hits you like 100 bricks to the head. You just feel like you got a donkey sitting on your chest. Pun intended. Yeah, they got fights every time. You can just sit there and you can spend hours on YouTube just watching Philly fights in the Eagles Stadium. They get after it. I get the feeling they get a little bit too much of the drinky. Like their tailgating kind of goes over the top. They're also kind of one of those fan bases, like when they win, they start destroying everything. Like you saw in New York a little bit when the Knicks won, where it's like, that's an East Coast thing. Like, yeah, we win the Super Bowl out here. Nobody's like tossing cars over or lighting fires. Like we have a Super Bowl parade and nobody gets arrested. The Eagles have a Super Bowl parade. I feel like they got dozens arrested. Banker Brando, would you rather walk into Santa Clara Stadium in a Hawks jersey or Lincoln Stadium in a Cowboys jersey? I would probably do I would probably wear the Seahawks jersey into Santa Clara. But both are going to be pretty perilous situations, especially if they realize I'm the Nest. I don't think that that's going to endear me to Niner fans. I think I'm getting some punches tossed my way. Have a good one, Herbizat. Go Hawks, man. Oilers Titan, what would be more shocking, the Giants winning the NFC East or the Raiders winning the AFC West? The Raiders end up winning the AFC West because it's just, I think, a significantly tougher path for them to do it, and they don't have the roster ready to get it done. The Giants have some interesting parts in their roster. That pass rush could be a big driving force of things. They've got some talent in some spots that's very interesting, and it's more of an opened up division. With the Eagles, feels like they're maybe a little bit into a diminishing place. Like Hurts has kind of backtracked a little bit. They could take a step or two back. Cowboys, you never know what you're going to get there, and I don't think the Commanders are going to be anything special. So I think it's a little bit more of an open division there. New York Hermer wins says, I wish AJ Barner was in the top tight end. He's right on the precipice there. There's a lot of good tight ends. He's right there. Might be the year he kind of breaks out in that way. Ben, hey Brandon, do you think should the Seahawks keep the winning streak against the Eagles or not? We're undefeated since 2008. I guess you could say the entire Jason Kelce career. Yeah, I think that we definitely have a good opportunity to keep the streak going. A couple of reasons for this would be you're on the road, but you're not at 10 a.m. It's a 2 p.m. game. So, you're not going to have that early morning thing working against you necessarily, which is important. The Eagles roster does have, I think, some spots of some age and spots like their offensive line that can be a bit diminished by that time that you're playing them at that point in the season. You got the Giants the prior week leading up to it. So maybe a chance to kind of prepare. I will say that when I was doing my projection for the 13 wins this year, and I'm looking at the 4 losses on the books, of those 4 losses, I had the Broncos game on Thursday night. I had the Chargers game at home. And then I had one of the Eagles game on the road or the Cowboys game at home as being a loss. So I do see one game against the Rams. It's kind of where I see the losses coming from this year. Joe Melfair, I'm overjoyed that the Hawks are getting disrespected by every national media group. Talk about a reason to motivate the team. Welcome to the Hawks. Kosla, ownership. Let's go Hawks. Me too, man. I do think it's going to serve as a bit of an extra motivation and help to maybe override a little bit of complacency that could have existed otherwise. Jody's not going to be worth the $9.8 billion. D-Nuggets got to go to charity. She'll get probably a piece of that, though. Oh, thank you, Brian. Appreciate you, man. No one took the troll bait, 3 guns deep. That's the thing, is the community knows, they know what's up. They know when we get one of those guys in here who tries to do it, it doesn't work, doesn't land. And that's why those guys don't keep coming back in here, because there's no point to do it if I can't get anybody to take the bait, including the host. And that's where you guys are so strong in understanding that every time we go live. And it's just such a cool part about this place, because it just allows the discussion to go more freer and loose and free. NFL fight videos are hilarious, especially because they tend to take place after guys are very inebriated. Philly are ruthless and Santa incident. It's a nice cat you got here. I got a great cat. Pumpkin's awesome. Very talkative too. $10 a.m. wins, a guaranteed win. We have done really good on 10 a.m. games recently. That's for sure. It's been pretty amazing. Yeah, the Chargers one's a sneaky tough game for me. And people didn't like it when I promoted. And it's just as much of just 13-4 feels right this year to me. 14 wins was a franchise record last year. It's hard to get to 14 wins. And, I think that there's going to be some teams gunning for us this year, which will make it even a little bit tougher. But I do believe in what the Chargers are doing. And you mentioned McDaniel. I think McDaniel is going to be a big, helpful asset, is exactly what that offense needed. They needed some imagination. They need a guy that was going to be at the forefront of things as far as what he's doing offensively speaking goes. They need to be getting away from that dusty approach of Harbaugh on the offensive side of the ball that Roman was bringing with him as an offensive coordinator there. And I think it's going to be a great marriage fit. I think it's also going to help Justin Herbert take his game to another level. And I think that with it will make the Chargers more dangerous. And it's not like they haven't been good prior to this. Even as they've been finding their way, even as their offensive line got decimated last year, they're still making the playoffs there. What happens if they stay healthy? What if they do improve? System does fit to right, Definitely going to be a Milrow proving experience this training camp, New York Keemer. And we got to see if he's going to develop and improve and how he throws the ball, how he improves as a quarterback. We know what he can do with his legs. There's no questions there. But we got to see him develop as a quarterback now. Banker, bigger shock. Raiders, Cardinals, or Dolphins make the playoffs as the 7th seed. The Cardinals making it as a 7th seed would be the biggest shock. This is the toughest division in football. They've got a pretty tough schedule just in general terms over the top of that. I think that, and the NFC is tougher than the AFC. So I would give the nod to that one. Samuel Carlson, Brando, is it just me or has the cope from 49er fans been the worst this year? The amount of times I've seen 5-2 has gone past annoying and has moved to just pathetic. Well, I think that, look, you won a championship in their house. You won a championship in their house after winning the division twice, after blowing the doors off them in the playoffs. You appear to not only win a championship in their house, you seem to be separating from them at the same time. Not only was it, you came in to think about this too, Samuel, you came into last year from their perspective, they've got to catch up to us and they look still far behind us. They got to catch up to us. And now by the end of the year, not only had you caught up, but you had overtaken them. You'd won a championship in their house, your second championship that you've won in basically 11 years, or not 11 years, but 12, 13 years, while they haven't won a championship in 3 decades. They're looking at that. They're going, we're trending one way, you're trending another way. And then more of a micro level than a macro level. They're on an old roster that's at the very end of its run. That's like coughing out a death rattle that you can feel every single year. And they're right there at the end. Meanwhile, we're right there at the beginning. And we're right there at the beginning, having won this championship, having won 2 recent championships. So I think that there's some stuff here as a fan from a 49er perspective that's very troublesome and hard to swallow and hard to deal with. And then that causes you to kind of try to cope with it. This is where cope should be applied. This is where cope is properly placed. I think the floor is 10, ceiling's 14. I think that's fair. Yeah, I've had 13-4 too, maybe 12-5 if we have some key injuries. I could see that going that way as well. Very, very fair. Yeah, they're grasping at straws. I mean, they know what they're looking at with this team. They know where they're at on this run. I mean, it's smacking you in the face this age. And they can see that they're taking the same direction this year, even more so than ever before, of leaning on age and hoping age is going to get the job done. And it hasn't up until this point. I don't know why it will just suddenly do so now. And so they're watching a little bit of the definition of insanity taking place with their team, and it's how it's being run. Not definition of insanity and that it's being run into the dirt. They're a good team. They're a very talented team, but in the sense of not good enough to win a championship, being held back by some kind of factor at hand that will prevent them from the ultimate prize. And that's what that fan base cares about. I don't care about getting to the playoffs or winning more games than they lose. And so I think that does force them to have to face some uncomfortable truths. Jack Scott's 15-2. Jack, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, Herbert could be a dark horse MVP candidate for sure. The receiving core has kind of he got in there a couple years ago. Not much receiving core. Keenan Allen getting older. You lose Johnson in free agency. It really does get pulled down to really light. They've slowly added the receiving core. They've got their Rondé Gadsden kid as the H-back tight end in there. Running back room's been filled out a little bit. Marion Hampton now healthy this year. You could see how it could go this way, man. Yeah. Splitting with the AFC West, that doesn't sound right. Well, I would have us. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and maybe not. What's good division? And Chargers and the Broncos I think are good teams. I think too is I think if you're playing the Broncos on a Sunday, you're playing the Broncos in Seattle, I think it's a bit of a different territory. But when you have to play the Broncos on the short week after you play the Niners, that's what's got me a little bit of like you kind of shoot your shot for the Niners and you're a little gassed out by the time you get to that Thursday night game. But it is a guess, admittedly speaking. Herbert's the Josh Allen of the West Coast. Yeah, kind of. Mitch, let's go Hawks. We're in such fantastic position. It's almost unreal. Coming out of the Russell era and late era to be here is glorious. It is glorious, man. It is a unique position to be in as a fandom. It is such a special spot to be in. So many fans that find themselves in the place we're at with this team right now, as young and as good as they are, found themselves coming off the final year of like, well, we had a hell of a run, but we just kind of ran out of gas at the end. Reality kind of hit the end. Our youth kind of hit at the end, and we had to face it. But we get to be in this position as well as coming off the back of the chip with the Super Bowl ring on the finger. Hell of a place to play, man. And it's a place that, to your point, Mitch, enjoy this, savor it. Not many fandoms get to be in this kind of position. Banker says them 5 Super Bowls on VHS tapes don't mean jack to me anymore. The tapes, they're slowly wearing out. Like they got to restore the tapes. Better get those tapes restored soon, or we're not going to have any records of them, Banker. I'll never wipe off this tank. Can the Niners score a touchdown against us this year? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Banker, give me a Super Bowl this century first. Oh, wait. Terms says, yeah, I think the O-line stays healthy this year, but 100% that's the biggest difference. Sure. Oh, sure. I sent my friend who's a Niner fan a how to score a touchdown tutorial on PowerPoint. Oh, the trash talk's going to get heated this year, folks. It's coming. Which says, let's go Hawks. So grateful to be in this fan base. The end of the Russ and the end of Russ, the end of Pete, all of a sudden back in top. John and Pete were right, helped to become the best in the league. They made great decisions, man. You've gotten to the top, not just because things broke well in your favor, but because you made a lot of smart decisions, and they weren't easy decisions. That's the point about that. The Russ, the Pete thing, those were not simple. Those were not no-brainer choices. There was a lot of pushback for you going in the direction you did go in. But because you were thinking intelligently, smartly, and trying to lead with that, it proved out to be the right move. And they got a lot of good players on the front side, man. To the Niners. They can just keep those guys healthy is going to be the key. Albert Brown says, have you checked with DK Metcalf? First and middle name is? I'm not sure what you're asking. Tim, thank you for the $1 donation, man. Appreciate you for that, Tim. Very kind of you. Didn't have any note in there, just a super sticker. New Hakeem, Jadarian Price versus Saquon Barkley is going to be fun, but the question is, which running back's better, Price or Barkley? I think Barkley's still proven enough to be where he's just coming off a year where he had almost 2,000 yards. So I know there's a little bit of downward last year, but I think he's still a guy that you got to give his, worthwhile praise. Jadarian's still untested. I think as well, Barkley's going to be utilized at a little bit of a higher level than Price will be, where Price will be a bit of load management at play, when the Eagles are like, look, we're paying for Barkley. We're going to get our money's worth. It's kind of like the McCaffrey factor with the 49ers, till the wheels fall off. Grand is our Hawks Nest. Brando, did I hear that right? The recently cut for the Lions, Terry and Arnold, has gotten interest from your Seahawks. Your thoughts? Hope Seahawks sign him or stay away. I don't have a real strong opinion on this one. I think if you sign him, it's just as much you sign him for the long term, and that once his legal troubles are figured out, that you could bring him in here. But that was just, they weren't even really, this wasn't like interest. He's not coming in here for a visit. It was just checking on his situation and where he's at. He's a guy that they had a lot of interest in the draft when he came out as a guy that they could potentially pick in the first round. So they're just doubling back around. John's in on every deal, checks in on everybody. And this is just a representation of that. Grandizer, during the hearing, Arnold's agent, Nicole Lynn, said he had a workout with the Houston Texans on Thursday, July 9th, and has another visit scheduled with the team next week. She said 4 teams have inquired about signing him: the Texans, New York Jets, Indianapolis Colts, and Seattle Seahawks. It's possible. I mean, John's just in on everything, so you never know how serious he is until he gets to the point of actually jumping. And there was, as I said, there was some interest on this with him in the draft coming out, but it could be due diligence. It could be just to check on what the actual details of when he's going to become available are. Hard to say that it's true, honest to God intention on their part to go out there and eventually add him. Niners couldn't win some final games against them since they were 4-18 against Russell Wilson. That's true. They got very excited once Russ left. He had their number. PowerPoint comment was awesome. That was awesome. Baker, week 1 Rams, 49ers, Australia. The trash talk begins strong. If I was Goodell, I'd have us playing week 1 past 3. I would have us playing week 1 past 3 matches came down to the wire. Yeah. Well, it's definitely speaks the way they've set these matchups up both at the beginning of the year and the end of the year, Banker, and that they're Goodell, and I think the NFL recognizes the strength of this division and the teams in this division, and how much the intrigue will be from the national audience to watch all these teams and try to keep track of all of them to see how it'll play out. Yeah, I love it, Jack. Jack says, last season was a season of vengeance. Now, we're just having fun. Let's go, Jack. Hey, Ben, remember when the last season journalists predicted the Hawks 0-17 record? And guess what? We won the Super Bowl, and this year they gave the team an F. Time to cook them barbecue style. Let's go. Yeah, they don't know. They don't understand. Think about, I'm curious how K9 will do in KC. I think he'll have marginal success in there. I think he'll be, they'll find a way to utilize him. I think he'll be good as in the screen game. That's been a place that Andy Reid has been awesome at it for years with the running backs, just the traditional screen stuff. I do think that there's going to be a little bit of overutilization. You're paying him the money you're paying him. And with running backs, I think that you just want to start to really lean on them for the touches at that point. The problem with that being then that we know with the K9 is that he can have a tendency to break down if you put too much on him. So I do worry about that with him a little bit there in KC. But he should be pretty productive. Have a good night, Mitch. You're a beast as always. Sheed, Barner, Fleury, the biggest X factors in 2026. Let's go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, man. You have a great night, Mitch. Texans are already stacked at cornerback. They are, man. But you can say we're already pretty good too. Never hurts to have one more. They're like pass rushers. You can never have too many. Hey, Ben, by the way, since Snapdragon Stadium will host round pool game in upcoming Olympic, the stadium will rename to San Diego Stadium for the first time since previous stadium before it renamed to Jack Murphy. Round pool game, huh? New York team, Jadarian Price will go for 700 plus rushing yards, 200 receiving yards, and 10 touchdowns in rookie season. I like it, man. I'd go 950, 208. That'd be my prediction. Hot take, K9 will be overpaid. Bad signing by KC. Yeah, I don't think it's a good signing by them. I don't. Storm says K9's got to stay healthy, so he's right there with you. And Casey's going to regret that contract. You guys are in lockstep on this, Banker, and I think you guys are on it. It does get kind of pushed about with this whole Kenneth Walker thing, where it's like, you should re-sign Kenneth Walker. Like, he signed the richest contract for a running back in free agent history. free agent history. Like Saquon didn't get that deal. You were going to have to give not just a significant contract, but like almost an all-time running back type contract to make that happen. And it's not for a player that's just bulletproof. K9 is probably average as a pass catcher, and then he's below average as a pass protector. It's great what he gives you as far as toting the rock goes, but then when you factor all that together with the very rich injury history, which really all comes out of, I want to use you like a normal running back. I want to end up with having you at 250 touches over the course of a season. Ow, that's going to get me injured. I can't sustain that. Well, but I'm paying you $15 million per year. And this is where that math just doesn't add up. Like, you're paying that money. I need a 3-down back. You're paying that money. I need a guy that's catching the ball at the backfield. You're paying that money. I need a guy that I can rely upon for 250 touches a season. And if I can't do that, then it's bad money spent. K9 complained about the dual running back situation, but that was the thing that kept him injury free. Sometimes players don't understand always about what allows them for the success in their situations. I think they get very myopic in their view, very singular in their view, and that they get a little bit lost of the grander picture at play. And maybe some of that is that you have to, because no one's going to care about your career but you, and that you have to have that kind of ownership. But at the same point in time, his comments on the split running back room and some of that I thought it was a little bit silly when he doesn't take a little bit of the temperature of the room and understanding, like, how has your career gone in prior years when you haven't shared the load? How has it been for you when you've had to have all of the touches just about? Did it work great for you? Did they get the most out of you at that point? Did they keep you healthy throughout the whole season? Because the data was pretty succinct on this one. I have Love rushing for 1,850 yards and 750 receiving yards. Wow, you got Love right out the gate in his rookie year going for 2,500 total yards. Oh. All it is, like, a lot of people love the talent to that degree. I just can't see Love in the same place some others are, or they're Titan. And that I think that there are other backs that have come out in recent years that were more talented. I think Saquon Barkley was more talented. Bijan Robinson was more talented. Adrian Peterson was more talented. I think he's a really good back, but I don't know if he's quite to that level. But we'll see. We'll see. You're not alone in the outlook of that. Melfair, I'm overjoyed that K9 got that bag, and I'm happy we didn't give it. That's a great way of putting it. Storms, it's very predictable that he might get hurt again at some point. We know all too well. Yeah. I mean, running backs don't get healthier as they age, right, Storm Fanatic? And if you've had those problems early in your career, pretty succinctly, pretty much almost every year, I mean, even last offseason, he was dealing with injuries. Probably going to sprout up again, especially when you put it in conjunction with the Chiefs' drive to run the ball. Like, we're paying this guy money. We want to get our money's worth. One lends itself very well to the other. D Nugget, JSN breaks Megatron's record this year. Let's go. Sharon Price, 1,200 yards. More natural for the zone scheme than K9. Yeah, I think that's fair. K9's vision got a little bit better over time, but was always somewhat of a limiting factor. John Schneider, smart, very smart. Go, if I'm paying that money, I need to pay Devon A-Chain or Jahmyr Gibbs. Yeah, you got to get the full meal deal, right? I can't pay that money and then have limitations in the player that I'm paying. Because then that means I need to go find another back with that skill set to supplement what that guy's doing. Which, if you're paying middle of the road money, that's one thing. But when I'm paying top of the market, I might not have the means to be able to do that from a load balance perspective. I'm that same way. Banker says if Legend Juwan Taylor was still there, he could teach K9 that kick step and pass blocking. It's all about the early step. All about that early step. Storm, I have no ill feelings towards K9, but I do think he's going to learn that we were really looking out for his best interests. Same. I don't begrudge him for being frustrated, and he's a competitor, and he wants those opportunities. And look, he was trying to earn his money at the same time. Let's face it, there was a lot riding on last year for K9 to go out there and get that contract. But the team also, with that split load, right? Here's the part where I go, it gets myopic a little bit in his view. That split load, as much as it pared away touches from you to get more yards, to do more productivity-wise, did not prevent you from going out there and signing a record-breaking contract. And that's that part, like you're saying, of the best interest where you start to understand, yeah, all of this is working in your favor. There is no negative side to this. But there's a price you're having to pay on this because of that. But you can also understand how Walker could be sensitive to that. He's trying to go make his money. Running backs have a hard time getting their money. So you get a little bit of why he'd have a little bit of, minor frustration with it too. I only have 2 wishes week 1, beat the 49ers, and I hope the Hawks drop 30 on the Mickey Mouse pads. Super excited for training camp, man. Storm Byron Murphy breaks the sack record this year and the Ram fans get triggered. That'd be amazing. JSN is unguardable, man. 99 overall. Good luck. Good luck. John says, yep, a shutout against the Patriots right out the gate would be pretty awesome. Set the tone, John. Set the tone. That's what we got to be doing here. Got to get the Mariners back on track, D-Nugget. But the good news is that there's time. They can make some moves. They have tended to be a team that heats up a little bit later on in the year on a baseline of this. They just got to get hot for a month to put this up and really get this locked in. And that can kind of happen at any given time. So just got to let this thing kind of bake a little bit. We'll see. Mills is going to be a monster this year. I expect a huge season from that guy. I was a big fan of his in Notre Dame. He's a guy I think is going to break out this year, Jay Melfair. I do as well. I think he was a top 50 talent. If he didn't have his injury, I think he's going to fit to this defense really well. He's an ass kicker in there. He just fits the type of defensive lineman that this type of defense has favored in the past, even going back to the old Raven teams. It's going to be fun watching him in there in this rotation. You're going to be able to keep these guys fresh and furious and rolling as strong as they want, snap in and snap out, because they've got the depth behind them to get a blow when they need. Super excited about Mills this upcoming year. CR, hello from Germany. Just woke up and looking through depth charts with Kenneth Grant not performing for Miami last year and them having a rebuild. What would you give up if he or A-Chain becomes available? I would say neither is going to get available. A-Chain just signed a contract extension, so he's not going anywhere, CR. And in Grant's case, it's just a little too early at this point for them to give up on him. After this year, after a second year, maybe there's a chance he gets moved. But guys that are first-round picks just don't get moved the year after being a first-round pick, even if they've had some struggles, because you're just not going to get much back in return. It's a very depressed asset at that point. You're sort of just letting them go for the sake of letting them go. So, you're not going to give a second-round pickup for Kenneth Grant at this point. They get like a fourth-round pick back. So they'll just hold on to both those two guys. Storm, Pats fans want revenge on us for the Super Bowl when it's a regular season game, no matter the outcome. We still putting the belt to ass on them, though. Yeah, they can want it all they want. It ain't going to stop the pain that's coming. It ain't stopping that pain. Well, they're tight. I think Jeremiah Love's going to have a Michael Jordan effect on the Cardinals. Oh, my God. I love that you're as positive as you are. I think the only thing I'd mention to you, Titan, is, who's the last running back that's ever done that in the recent NFL history of the last 30 years? Who's gone onto a team and had a Michael Jordan-like effect at the running back position? That's hard to do, But I love that you're hyped on him. And like I said, there are a lot of guys that are very hyped on Love, thinking he'll get there. I just did a heavy amount of evaluation on him, and I looked really deep into him, watched a lot of his games. I love his talent. I think he was a first round rated running back and worthy of being taken in the first round, but I just couldn't quite get to the blue chip spot of things with him. Couldn't quite get to that place, but maybe this will prove to be one of those evaluations that always exist for everybody that you're a little off on, when it's all said and done. Love your optimism on it though, man. New York Eagles versus Seahawks is going to be fun to watch. Here's my question. Which quarterback is better, Sam Darnold or Jalen Hurts? Sam Darnold is better. More capable of running a fuller brand of an offense. More capable of operating under center. Bigger, better arm. Better accuracy. Better. Hurts has been in a very kitschy system. really leans into what he does well and really sort of protects him from what he doesn't do well. I don't think you have to really as much protect Sam in that way. Three guns deep. Eric Dickerson, Kurt Warner both had huge yards in the rookie season. Yeah. And that's why I would say with like reference to I go over Titan on this. That's why I'd say like the last 30 years, where it's like this was much more of a possibility of something you could pull off in kind of the early mid 80s than it feels like something that you can necessarily tap into in the modern era in the same way. And I think that just that's been because the rushing game success gets so much more driven beyond just the pure talent of the running back itself. Where in the past, I think pure talent could drive a little bit more of that bus. Julian Love's wife's name is Julia. Grandizer, Kenneth Grant not performing. How he did play well for rookie. Writer McConneville Film Breakdowns, who does film breakdowns for all Fins players, showed he played well. Pro Bowl, no, but he did well. Oh, okay, there we go. I hadn't looked a lot into his prior year. Obviously, I haven't been paying a super close attention on the Dolphins necessarily, but that's good to hear that he was all right. I like the kid a lot coming out. Derrick Henry, maybe. I mean, even him. He came out there and he wasn't even the starting running back for the first 2 years that he went to Tennessee. DeMarco Murray was. It's just like if you're a Michael Jordan impact, Michael Jordan's not on the bench in his first 2 years. Not Vexo, what are you hoping to see from Milroe in preseason to show that he's somewhat developed from year one? Very specific things. I need to see cleaner mechanics. I need to see repeatable mechanics. I don't need the arm slot to be in different spots every time it's leaving his arm. Sometimes it's over the top, sometimes over here, sometimes it's down over here. I need to see his upper half talking to his lower half talking to his upper half, and that they're working in conjunction in his delivery. I need to see processing within the pocket. I think that accuracy is worth mentioning, but I do think that the accuracy, that's why I lead more with the mechanics, because of the accuracy problems come from his poor mechanics or from a lot of things within his mechanics that need to be refined. So if he can refine the mechanics, I think the accuracy will come with it. But processing and then a sense of pressure in the pocket. Too many times on tape with him in college and even at times in the preseason last year, he can't sense when the pressure's around him. And I'm talking about the sense where you've got to sometimes have the peripheral vision, the feel for when pressure's around you versus those quarterbacks that just can never sense when the pressure is there or when it isn't, which leads them to the guessing game of sometimes leaving clean pockets when they shouldn't and not leaving muddy pockets when they should. And so I would say it's those main things: the mechanics, the processing, the sensing of pressure. I want to see those three things really start to come forward in his game, and the mechanics especially, because you've had a year to work on this now. I should see improvement on that. Maybe the processing and maybe some of the neck up stuff you've got to do as far as that goes is going to take a little longer to come along, but we should see more cleaner mechanics from him. And it's the replication. This throw to that throw to that throw should look the same. I shouldn't see your lower half in different places, you stepping in different directions. On this throw, you opened up this half. On this throw, you started your throwing motion before the foot got set. On this throw, the foot got set, and then you started your throwing motion. Like the Alabama tape would be all over the place, throw in and throw out on what you're watching. And it leads to inaccuracy. Like if I'm shooting a jumper, and every time I'm shooting the jumper, sometimes I'm bringing the ball from here. Sometimes I'm bringing the ball from here. Sometimes I'm going up high over my head. Sometimes I'm trying to shoot it from this angle. Well, you're not going to make a high amount of your shots at that point. What leads to a high amount of your shots is reproducing that same motion over and over again that looks exactly the same. And that's what we need to see from Jalen. Three guns deep. Barkley was the last running back I can remember that came out and dominated as a rookie. Yeah, he did. I mean, he came out with 1,300 yards, I think it was, as a rookie. And it was a really good year for him. Don't want to make a mistake of that. But remember too, with that, there was a lot of boom or bust to his runs as well. It was like he would have 5 runs in a row where it's like 2 yards, -3 yards, 2 yards. And then he bust a 40-yarder out, and it would help out his yard per carry average on that year in a big way. And part of that was, of course, because he had to, because the line wasn't good. But this also comes back to, again, how hard it is to have these running backs really have the impact of their talent. Because we learned with Barkley that he's got the talent to be a 2,000-yard back if you give him the right supporting cast. But these running backs go to these supporting casts like this that are this talented, these backs that are this talented, and they just can't maximize whatever natural talent they have in that way. And it's not as much about them as much as it's about the limitations of the team. Three guns deep, Lamar Jackson, Michael Vick seem to be able to survive without accuracy. I think that's fair. I think it depends on the throws with those guys. I think there are certain throws those guys would make that would be very accurate. I think Lamar throwing up the seams, for instance, he's really accurate throwing on the seams. But yeah, you can survive without necessarily top of the end accuracy, but then you've got to have some supplemental skills then to then counteract that. Like I can't do this thing in my game that most quarterbacks can do, but I have this thing in my game that'll allow that to supersede it. And Lamar and Michael's case, of course, they're absolutely beyond elite level of quickness. And their sense of they had a sense of pressure in the pocket that I think sometimes Milroe doesn't have as much of the same sense for. That when you put that with the quickness that allowed them to get around a little bit of the accuracy processing issues that existed with both those two players. So yeah, you can come around it, but then you need the supplemental parts too to do that. And I don't think in Milroe he's got the supplemental parts to overcome a lack of accuracy or getting his mechanics cleaned up. That would hold him back, I think, a little bit too much as a quarterback because there's other parts of his game that are limited. He doesn't have the short area quickness of a Lamar or a Michael. Three guns deep, Cam Newton, not an accurate passer, but still was an MVP. Yeah. I mean, and you're talking about all three of these guys we're talking about here, three guns deep, in that you ran them like running backs from the quarterback position through a large part of their career, which kind of makes them a quarterback / running back in what you're getting from them productivity wise. And that can work. And you can have guys that can get an MVP like Cam did. Is it a sustainable way of playing? I'm not sure it is. Is it a really risky way of playing in that you're setting your quarterback back up to then get injured, which all three of those quarterbacks, had their injuries have popped up through their time, in large part because of them utilizing their legs so much as a centerpiece of what they do rather than leading with their arm. So it is a little bit of, again, we come back to context matters on this stuff where it's can you get around not being necessarily accurate? You can. But then what are the supplemental skills that are superseding the diminishing returns on this other item that most quarterbacks have as a necessity within the sport? And that's where with Milroe, I don't think he has as much of the fallback of a Newton, Vic, Lamar Jackson. You're missing some of in Cam's case, size. Guy's 250 freaking pounds. He can not only running like a running back, but he's running through tacklers, red zone threat. I can run him as a quarterback, just straight keeper option up the middle, and he's just going to run over linebackers. I can't do that with Milroe. I don't have the short area quickness of Vic or Lamar to get him out of trouble when there's pocket avalanching down around him. He doesn't have the awareness, even if he did have the quickness, to get away from that avalanche pressure when it does occur, because he sometimes has a blind spot when it comes to sensing pressure in the pocket. Yes, where it's well, what's the supplemental skill that's then overcoming this thing that's a negative? Because then that has to occur for you to become a top end starter in the sport. But it's a good point. There are certainly ways to overcome things that may not be as a forefront for you as a quarterback. You should be excited for the channel, my man. Let's go. Allegedly, Michael Vick learned how to run getting away from pit bulls. Maxie Mills. Always love the show. Thanks, Brandon. Thank you, Maxie. Appreciate you. D Nugget of Milroe can focus heavy and develop his traditional pocket quarterback game and throw the running only when needed. That would be great. That should be his focus. Not to lean in on the game, but to lean in on developing as a quarterback. Because if you can have that, you're always going to have the legs. You're going to have the running ability. We need this other part to come forward to be a better maximize the running ability. Be able to keep teams playing you straight up in that they've got to be aware of the pass might be coming. They can't just lock in on your legs. B, would you be interested in the Jordan Davis from the Eagles? He became a highest paid nose tackle, but I can't see Philly paying him and Carter long-term. Needed a bunch of voids to keep Davis this year. No, you just signed him to the extension, and so you can't eat the dead money in order to move him. If anything, the Eagles have shown more of an intention here that they're looking already to probably move Carter. And if I was to make the guess here that the indicators we're getting from Philadelphia is that they're going to try to move Carter here probably sooner than later rather than pay him. I do agree with you. I don't think they're going to be able to afford to pay him both, but Carter seems the guy that's the odd man out. Hey, Ben, all right, I'm heading out. Have a great Sunday night, Brandon. And all Hawk fans in the chat, no matter what we are, go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, my man. Yeah, and we got probably a pretty good time here. Oiler Titan, it's Love's world-class speed that makes him historically dangerous. And vision, he has great vision, making 4.3 speed more like 4.2 speed. Dickerson and O.J. Simpson were similar. So I guess here's my question on that then. Never mind on that. I was gonna bring up a point on that. Never mind on that one. It very well may be possible. And, where he's being selected at, whether Titan is in a place of the draft where that's the expectation of what you would hope would be the returns there. I think a big part of him taking where he was taken was having to do with the weakness of this draft and having to do with the fact the Cardinals could not trade back. I think the big part of them taking in Love had to do as well with getting eyeballs on that team and getting people interested in a team that's kind of in a tank mode this year. And that gives you something worth kind of rooting for and being excited about a little bit. So we'll see on this. We all have our different evaluations on tape when we watch these guys come out. And I liked Love's tape, and you're not the only one that's talked about him in this way that I've heard from as far as being as excited as you are for the upper end talent that you believe he does have. It might prove to be that. It might just. I think some of this comes down to as well, and how you're talking about this Oiler Titan comes down to the supporting factors at hand. And that for him to have the type of season that you're talking about having at 2,500 yards, I've been hammering this over and over. You know this over the past couple of months on this channel as you've been in on this chat, that it's these other supporting parts that you need in your favor. Does he have a good defense helping him that's going to allow them to get stops and get the ball back to the offense and not require the offense to score every possession and throw the ball with it every possession? No, he does not. Does he have a firm system in place and scheme in place, an offensive system in place to best maximize him? No, he does not. Does he have a great offensive line in front of him to work with in order to open up big gaping holes for him to maximize his talent in that fashion? No, he does not. Does he have a grade A quarterback in order to keep the defenses honest so they can't stock the box and congest things up there against the Cardinals in that way? No, he does not. So, the thing that I've been seen proven out so true over the last 10 years with Oiler Titan is that when you don't have these factors in your back pocket, the talent of the running back becomes irrelevant. That's been what's been proven to me as a rule of thumb in the NFL over the last 10 years. And so we'll see if it doesn't impact him in the same way, but I think it will. I don't know if I love the talent as much as quite where you do, but I think that impact, that part of what you're working with supporting cast-wise matters. And it really matters ultimately most for the running back position. This is why the position's being devalued. This is why the position's not being paid at the same rate that wide receivers are being paid. I mean, receivers are being paid now twice the money running backs are being paid. I think it does speak to a little bit of that. It's not just all on these guys' back for their success, that there's so much on that has much to do with that's outside of their control. And for Jeremiah's case, I mean, a lot of it's working against him right now. We would need Darnold and Miller doing the Dragon Ball fusion dance. Yeah, it's got to improve that accuracy, man. Brooks says Jalen Carter seems overrated. His production skills last year weren't all that when you think progressively of his potential after a great rookie season. Thoughts, Brando? Philly would be smart to move on. Yeah, I think a couple things with Jalen Carter. I think, first off, Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And that I think reputationally wise, he has a certain reputation out there amongst people as far as the type of player he is. And that in honesty of what you're getting from him actually as a player on the football field, it's just not the same. And this happens in the NFL. Reputation can sometimes take over. We've seen it before. And I think that has been the case when it comes to Carter. He has games where he absolutely can take over, and he looks like a guy that's capable of being the best defensive tackle in the sport. And then he has a lot of games where he ends up going really, really quiet. Last year, Jalen Carter was ranked 80th amongst defensive tackles as far as his grade. If I'm not mistaken, Seattle had like 3 defensive tackles rated higher, if not 4 rated higher than him. 55.1 was his defensive grade last year. That is bad. And while the pass rush at 77 is solid, that's not dominant. That's not like tearing the roof off. And his run defense score was 37.3. A big pusher of it. So he doesn't play run defense. He takes plays off. Philly's having to protect him right now as it is. 440 pass rush snaps last year, 258 run defense reps last year. So almost half of his snaps less that they're putting in to have to play run defense just to try to protect him. And he's still failing them when he is out there playing run defense on the infrequent times they're asking him to do so. And then as a pass rusher, way too hot and cold. If you're only going to be a pass rusher, if you're only going to be a one-trick pony, will be a consistent one-trick pony at that one trick. But he can't even do that. So this is, I think, Jordan Davis has progressively gotten better as a player. Jordan Davis is a good all-around player. Jordan Davis is one of those few nose tackles in the sport that can get you true pass rush from the nose tackle in double teams. Jalen Carter is going to be traded by the Philadelphia Eagles within the next year. Book it. Write it down. They're not going to spend $25 to $30 million a year for a guy with a 37.3 run defense grade. It's not happening. Husky, thank you for the $3 donation. Says, thanks for the fun discussion. Thank you, man. Always a good time with you guys here in the chat, man. Appreciate you. Oiler Titan. It's easier to run now than the 70s and 80s due to tougher defenses and pass happy offenses. Look at all the 2,000-yard running backs recently. Even the Rams' 4th round running back had 1,200 yards due to the passing game. It's an interesting discussion on this. I don't know if I would say it's easier to run the ball as much as passing has taken more of a centerpiece. Yeah, you are seeing right now rushing taking more of a forefront right now in what's going on here, in that we've had, like last year, I think we had 14 rushers who had 1,000 yards or more in the season. That's the most since, I believe, 2017. So we've seen the uptick in rushing. We've seen the uptick in rushing yards, but that's more of an uptick, not because teams are rushing the ball better and easier. It's more of teams are putting more onus upon more rushing attempts, running the ball at a higher rate. And they're doing that because of the cover 2 shell. If I don't have the safety in the box and I'm playing a defense throughout the course of this game who's going to stay in that cover 2 shell, the box is going to stay light, I'm going to run into that. But that's as much of me trying to attack where I think you're weak than it is about, I think, overall effectiveness of the running back position being, amped up significantly. And the Rams have certainly, built that up to where, yeah, it's a 4th round running back, but that's kind of the prover of my case, Oiler Titan, that the reason that the Rams running back and Kyron Williams has that success has to do with those factors that I mentioned that are missing from Jeremiah Love. He's got a good defense. He's got a great offensive line. He's got a great quarterback. He's got wide receivers on the outside that are going to keep the defenses honest. He's got an offensive system in place that's awesome. Like, all of that is working in Kyron Williams' favor to help get him 1,200 yards. If I take Kyron Williams and I put him in the Arizona Cardinals this year, Oiler Titan, how many yards do you think Kyron Williams is getting on the Arizona Cardinals this year? He ain't cracking 1,000, I'll tell you that. So it's it's one of this has been one that 10 years ago, I think I was a little bit more in the camp of where you're at, Oiler Titan, that this has been an evolutionary place for me where over this 10, 15 year period, I've been listening to the analytic people and doing the research on this, studying up on what drives rushing offenses success in the modern era. And then I've just found myself pulled into the territory of where the analytic folks are at on this, of that while it's great to have a talented running back, the success of the running game as a whole is going to be driven beyond the talent of the running back. It's going to be driven by these supplemental parts more than anything else. And that you can maximize a star running back. You can get grade A production from him, but you need those other parts in place to get that done. And if you don't have that, you're going to get lesser from that player than they could possibly give you. And I think that that's been one that's been proven out very succinctly. Yes, I agreed. But that he's having that success, whether Titan, because of those supporting parts. And I guess I hammer it with you because this tends to be the place that I get into debates with folks on the running back position where they don't take into account any of this other inherent stuff that is a driving force for success. Instead, it becomes solely the focus on this running back's talent. And we tried this a couple of years ago here while they're Titan with Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet. We drafted him in on a team. So let me give you another real world representation of this. We drafted 2 second-round running backs, the only team in the NFL to do this over the last 15 years, take running backs in the second round in back-to-back years. So what we tried to say is we don't have a great offensive line, don't have a great offensive system. Quarterback position is not exactly hard-lined in right now. Defense, not the greatest of shape. We're going to draft these 2 running backs. They're going to be amazing. They're going to light the world on fire. Their sheer individual talent will be a driving force of success for a rushing offense. We ran this up the flagpole. Back-to-back years, only team to do it. It didn't work. It didn't work. We didn't get the most out. We didn't get Kenneth Walker to his best until he was in his 4th season with the team. So it's like, I got to see this kind of as like a live action, scientific experiment kind of played out a little bit. Remember when everyone said the Hawks missed out on drafting a center? Good times. We do have too many picks. Jack, talk about money burning a hole in your wallet. 700 yards. Yeah, that's right about where I put Kyron too. This is the year to move up in the first round, I think. Carter isn't worth the headache for his off-field issues. That's why we didn't draft him. Yeah. Well, then it's like we've been referencing all the on-field stuff. We can only know what's going on off the field too. And if there's anything at all percolating off the field with Carter on top of some of the questions here on the field, there's no way you can throw that guy $25 to $30 million and you're going to look to move him. I think we can see why they've kind of tacitly thought about this offseason already so far. Oilers says, remember the Rams spent 5th round on Puka, a 3rd on that East Washington wide receiver. They got 1,600 yards, 1,900 yards. Yeah, I mean, it's Rams have done a good job in finding receivers. Yes, that certainly they've thrown 1st-round receivers too out there and thrown picks for 1st-round receivers in the past as well. So, I mean, they both looked for value and they've looked to add this in. They spent a good amount of money on Devontae Adams in free agency last year too. And Puka was a great find, sure. But it's all of that. It's the talent, it's the system, it's the scheme, it's the defense. It's having all of those supporting parts. I don't know if we'll find common ground on this. I don't. And I don't know if maybe I'm probably not articulating it in the proper fashion on this Oiler Titan. But the Rams' success comes out of, I have a really good top-end defense. I've got probably a top 5 offensive line. I've got a really good receiving core. I got a top-end tight end unit. I got the MVP at the position of the quarterback. And that stuff is going to help the running back position in a major way, regardless of the talent of the running back position. Puka was a guy with a lot of talent that fell in the draft because of the fact that he had a pretty rich injury history in college that people were really nervous about. And that allowed him to drop down. Guys drop in the draft for that reason. Didn't mean he didn't have individual talent that other teams could see, but there's a lot of reasons guys drop in the draft, and that they're valid reasons to do so, and teams take the risk, and sometimes risks pay off. Cooper Kupp was a small school guy. People could see the talent there, but some people just can't wrap their head around small school. Didn't mean that there wasn't really good talent there. It just means that people oftentimes get small-minded in the NFL in their outlook of looking for the grade A talent at big colleges. And if it isn't a big college, they can't quite get their imagination wrapped around that guy being any good. Rams are really good in their drafting process to be able to, find these guys. But they're very talented guys. And where you're drafted doesn't mean you're not necessarily a really talented guy. Guys get drafted different spots for different reasons and fall for different reasons. But again, it comes back to, like I said, with Kyren, like I just mentioned, I think it's a kind of good point to think of this as we're trying to reference this back to the Cardinals and Rams situation. I take Kyren Williams, whether Titan. I'd love to see your answer on this one. And I move him to the Cardinals next year. How many yards rushing does Kyren Williams have? And basically what I'm asking you is, how much of an impact are these supporting parts on Kyren Williams? Because the Cardinals don't have any of that to the reverse side of it. So then this is where I'm trying to get to where we can get to where I kind of know your stance on this. How much of that impact of that supporting is really there and driving it? And if it's there, in your opinion of it is, it actually has weight and it carries weight and it's important, it's impactful. Well, then why would Jeremiah not be impacted, inflicted, impaired, impeded by those things that are not working in his favor? Maybe hopefully that kind of explains it a little more clear. The Rams aren't that talented. I'm a little bit in awe of you saying that, Oiler Titan. I don't know that I've heard anybody say that. I mean, Alaric Jackson's a top 6 tackle in the sport. Steve Avila is a top 6 left guard in this sport. They're probably top 6, top 7 with their right guard. They're solid at center and right tackle. Probably top 13, 14-ish at those two positions. They have probably the best tight end room in the sport right now, or one of the best. Matt Stafford is the best quarterback, was the MVP last year. So I don't know, man. I guess I'm a little bit in awe of you saying that, because I've not heard anybody, if anything, everybody's been saying the opposite. They're the most talented team in the NFL. And draft status doesn't equivocate out to that's your talent level. Like I said with Puka Nacua. Puka Nacua was at the University of Washington and went to BYU. And if you even go back to the Washington days and Rome Odunze and Jalen McMillan, when they talk about Puka being there, is that they said the most talented guy was him. It's out of those guys' mouth, those guys that played with him at UW. He dropped because the injury stuff followed him throughout his college career and he just couldn't stay healthy. If not for that, he's drafted higher. So it's like draft status is not equivalent to talent. And Cooper's taken in the 3rd round. That's a day 2 pick. That's a high selection. That's a guy that you're counting on to be a talented player. So I don't know if, we're probably just not in lockstep in our outlook of this in this manner, which is fine. Not many people bring up that the Super Bowl champions have 12 picks. It's a nice position to be in, man. First world problems. And you just got to feel like, Jack, to me, I think there's definitely a potential you make a midseason trade deadline move and had a real big piece. But if you can get through this season, find ultimate success, get in the next offseason and the potential of being able to package those picks and move up in the 1st round and go get yourself a blue chip player. Boy, I'm liking more and more the possibility of this. Jack says, I agree with the White Titan. I'm willing it into existence. Go Hogs, William. Blue and green zone. The Rams are talented, but what people aren't talking about is the depth. If Trent McDuffie gets hurt, will they hold up in the passing? And the Rams O-line has a lot of questions due to 4 starters may not start. Well, I definitely got the Larry Jackson suspension, which is going to be problematic. And I think that this is the biggest issue they have. This is their kryptonite. And that I think that the Rams do not have depth. I think at the tight end position, they've got some depth. I think at running back position, Corum's a nice counterpunch to Kyron Williams. But I think almost every other position you go down the line on with this team, you find yourself left wanting when it comes to the depth. And it's a team that's played a lot of games the last couple of years. It's a team that's a little bit of an older roster. And that what we know about in the past history of that is if you have those two combinations for a team, played a lot of extra games in recent years, older roster, and not a lot of depth, that you get that team to the end of the year, it tends to play out that that team's going to be missing some of those bodies. And they're really going to feel the pain of that because they don't have the next man up. They can't just go, okay, the next guy's not going to be a far drop off at all. We'll lose a little bit. No, you're going to lose a mile. A Myles Garrett goes off the field, you're losing a mile. An OJ McDuffie goes off the field, you're losing a mile of performance. And you get a couple of those hits. How do you sustain around that? Can you sustain around that? I find myself reticent to believe it can be the case as well, blue and green. And that's versus on the counter side of it, like you say, where we do have the depth. Yeah. Crickets. Definitely something we've covered. It's one that I look at that depth chart, and it does, when you look at Seahawks and you look at the Rams depth chart and you go side by side, you go, boy, these two look really different. Wouldn't deny the Rams are top heavy as they are. And it's amazing how top heavy they built themselves. But, you know what I mean? Storm Fanatic, Rams Kryptonite is also, they think they're better than everyone else. And they're very arrogant, stuck up organization. I would agree with you there. There's some front running aspect to that Rams organization. You saw it in their reaction to the 2-point play and some of their little bitterness throughout this offseason. The fortuitous bust comment by McVay. Like, yeah, there's a little bit of that there. Kendrick says, yeah, I'm with Oiler Titan too, and Jack too. McVay ain't that talented either. Oiler Titan, you're selling people on it. You're bringing them aboard on this one. You're bringing them aboard. It's going to be a fun, exciting football year. So many great storylines. That is for sure. All right, well, we'll wrap it up here on that note. We got 5 hours in the books. Another good show on point here, man. You guys were with it today as ever. I really appreciate you guys for that. If you can for me today, as we finish this up, do me a favor, hit that like button, get subbed up over there and follow over on Facebook. Hit me up on TikTok. If you guys can expand on these places, we're trying to expand in those areas if we can. We got the Hawks Nest Clips channel. If you can devour a full 5-hour stream like tonight, we're going to be cutting these up into Clips channels throughout the course of this year onto the Clips side of it. So please do as well. Get subbed up over there on that end of it. We got the NFC West Roundtable this Tuesday kicking off. We might be getting Seahawks Syndicate going this Thursday. Got to get that set up and see what's going on with the boys there. On Wednesday, we will be doing a show that's going to be a Seahawks-related preview. So it's a Seahawks season preview. We're going to be going into this team. We're going to be looking at the additions, the losses, where the cap space is at, the draft pick compensation that we're sitting upon for next year, because that's very important, what the storylines are regarding this team, some of the camp battles as we go into it. We're going to be going end to end on Wednesday. So get ready. We're starting to soup up for this NFL season. We're starting to ramp up. The engine's heating up. The foot's going down on the pedal. And your Seattle Seahawks are getting ready to repeat as champions. I hope you're ready for that. I hope you guys are prepared. Brando, check my earlier comment, left my ass off. I thought I got him. Did I miss one there, Jack? I thought I got all of them. I think I got it. Post again if you can for me, man. Oiler Titan, the early 80s 49ers were coached up by Bill Walsh scheming guys open before Jerry Rice. McVay's doing similar witchcraft. Yeah, it's somewhat similar. Walsh was working at a time where everything was run centric, and he was one of the first coaches that were going to lead with the pass. I don't know if McVay operates in that same tenor. It's a West Coast offense they both run, and I think they're both front runners in the way that they go about their business and what they do. But Walsh got in at a time when everything was so hyper run centric, and McVay came in at a time where everything was going to more pass centric stuff. He was just really intricate in the pass stuff he was doing. flood zone concepts and, utilization of that to the utmost. But yeah, I mean, a little bit. I mean, to me, the talent's true there, though, as much as anything else. I think that they've built the talent there and they've added on to it. I think if you were to go to NFL evaluators with a Titan, I mean, let me put it this way. I think if you go to 32 NFL evaluators, 32 NFL general managers, and you say, hey, let's conduct a poll of the top 5 most talented teams in the NFL, I think all 32 general managers would say that the Los Angeles Rams have a top 5 most talented team in the NFL. So beyond your opinion, beyond my opinion, I think you would agree that probably if we go to 32 NFL evaluators, they would be saying that. I don't think that they would be saying it's McVay that's fully driving that boat. I wouldn't, in my opinion. I think as well, if the Rams felt this way as much as you feel like they do about this Oiler Titan, like if as they much felt like it's just our brain trust is so brilliant, you don't see the necessity of having to make a McDuffie trade and Myles Garrett trade and bring Aaron Donald out of retirement. I think that more speaks a bit more to like, yeah, we need the talent's always got to be there too. You need the coaching and you need the talent there. You need them both. And it ain't an either or. How can Anthony Bradford improve? Is reaction time slower? Does he play too upright? Well, it's his first year in the outside zone system. So I think that there's a lot of reason to believe that you give him another year to really get acclimated to this. And it's a detail-centric blocking system. So I think that also can make you understand that like, okay, yeah, if you tell me that's going to take 2 years to kind of master, I can wrap my head around that. Having his same offensive line coach return this next year to be able to keep reinforcing this, it should allow him to return to continue to improve. I don't think you're going to get monster improvement. I don't think he's going to become so super hyper reactive in his movement. He's a big guy who's sometimes a little bit slow out of his stance. And that's going to come up from time to time. The bad snaps will be there with him throughout the course of the game. But can he make the good snaps, the plus snaps, the dominant reps? Can he increase the volume on those? And on that, I think, yeah, he can. Yeah, I do. I think you'll always get a little bit of those rough snaps. That's just going to happen. But I would expect him to improve as he gets down the details and the technique. He's always been a raw guy. So it's where it's just the more technique he can get down, I think the better he'll be because of it. So marginally improvement, as well as taking into account he's into a free agent year Husky. So, these guys in the free agent year, they're going to come in their best shape. They're going to come out as workout warriors throughout the offseason because there's literally millions of dollars at stake. Jack said, haha, I'm praying the Rams become untalented. Hopefully the Spoon contract gets done. I think both Spoon and Leonard Williams get done before the start of the season. I think we're going to get both those extensions in tow. Juju Hoops, Rams fan here. You got a fair point about the depth. It happened when Lake went down. That secondary fell off a cliff. When he came back, it was night and day. Yeah, and I don't want to undersell it in the respect of it guarantees that you guys don't get there. Because I think some Ram fans, it seems to come off to them that it's me saying, this is absolutely going to be a certainty of something that's going to occur. You guys maintained really good health for the most part last year. You mentioned Lake, but for the most part, health held up really well last year. You could lean on those starters and those starters could carry the day and you were dominant with that. And that maybe be able to be pulled off once again. So it is one where, you can get through it. I'd say that it's not ideal because we got the 17 games. We got the 2 Thursday night games. You guys are going to be traveling like 34,000 miles this year. You're going to probably need to call upon the depth, but it is just a difference of the way that things have been built. And it may be something that you guys can avoid, but I think you saw it too, Juju, on just simply the Alaric Jackson news. And, you saw it with the reaction of Ram fans where the Alaric Jackson news goes, and rather than you going, that's okay, we got Exhibit A in-house. He can go out there for 4 or 5 games and hold on. 4 or 5 games, he'll hold the line. But to a man, what you heard from Ram fans over and over again is, how about, is Conklin? How's Conklin? What can we get? Can we get Whitworth out of retirement? Whit did he come out of retirement, wouldn't he? We get Whit out of retirement. And that spoke to the Rams fans smartly, instantaneously, knee-jerk reaction-wise, recognizing, I don't got a backup to Alaric. I got to go out there and look on the open market for that replacement here. And like you said, I think that's that way for a lot of positions as it currently stands here and as it goes. And then I think that that's where 3, 4 of those injuries hit and you don't have that depth, you've already flipped out a future first round pick for Garrett. Are you going to start throwing more picks out of the future to try and reinforce around now? That's the part to me where I think it could come up and bite you guys a little bit. It's no guarantee that it does so though. And you guys might be able to maintain your health. You might be able to just, there are teams that can kind of glean that and just sort of you're right on that razor's edge, but you find a way to just sort of tiptoe your way through it over the course of a season. It's like Stafford last year, as old as he was, but top 6 in passing attempts. I mean, if you told me prior to the year, Juju, that you guys were top 6 in the passing attempts when the year wound down at the end, like Stafford's going to be top 6 in passing attempts this year, I would have been like, he's going to get injured at some point. That's far too many passing attempts for a guy at that age, but it didn't. You guys got through, you guys, you steered through and found a way for him to stay healthy throughout the year and play at his best level ever. So that's where it's like, you never know how this will exactly play out. Kendrick says the immortal chamber Stafford used last year really was a mobile witch's coven. It's going to backfire on them. Those things come with a price. The devil gives no freebies. You might get what you wished for, but there is a price. Brando, you're the go, bro. Thank you, man. Ricky Brando, still going. You're a legend, my man. But doesn't it feel like Darnold is only getting better and a candidate for a breakout MVP type year? Year 2, same team. I see him having a great year. I could see it coming to be. I wouldn't predict upon it, but I could see it coming to be. I think you're going to get the most confident version of Sam Darnold that we've ever seen. And players in any sport, sometimes one of the things that can be a missing ingredient that we have a hard time of seeing, that you can't tangibly touch, that I can't always see on film, is confidence. I've done it. I've done it at the highest level. I've proven it. And for a guy like Darnold, where there was nothing but those questions dogging him throughout his career about that very thing, finally proving it and bringing it to be, you would think, would ignite a level of confidence in him to allow him to up his game a little bit with it. I know I'm that good. I'm that guy. I don't care about those questions. I'm loved here. I'm respected here. There ain't nobody talking about ghosts here. There ain't nobody talking about it's only a matter of time here. I am the man. I know I can do it. I put the work in. I've earned the right to be this good. It didn't just happen by luck. So yeah, I think that there's definitely an opening there for him to find the best version of himself. And through the first 8, 9, 10 games of the year last year, he was in MVP discussions before teams stopped blitzing the piss out of us and stacking boxes for days and decided to go to the cover 2 shell and double team Jackson and open the door up for the running game a little bit more. And then he didn't have the passing attempts as much at that point. But I could see it. Hopefully we have depth. We got depth. Storm Fanatic, Rams schedule is second place schedule compared to ours being a first place schedule, but I think the Rams schedule is a bit tougher. I saw it the same way. It's that 3 common opponents that you get, where I like our 3 common opponents and I do not like the common opponents that they had to get. I definitely think we got the better end of the bargain on that one. Bills, Buccaneers, Packers. Those are the 3 common teams that they play that we don't play. We got instead for our first place schedule, the Bears, the Panthers, and the Patriots. I'll take our 3 over their 3. I don't want any part of I don't want to play the Packers. I don't want to play the Bills. I don't want to play the Buccaneers. I think the Buccaneers are going to be a first place team. I agree, Storm Fanatic. I saw it the same way. Hogan, someone said it's funny. A man of Indian descent bought the Hawks on 7-Eleven. Yeah, you got to figure Sam's at a point where he doesn't have to care anymore. And he talked about this offseason, and how could he not? The noise was so loud last year, and so many people were so certain about where his mental state was, that when you disprove all of that so totally, so fantastically, that how can it not shift your mindset a little bit? CRB, what are you looking at when looking for possible trades? Little dead money, cap roll, depth chart needs. I think it's all of those things a little bit. The you're obviously first looking for what's the position you're trying to identify. Then you're trying to identify, who's a fit to what you're trying to bring them in to do. If you're bringing an edge in here to Seattle, you probably want to get a power edge. You're probably not looking for a twitchy small guy. So that's going to narrow it down right there. Then you've got to start with these guys. You get a list of guys. You got to look at their contracts. And the real important part of these contracts is, when did he sign his contract, number one? And number two, how much bonus money does he have on the books? And if he has 3 years of bonus money remaining on the books, you ain't moving for that guy. There's no trade to be had there. If it's 1 year or even 2 years left of bonus money on the books, then you can maybe make the deal happen. If it's option money, if it's void year money, that changes the deal. And you can look at those guys a little bit more readily. But those are the way you got to first come in and identify what's the scheme fit. Then to those players that are possibly able to be moved, you got to look at the teams that are actually willing to be in sell mode. Not every team might have a player that you like that isn't a good contractual place, but the team's not actually trying to sell. And this is why a lot of times you got to wait to the deadline for this stuff, because teams that aren't willing to sell right now might very well be more willing to sell and sell for a depressed price when you get to the trade deadline. It'd be all those factors, though. And if you're a quarterback or any other player that has it, it's just another level for you. Yeah. Well said, simply. I could take a joke occasionally. On the other side of depth, you can rotate players in and out, keep them fresh. True. And that's a big part of why you're able to have your defense as ferocious as it was, is that you could run waves at teams. And so when these guys go out there, they feel like they can go 100 miles an hour because they don't have to save something for the tank. Because once I get gassed, I can step off the field and somebody else will come out there for me. And I think that it's one you're trying to tactically drive for with your players on defense, especially. I want you guys playing wild, loose, and free up front on this defensive line. I want you guys to be just crazed demons out there. Don't be thinking about the next play. If you got to come off, come off. I'd rather have you going 150 miles an hour on this play and then going off after the next play than going 90 miles an hour so you can play the next two plays at 90 miles an hour. And I think this team has really tactically built this up this way. That's what you feel in just the edge depth, but even the defensive tackle depth. And it's unique. Not every NFL team is set up this way. Most are really set up for just those frontline guys to really carry the load of reps. Oiler Titan, what would be the Hawks' kryptonite? Facing elite wide receivers, elite tight ends, elite running backs, or elite quarterbacks? Elite quarterback would be the kryptonite for the Hawks. There was only two quarterbacks last year that had any kind of performance that was illustrious against Seattle's defense. And that was Baker Mayfield and that was Matt Stafford. An elite quarterback that can parse through what is going through the very tremendous levels of complexity within this defense can find answers. But there's not a lot of elite quarterbacks that can operate at that level to be able to pull that off. And even in Baker's case, a lot of that had to do with, I think you had 3 or 4 injuries on your defense on that game for starters. So I would say that it would be elite quarterback is the one that would be our kryptonite based upon that. We've gone, I believe, Oiler Titan 33 straight games without allowing a 100-yard rusher. And you've done that while, by and large, living in nickel defense, which is supposed to be harder to stop the run if you're going to live in nickel. So I think we're pretty good with stopping running backs. I think the second thing would probably be elite wide receiver tight ends, a little bit there. But quarterback is the one that can be a little bit of a driving force of a problem for us. But it takes a really good one to do it. Brandon, I'm going to call it night 1 hour later. I know. I went another 20 minutes here. Niners are healthy is another huge threat. Yeah. Niners are playing a little bit of an even more extreme game here with the starters being the driving force there than even the Rams are. And it's got to carry the load. Coke and Brando, how does the Fleury offensive scheme and personnel match up against the Rams defensive scheme and personnel? It doesn't change a lot from last year. It's a front four from the Rams, and then they want to drop 7 into coverage. and they're going to run their games up front. So it comes down to against their light box, against when they want to keep that safety back, can you run the ball? And when they bring the safety up into the box, can you attack over the top? Like we did, for instance, with Rashid Shaheed in that conference championship game. Safety comes in the box, other safety rolls to JSN. You get press coverage with Shaheed on the outside. He cooks it up. So, it's just about, can you attack them? What the Rams will like to do is stay in the cover 2 shells, stop the run with those front 7. You got to be able to take advantage of that front 7, and he's got the ability to do so with the type of scheme he runs, especially with the iterations of the scheme that lean into the heavy formations offensively. Ricky says, I thought Cap being ranked above Murphy was wild and just shows that people just don't appreciate him. In fact, I believe that Cap benefits greatly by having Murphy there, who I think should have been number 1. Ooh, I like where we're coming from on this, man. Cat's done a lot to earn where he's gotten, and these guys are both grade A players at the position. They really are. I think it's just cool to see Cat get his flowers for what he's done. I think he's been highly impactful. I think they both are 2 of the best at their position, 2 of the better defensive tackles you find in the sport. We were talking about the 2 best and trying to parse between them of who's better or it's very hard at that point. They both work really well together in tandem with their skill set too. So I'm just glad we got them both, man. I'm glad we got them both. But Murphy's going to get his flowers. This is the nature of the beast of the NFL, is things take a while to come around on this type of stuff. And his reputation is growing. He was in there as an honorable mention. I think he's going to come out there and really continue to build on his play. And especially once he gets to the 3-tech full time, he'll be an all-pro. A lot of people are so sensitive. Yeah, there is sometimes a little bit of that exists out there. I mean, got to try not to take stuff so super seriously all the time. We can have a little bit of light and fun. Not everything's got to be so sure. I'm probably as guilty of this day when I'm very serious. But yeah, got to keep things light, Well, the Titan Ravens had a similar stat with regards to a running back, like 30-something games with no 100-yard rusher in 99 and 2000. Yeah. Running the same defense with our Titan. It's changed. It has changed. So it is a bit of a different defense, but this is the Ryan defense, essentially, if you take it back. Very good at stopping the run, this D. Such a cool stat, though. 33 games. Like, wow. Storm Fanatic, hot take. I don't think Myles Garrett will lead the Rams in sacks. Wow. That is a hot take. You thinking Byron Young? Blue and green zone. I was thinking, could you imagine the difference if the Rams took a corner with the 1st-round pick instead of quarterback? Yeah. Touches on exactly where I think they're going to look back on that pick, and they're going to be shaking their head going, what if this had been this? Devontae Adams goes down and you'd gotten a Mekhi Lemon or an Armar Cooper. You mentioned corner, but what if you had gotten Reuben Bain out there? What if Reuben Bain was right now your 3rd edge on that team? And now I've got Josiah Stewart and Reuben Bain that I got to go to as my 3-4, my counter punches to Myles Garrett and Byron Young. It makes them more dangerous for 2026. And that was the whole point of the Rams draft class in 2026, is it's a class for 27. It's a class for 28. It's not a class for right now. And you're in a very hyper-competitive division that's going to come down right down the line, nose and nose. Do you really trust so much in your process to believe you've so won this so thoroughly that you can just go do one of these little freebie picks, or you can just have a throwaway sort of draft and afford to be able to do that? I think there's a lot of hubris involved. Coke and Brando, did you get a new camera? Also, something else seems off. Did you remove your desk? I did do a new desk. So I've got a little bit of a stand-up desk now. If I want to elevate this thing, I can raise it. So help out my poor ailing old ass back from sitting in a chair for way too long during the days. And then I'm trying to kind of clean up a little bit of my backdrop here. So yeah, I've been trying to, it's always been a little bit of a disorganized mess. That's why I've never showed you guys my setup. And so I've tried to clean things up a little bit, but yeah, I've got a new desk and I've tried to kind of expand some things out a little bit. Hopefully you like the angle. I'm also working off my new computer. So I transitioned over the new computer and might have some better, video cards and stuff like that. Hopefully it does. I certainly know I paid the money for it too. Yeah, the camera angle I'm still figuring out, Koken. So I don't know what the hell's going on. I have balanced on the back of me, and maybe you guys got an answer for this. I've done the balancer thing where the Seahawks sign, the jerseys are balanced I've done the bouncer on the camera. It's perfectly horizontal, but the picture looks a little bit askew. And I'm trying to work on it in the background, but I've been pulling my hair out. I can't figure out why I can't get the shot steadied up. I think I've got to get a different tripod, but I even bought a new tripod, and the one that I got's not worked particularly well. Ricky, if Riley Mills is in, doesn't that mean he takes Cat's role and Murphy stays where he is at? That would also be great because it will make losing Cat not much of a loss. Also, we save money. Well, I think when it comes to the defensive line and rotation, it's like the edges. There's plenty of reps for everybody to get in there and get theirs. And so when it comes to this, they played a lot of Riley Mills at times as a nose tackle. He was not out there as a full-time 3-tech last year in the sample size snaps we saw from him. So if there was intentionality last year to play him at the nose tackle, why wouldn't there be that intentionality to play him this year at times to spell Byron too? So I was a little reticent to believe that Mills could play 1-tech coming out of Notre Dame. I thought he was a little bit more of a pure 3-tech, but the team seems to feel a little bit differently about this. I see Murphy at defensive end and see what he does when he's not double teamed. Certainly looking forward to the day that he isn't double teamed. Or Titan, will Seattle trade up to number 6 overall in 2027 to get Dylan Stewart, Colin Simmons, like Falcons trade up to 6 in 2011 for Julio Jones? Yes. I do believe that this is a year where what's interesting about this Oiler Titan is John Schneider in his entire history here in 15, 16 years has never traded up in the first round. Never once. You got 12 picks for next year's draft. If you are making a trade deadline deal, I would say that this is really the year that John looks to do that. And I think that this aligns up, like you say, you mentioned Dylan Stewart and Colin Simmons, who are two guys I do have blue chip grades on. But I think what stands out about my early evaluation on this draft Oiler Titan is I'm already at the point right now where it's like, this is going to be a better draft than last year's draft. There's going to be more blue chip prospects that get into we might get up to like 8 or 9, 10 blue chip prospects in this draft. And if that's the case, then trading up, like you mentioned with the Falcons, going up to 6 rather than having to go up to 2, like you go up to 2 and you're giving up first round pick. I go up to 6 or 7. Now it's a little more of a first round pick and this, and here's a player. You can kind of find creative ways to get up into that spot of it. So I think that this is the year to target to do that. Oiler Titan, yes. I would be very much in favor of them jumping up in next year's draft. You got the means. The players are there to do it. I'd love to see it. I don't know if Dylan Stewart or Colin Simmons would necessarily be those guys to do it. They're so talented, they're going to fit into any system, but they are more edge snatching type defensive edges more than there are power edges. But I mean, I like me some Clev Lubin, Kingston Villamea Asa out of Notre Dame, his running mate Leonard Moore, cornerback. I'd move up in the first round for the Leonard Moore kid. It's going to be a hell of a draft. The vid quality itself is better be? Hell yeah, man. I was hoping so with making the transition here to the new machine. I try with every time I do the new upgrades, about every 6 years, you do a new machine. One every time I'm trying to like really soup up the video card as much as I can find on the open market. Sky's the limit if we do this draft right. That's right. What's your take on the defensive tackle we drafted this year from Minnesota? I'm hoping he can contribute soon for the nose tackle position. Devin Eastern. Like him a lot. I had a 6th round grade on him, I believe, last year. So I thought what stood out is he's a guy that is a really big guy that has all the size and beefiness and strength for what you want from the nose tackle position. But then he actually gives you some juice as a pass rusher. He's got some mobility and movement for a guy that's such a big guy at his size. It's going to be an uphill battle to make the roster, man. I mean, Riley Mills' presence, Brandon Peely still here. He's going to have to really, really be legit to do it. But there's some talent there. And a guy that if, that athleticism comes alive with his build and his size, he could force his way on. He could just make it happen. But it is going to be a bit of an uphill battle. There is a little bit of that aspect of him being a bit of a man between two worlds where he's not utterly dominant as a run defender. He was solid there as a nose tackle, but he wasn't dominant. And he wasn't dominant or upper level as a pass rusher. There's just some good flashes in either side of his game, which is why he dropped down a little bit despite having some really nice size to him. But he's an interesting player. Mendoza would go like 9th or 10th in 2027 draft. That's a big fax. I'm not certain whether Titan it wouldn't be in a bigger drop than that. I'm not so certain that it wouldn't be. We're talking maybe even late 20s. Yeah, teams' desires and their inexhaustible hunger for quarterbacks is what drives these guys to be picked. But if there are quarterbacks to be picked, i.e., next year's draft, I have an Arch Manning, I have a Dante Moore, I have a potential CJ Carr, I have a Lenore Sellers, maybe even more beyond that. Well, if that's going to be the case, then I ain't going to be having many quarterback hungry teams at the top looking for that quarterback. Yeah. That's why I was very hesitant to say why the Raiders should go with Mendoza at number 1 this year. Why? This is any other draft, he wouldn't be going number 1. You're just drafting him because of your need, not because of how great a prospect he is. Unless it's like we got Murphy at 16 and 6 quarterbacks going to the top 12. You never know, man. You never know. We do have a lot of quarterbacks in this draft. It's going to be one of the stronger quarterback classes, I think, that we've seen in recent years. Coke and Brando, just for fun, can you give me the top 10 picks in order from 1 to 10 by team for next year? I'll write it down and come back in a year. Sure. Well, I think you're looking at the Arizona Cardinals as the worst team in the NFL. I think I would go from there. I would go Jets. No, from there I would go Dolphins, Jets, Browns, Raiders, Tennessee. No, I'd go Raiders, Giants, Tennessee, Atlanta, and Washington. I think those are the 10 I would go with. Those are my bottom 10ers. Bottom 10. John Schneider is the best in business. Ricky, what was the reason why Spoon held back when signing his rookie deal? Should be worried again with his next contract, meaning will he take a long time to re-sign again? He wanted his full deal, I believe, or almost his full deal guaranteed, which was unusual to do for rookie first-round picks at that time, especially because he's a top 5 overall pick, so he's making significant money. I don't think that it's going to be the guarantees. I think it's going to be the total money on this deal. I think this is about his agent for Gonzalez is trying to push for the most money he possibly can get for both guys. I think they got their target signs on trying to shoot for around the $40 million per year mark. I think that both the Patriots and the Seahawks want to keep this down around the $30 million a year mark. And that's why there's been a gulf on this and why you haven't seen a deal with either two players. So it is a bit of a different territory now. I don't think guarantees are the issue. I think it's going to be more about that APY. And with it, the guarantees within the contract, but APY being the driving force. Keep the questions rolling. I'm going to be wrapping it up here soon. I'm starting to run a little bit on some fumes here. Moore went back to college because he didn't want to go to the Jets. Kinda. Sorta. Coke and B, if you were the Raiders, who'd you draft over Mendoza? I would have done the same thing that I've said the Cardinals needed to do. Trade back. What happens is that I really believe this in the bottom of my heart. These teams get up at the top of the draft and they get deciding, I should be given this if I move back. If I go from 1 to 7, I need to get this return back to do so. You got to give me the king's ransom if you want to do that. Yeah, but it's a weak draft. I don't care. That's the mandate. Yeah, but the players just aren't as good this year to get that. I don't care. That's what the history has said. I should get it back. I'm not going to give you that. Okay, well, we're just going to sit and pick. I think both the Raiders and the Cardinals did this. They had offers on the table. They didn't like the offers quite enough, because it didn't fit to what had been historical norms. And so they got their panties all twisted in a bunch and decided they're just going to take the guy. But no, I would have moved back in the first round because the Raiders are not in a place right now where they're ready for a quarterback. They don't have the offensive line. They don't have the skill position players on the outside, and they don't have the defense. Say nothing of the offensive scheme that has not yet been even instilled yet. It's not the right time. Go out there, get Kirk Cousins, get him through this year, build up the rest of the roster, come back to next year's draft when there'll be better quarterbacks to be had, and you're going to be bad again this year to be picking high anyway. Do that then. So I would have moved back in the draft. I would have gone to like the 7 or 8. I would have gotten with Francis, like a Francis Maui Noah kind of guy. Would have grabbed one of these just clean offensive linemen in this last class, added them onto the bunch of what I got there, just start to build up the offensive line, pick extra picks up doing that. That would have been the role I would have done. Same thing for the Cardinals. I would have moved back into the 7, 8, 9 there in the first round, picked up an extra second round pick and called it a day. But I think they wanted the extra first. They wanted the extra goods. Who's a great Seahawk player who's retired that you think would make a great coach? Mine is Doug Baldwin, who's my favorite Seahawk of all time. Ben was always open. Seems like a leader. Yeah, he'd be a good coach. I think Cam Chancellor would be a pretty good coach. I think he'd know what he's talking about. Lofa Tatupu. I think he would have been a hell of a coach too. He kind of gave his try. I don't think Lofa really resonated with him. Tennessee might be a sleeper if Cam Ward learns to read the field. He's athletic. He had a hell of a year, man. I'm a believer in Cam, that's for sure. I love what that kid did. And they're moving in the right direction there. They had a long way to go. Just had a little bit of a long way to go. Not sure they go past bottom 10, but depending on Cam. I thought Raiders should have drafted Love and traded away Boise running back. Love's best running back to enter the league in the past 50 years. Maybe it just gets tough, man. You move a guy in the second year after you took him in the first round really high. It's just hard to do that organizationally wise. You're eating so much dead money in bonus. You're really cutting off your nose to spite your face to try to do that a little bit. Ricky Brando needs his name and number of choice hung up in Lumen Legend. Oh, man. Thank you, brother. That's very kind of you. Blue and green. But Brandon, would you have moved back for a second round next year if no one offered a first? Yeah, I would have. Partly because this was such a weak draft and there just wasn't the blue chip talent at the top to necessitate picking that high at that spot. So I would have found a way to get a deal done. There's a deal to be found. I think that these teams sometimes get hard-lined. John talked about this year trying to run a lot of different deals in order to move, back in the draft, and nobody was willing to, people are trying to like win every deal and trying to kind of trade rape, teams at times. So I think that occurs a lot, and the teams are trying to like really win the deals rather than like, hey, it's a deal that makes sense for both teams. And I think in the case of the Raiders and the Cardinals, they both, made a choice to instead of essentially making deals that would make sense for both teams. What they wanted to do is they wanted to pillage, like teams can tend to pillage who's trading back off that first or that second or that third overall pick. I can tend to get that King's ransom haul. CRB, would you rather have Crosby or Thibodeau at this point at the trade deadline? Is it fair to say we're talking about 2 second rounders for Crosby and something like a first or second or third for Kayvon Thibodeau? Thibodeau is not going to have any more value than a late third round pick at this point. He'd have to be like lighting the world on the fire this year for him to necessitate getting a first or a second back. Remembering that with Thibodeau, he's on the final year of his deal. He'll be a free agent after this year. I would do 2 second rounders for Crosby all day. That would be a no-brainer for me. Crosby is a better player, significantly better player. Thibodeau is theoretical still at the stage of his career and what he can be and where he is maybe going. What game was it last year where you thought, okay, Seahawks have a real shot of winning it all? Great question. I mean, I gotta say that the Houston game was an eye-opening one because you got to the Houston game and you had a lot of comfortable victories up into that point. Pittsburgh game, New Orleans game, Jacksonville game, even up against really solid opponents. But in that Houston game, if you remember, you put it on them. Like you had that team kind of put away somewhat earlier in that game, and then you sort of let them back in it with some flip it turnovers. But to do that to that good of a Houston team, to put that offense in the bind like you did, to offensively do what you did in that game, I thought that was one where it's like, this is showing that this team is really emerging. Plavar, do you think we're going to sign someone, another guard perhaps? I don't think anything's going to happen as far as another signing goes, Plavar. The only signing I think that's on the table right now is potentially adding one extra edge, that being either a Von Miller or Jadeveon Clowney, that type of guy. There's not a lineman on the market you're going to have that you're really looking at. You have too much. You're too good on the starters. You're too good on the depth right now. There's not a guy that supersedes those guys in talent. But could you trade for somebody down the road? Maybe down by the deadline, possible. But probably the line is going to be what it is at this point throughout the course of this year. I don't think it's hard to find an offensive lineman in a trade. There's nobody out there that's really available. It's a position of scarcity. Coco and Brando, my cousin's a Packer fan. He's high on Jordan Love. Can you break down his game? I feel he's overrated. Well, he's a good quarterback. So I would want to position that. I do think he's a top 10 quarterback. I think he's got one real notable limitation within his game that stands out in watching his tape that shows up over and over again and should be something that begins to expand that has not expanded. Processing is a big thing for the quarterback position. And he is a one-read Charlie way too often. Now, there's a lot of his game where he's improvisational. He's got as good a moon ball as you'll maybe find in the sport right now as far as his deep throw accuracy goes. There's no quarterback that year in and year out you're going to find more wow throws on his tape than a Jordan Love. He's got more than functional mobility in the pocket. He's got a pretty good sense in the pocket. There's probably a little bit of some stuff there with him on injuries that have popped up at times, and just being healthy enough to make it go and play at his best. But he has to have LaFleur do a lot of the heavy lifting for him in that offense. It's either LaFleur's doing a lot of the heavy lifting or I'm working off improvisation. And the weird thing with this is I think he kind of gets the pass on the one read Charlie stuff because he has the improvisation stuff he falls upon. So it kind of like, if you go to the improvisation, it sort of gets you out of just being the one read Charlie. It's like, well, he's doing extra stuff more than just looking at the one guy and throwing to that guy that he's looking at right from the snap. Because if you watch Jordan, it'll be snap, his head's looking, and then fires in the direction that he's looking. But the improvisation then will come in from time to time where he's looking. Oh, I'm going to go scramble around like a chicken with my head cut off. So he's a good quarterback, but I do think that you do get limited when you can't process from the position, and that a good defensive coordinator can now sort of set up the cheese there for LaFleur to make you think the first read's going to be there and then pull it away from you post snap. So he is top 10, I would say, but I think he has not taken that final step forward the Packers expected that he was going to get. He's not, taking that step that Brett or Rodgers took before him. He's come up close to that line. He's just not able to get really past it. CR, 3/3 or 2/3, not a first or a second for Thibodeau. I would not give up more than a third round pick for Kayvon Thibodeau. Remembering too with the CR, he carries a $15 million contract. You're trading the third round pick for him, and then you're almost eliminating all of your remaining cap space in order to bring him on. It's a trade that just doesn't really add up to making a lot of sense. Number one, you got to get them to eat some of that salary at that point. And the production's not been there. He's got the 1 year of 11 sacks, and then around the 11 sacks, you got a lot, you got injury and you got middling play. I don't think that he's necessitated being given a lot of draft capital as far as in a trade. I could see him going for a fourth. Absolutely blue and green. Rick Ricardo, who's a player you think John will move up for in the draft, available at 32? You see what I did there? Repeat, baby. If he's available at 32, move up. Well, hard to say. I'm certainly into this a little bit. I mentioned a couple of those names a second ago that are guys that I think are worthy of moving up for. Both of the two real star edge rushers in Simmons and Stewart would be interesting. Cleve Lubin is going to be the third edge rusher. I think that's going to, get lost a little bit because those front two guys, I don't think he's a blue chip guy, but a real fun mid first round guy to me. Cleve Lubin reminds me a lot of a Clay Matthews. Leonard Moore is a fantastic cornerback out there. Shutdown kind of corner for you out there, complete player. So Will Echols and the defensive tackle, if you want to look at a DT. Hard to say a little bit on that one, Ricky. I said it once, I'll keep saying it. Bears are a prime example. They went all late 99, 2000 to build their team, then got a quarterback. True. Grand Isaiah Hawks test year. Yeah, the Rams Thursday Night Football, that was the turn the corner game. Everything fell into place. Even Pumpkin jumped on the live stream and Brandon jumped out of his chair after her. That was another one for sure, man. That was epic. That was epic. We were looking at that in the 2000 draft. That would have been interesting adding Jordan Love. Who scares you more, Burrow, Williams, Washington quarterback, Lamar, Bills quarterback, Lawrence, Chargers quarterback, don't worry me. Burrow's the scariest of those guys to me. I think Lamar's not at prime Lamar anymore. I think Lawrence, you can box him in. I think Herbert's still a question mark about what he's going to really fully become. Jaden Daniels had a little bit of a sophomore slump last year, even before the injuries. But I do love Jaden Daniels. I think his game's going to be fine long term. I just worry about him in that lithe, thinly, spindly body and if it can really hold up. But Burrow's the most scary. Williams just doesn't do enough stuff on time for me to have that fear. I think that there's a lack of being able to sustain when everything's got to be off script all the time. Brando, have you heard Anthony Bradford rap? Let's just say he should stick to playing guard. He whiffs worse on his bars than he does on some of his low light whiffs. Coke and wait, you have Jordan Love in your top 10. Who's your top 10 quarterbacks? I just say this is in no order. So let's see. We'd go top 10 quarterbacks. I would put Justin Herbert, Sam Darnold, Drake May, Trevor Lawrence, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Matt Stafford. And then I would put Mahomes would be in there. And again, that's in no order, but those would be my 10. I would have Love ahead of like a Trevor Lawrence, for instance. I always find it comical that Brian Flores in 2020 wanted Love as his quarterback. Flores didn't have an eye for drafting talent, nor had a good offense before and during Tua, saying that Love would have been out of the NFL with Flores. It's possible. Landing spots matter with quarterbacks. We know that more than ever before. Can you give us two teams, one from each conference that missed the playoffs last year that will make a trip to the postseason this year? Sure. Well, let me see if I projected it that way. I know that does tend to go that way, but so two teams from each conference. The two teams from the AFC I have are going to be the Ravens and the Bengals. Those are my two. I can't remember I don't think the Ravens made the playoffs. They might have, but I've got the Jaguar, Ravens, Chargers as the wild card teams. I've got the Broncos, Texans, Bengals, Bills as the division winners. So there might. I can't remember if the Ravens made it or not last year. I don't think they made the playoffs. And then the NFC, my two unique teams would be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Dallas Cowboys. in the NFC would be my two teams that I had getting in there this year, postseason wise. Cowboys, wild card, Buccaneers. I have them winning the division. I'm curious what got available at Pittsburgh. Don't feel they'll be a contender. Highsmith, TJ Watt, Ramsey look interesting. They may be looking at some point, move some of those guys, one of those guys. If they move TJ Watt, they got to move him probably to the start of the season so they can actually save the money on his deal that they're needing to save to move his contract. But they've got 3 edge rushers. They're paying 3 edge rushers a lot of money right now. Somebody's probably going to go at some point or another. And maybe some of it's them waiting the deadline, seeing if they're a contender or not. So probably when you have to wait for the deadline on. Did I leave Burrow off the list? If I left the Burrow off the list, I didn't mean to. This is why it's hard to do this stuff kind of live a little bit. I thought I said Burrow. Stafford, Burrow, Allen, Love. I would kick Dak off if I put him on there then. Maybe Dak or Trevor would be off, and I'd put Burrow in there. Burrow's definitely a top 5 quarterback in this sport. CRB, who's your better long-term receiver for depth? Ricky White, Cody White, Jake Bobo. Kind of a TBD on that, man. So much of it is a little bit both impactful on what you do as a receiver and then what you're capable of doing as a special teamer. Cody and Ricky have a real rich history of doing special teams work. So does Jake. I think it's all very close when it comes down to those. I don't know if there's a real differentiator between those guys who's really separated themselves. I think because you've given Jake Bobo the 2-year contract, that does give him a little bit of an inroads to being assured. But there's going to be one more roster on top of Bobo and his presence. So it's probably more down to, is it Ricky White, Cody White, some of the other receivers that are the back end receivers on this roster right now. That's where the real battle's at, probably. Yeah, I was right. Okay. I'm getting late in the stream, so I get a little bit rummy on this one, Storm Fanatic. I thought they didn't make it. So yeah. Ravens didn't make it. They'd be one of my teams in. I think they're getting in. I did mention Burrow. Okay, good. I couldn't have left off Burrow, did I? He's legit for sure. Happy Sunday, Daniel. All right. Well, I lied. We went another hour after 5 hours. We almost got 6 hours in the books here, and I am going to go ahead and put a button on that. I'm getting a little hungry and tired, rummy. But another good show. Really love hanging with you guys here on the stream today. And we're going to start getting some of these shows back on a normal uptick here as we've worked our way through the off season. And now we're working our way up here to training camp this week with it starting to finally fully kick off. So you'll get more Brando back at you guys here as we go forward. If you guys can for me today, again, please do hit that like button. I know I ask it a lot, but it has a real big maximum impactful effect when you're able to do it. We've got some shows en route this week. Like I said, Wednesday we'll be doing a Seahawks preview for this season. Syndicate's going to be going on. We got the roundtable cooking up. So we're starting to get the wheels in motion going here for this upcoming season. I hope you're ready to rock and roll with me as it's going to be a hell of a year. I know a lot of people out there prognosticating the Rams are going to win this division, going to win the Super Bowl championship. Now with Aaron Donald news coming in on a trickle, as it seems to be inevitable that he's going to be activated there by the Rams and added to the flow, that a lot of Hawk fans are going to get worried. Don't get worried. We're in the cut. We're patient. Nobody's expecting anything out of us this year. We're the champs, yet nobody's expecting anything out of us this year. We're in a great position. Just kind of sit back and let this thing kind of play out a little bit, and then let John strike at the perfect right time. And we know he knows what time to strike, and he is willing to strike hard when he does that. So have faith, even though there's these move after move the Rams seem to be making to add more and more and more, and your Seahawks aren't necessarily, looking to match that step by step. We don't need to match that. They're chasing us. Don't forget that. They're chasing your champion, Seattle Seahawks. We're not chasing them. Keep that in your mind. And we got plenty of means to do whatever we need to do when we know we need to do it. Keep that in your mind too. So please, my fellow Seahawks contingent, no, I appreciate you guys watching. I thank you guys for the amazing discussion as always. But beyond all else, don't you forget, John, have a good night. Storm, have a good night. Ollie, Ricky, Space, Kevin, HHG, Oiler Titan, appreciate the discussion. And please, CR, good one out there in Germany, my man. And you, whether you're local or whether you're worldwide like my man CR, don't you forget, Koken's going to come in with one more question. Thoughts on my top 10 quarterbacks? Love it, man. Got no problem with it. I think there's about 13, 14 quarterbacks, Coke, and you could look at there and say all those guys have a fighting argument to be in there in the top 10. So you picked ones that I would certainly include in that territory. You absolutely did. Appreciate you too, CR. Off Weiden Weider Huschen. Weider Huschen. Off Weider Huschen. The words of CR. Off Weider Huschen. Go Hawks. Don't you forget. Don't you dare ever forget. We're going to go get this chip. We're going to go repeat. We're going to go once again in back-to-back seasons. Disprove all the doubters once again and how sweet that will be. How sweet it will be to take over yet another rival stadium and raise that trophy once again. It will never get more epic than this upcoming season. I hope you're locked in, and I hope you don't forget. I hope you never forget. Go Hawks.